All right, you guys. Shut the fuck up. All right, you guys. Welcome back to Runt Pat Goes Planewalking, episode 24. Let's get into it. Last time, we were in the final rooms of the Waterdeep dungeon, the undermountain, searching, of course, for Hyre's brother, Monty. Wow. We had just found 30 mithril coins each because of my pure unadulterated genius. We explored more mine shafts. We found more rooms of skeletons. We found a room with a huge furnace and billows created by ancient dwarves with a ceiling of arcane runes. As Oro was investigating this forge, he found the elven murderer, whose name we never even learned, in the forge, who said that they could split the silver dust in the forge. So, of course, Oro went down to lecture him and was swiftly knocked unconscious.
Killed.
The elven guy tried to take me hostage, but Jaya saved me so easily. We trapped him in the furnace, and he just kind of died. I don't remember the details of how he died. Don't know if we need to talk.
What is this biased recap?
It was
some people got a little evil. Some people
it was
followed evil.
There was some alignment things happening.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we confirmed
so
Deimos is
ethical.
evil. Yeah, felt ethical. Felt good about that. We found another one of Monty's hideouts, this one with a still warm fireplace. Then we also, then we happened across a literal schoolhouse built inside a big cavern with a wall of ice full of zombies. We created a plan for Deimos to disguise as undead, go in, and give us a signal word if Monty was in there, upon which the rest of us would attack. Some from the front, where me and Mally would come in from behind and melt out the undead and start killing them. In the classroom, Deimos did indeed find an undead golden kobold studying at a desk. And of course, Jorah standing before the classroom with dark robes and a pale shaved head. We attacked! Mally and I dispatched the zombies while the rest attacked from the front. As we finally came into the main room, I was blinded and then killed for the more billionth time. Doom grappled Jorah's book. She turned the stone around us to life, where it became like thrashing flesh and started to breathe. As we finally downed her, we threw Samir the teleporting cube, and he cast Leoman's tiny hut around it to allow us time to teleport back to Circad. We looted her. Doolum got the wretched grimoire. We also found some other cool stuff that we have not yet gotten a chance to identify. And then we teleported to Circad. Did we teleport to Circad or to Waterdeep?
You don't know yet. I guess Samir did not tell you where you're going.
There's no way he didn't teleport us to Waterdeep.
And then we teleported away.
Woo! All right. Does that catch us up?
Yeah, baby.
Nice. Okay, so welcome back, everybody, to the Runt Pat Goes Planewalking. You all appear in a whiff of, I guess, the smokiness of the room that you had just left. The dim, dark cave that had been very humid. You hadn't really noticed it had you'd descended 6 floors up until then, but the air around you had grown sort of dank and sort of smelly, and there was a lot of fire that had been cast in this room. Didn't have anywhere to go. Also, the fleshy smell of the fleshy walls of the cavern waft up with you as you all teleport via the cube. You all appear in a flash and a popping of your ears. And you look up and it's daytime and you're surrounded by the smell of sweet cooked breads and meats, and you see the ocean in the distance. You're back on the steps of the academic courthouse in the great city of Waterdeep. Looking around now, you see it is a bright, early morning, seems, but you are all exhausted, having just finished this horrible fight, and you see all of your group, including now one Monty Falea. Eyes sort of half shut, with gray pupils and a half-open mouth of somebody who looks very ill. You all appear here now. You take a deep breath, coughing out some of the stress of the fight you were just in, and you guys are back. What would you like to do? Oh, Jesus, fuck. We made it out alive. Christ, that was fucking horrifying. Woo! All right.
I just want to like slump to the side. I'll just lean against Malagus.
Oh my God! Malagus pats you on the back, and you look around. You see there's a group of people walking by you now in the street, and an individual walking in the front who looks to be some sort of guide of sorts, giving a tour of the city. So on your left now, you'll find the academic ward, and oh, looks like some adventurers. Please, everyone, hold back your photography.
I puke.
Oh, the group gives you a sort of frightened look. You see a slough of nobles and travelers who look to be wealthy enough to afford travel. Look at you with this dismal look of ugh.
Where are we?
It's a city called Waterdeep.
I took us back to Waterdeep. I wasn't sure where else to go, and it felt right. Plus, we need to pick up Tick. I left her around here somewhere.
Oh, do you wanna go find her now?
Well, we might have, and Samir looks over at Hyre and Monty. We might have more pressing issues. Hyre, how is your brother doing?
I don't think well. I think this is an issue for an academic here, perhaps a god.
I see. I'm sorry that it is not well.
Maybe that book can help. Sure, it has to say something in there about like turning him back or something.
Your brother, your friend, your confidant Monty stands next to you, Hyre, just about the same height as you, his scales now vibrant in the morning sun, but he just has this slack-jawed expression and sort of looks around aimlessly, as if awaiting an instruction. He doesn't make eye contact with you. Oh, I'm sorry, Hyre. I wish we could have found him in better circumstance. But his body looks good. He looks like he still might be healthy. We should go to maybe a priest as soon as possible. There are likely some medicine men who could help us with this problem, might know some sort of solution. Shall we to the temple ward? Perhaps we could find someone there who could help.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if I can show my people what happened to their savior.
Or we don't have to show your people, Hyre. We could find just some other priest of some other shitty religion and get them to help. I sort of agree. Maybe we don't see your people until we have everything fixed. Like you said, it'd probably be bad for morale. You could maybe go tell them that you saved him.
If we tell them that, I think they're gonna want to see him. And do a little celebration or something. So maybe that's not the best idea yet. I don't know how it is with your god. How they'd feel about having another god interfere in your life. I don't know what that might vibe with.
It's a
I've
good
forgone
point.
speaking to Ether. I think I can avoid it no longer.
Well, let us move one thing at a time. We're all tired and need rest, but Monty is the first priority. Let's get him to a healer. Perhaps I could take one person off and grab Tick, just because it's been several days and I worry about the girl.
Yeah, we should pick her up.
Yeah, no, you stick with Monty though. Maybe someone can come with me. Demos, would you like to join me?
Sure, Sam. I'll go with you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. You all, okay, good luck. And there could be some good to come from this too, right? We completed a quest for the government structure here. Perhaps they have some sort of payout that could be used to pay for the damages that Monty has received.
Did we complete it though? We didn't bring her back exactly.
Well, I mean, we brought a piece of her back, and Samir gestures now to the book in Dulam's hands.
Suppose that's true.
We might be responsible for her life.
But we are all evidence that she turned her eye. Why would they want her back if she had become so maddened? No, I think this is the best way. There was already too much chaos down there. We did the right thing.
I agree with that. I think Smear's right.
I'm sorry, I know this is a tough thing to discuss right now, but I think we need to work quickly. In terms of undead, from at least what I've heard from travelers, to undo it, speed is of the essence. So let us split off now, and we will reconvene once we have a plan for Monty.
Alrighty.
Okay, let's...
Okay, go now. All right, and Samir grabs you, Demos, and the two of you sort of turn around heading into the academic ward. The rest of you head back in the direction of your inn and the temples. It'll be just a moment, Demos. I already know where I left her, and I gave them enough finances that they could keep her for a few nights. I just want to take her home.
Wow. And what, you dropped her off at what, one of the martial classes, or?
I didn't want to share this with Hyre in case he disapproved, but it was more like a daycare.
Oh.
She was quite upset. Most of the children there were about half her age, but I feel like it is the safest thing to be. Plus, I don't know what she wants to learn, but I don't know if she needs to be learning how to fight right now. That seems a bit out of her wheelhouse. I don't know. Dangerous is all.
Yeah, I trust you, Sam.
Thank you, Demos. And I'm sure there are more important things on Hyre's mind, which is why I wanted us to get this out of the way. Plus, I wanted to discuss something with you here, and you guys began walking away. In the other direction, the rest of you guys are traveling now with Hyre and Monty. Monty is moving slow, shambling almost, a quite perfected undead shuffle through the streets of Waterdeep. Luckily, his scales aren't tarnished so much, and his appearance doesn't seem to be that of an actual undead creature. He looks fine to all the world. It's just in his expression and in his face you can tell something is very amiss. But to normal passersby, there's no indication that he is unwell. So you guys travel undeterred, passing through the city. I'll start with you guys as you begin walking now with purpose. Well, hey, so that wasn't so bad, right? We did it. We killed the evil fucking wizard, and pretty good, right?
I elbow Malagus in the gut. Shh.
Oh, fuck.
For
What?
Hyre, that was like the worst possible. Malagus, imagine you find your brother and he's like this gross shell of what he used to be. Like completely different. It's horrible.
At least we found him, right? Like, imagine how bad it would have been if we didn't find him. That would have sucked more.
That's a good
Sorry,
point.
I can shut up now. Listen, it's just, we did good, right? Never mind.
We did do good, Malagus. It's just that I don't think Hyre wants to hear that was so fun. It was such a good job. Well done.
I didn't fucking say it was so fun. Did I say that? No.
Okay, no, you didn't.
Yeah.
I'm just preparing you in case you're about to say that. It's
Well, I might have said
important.
that.
You might have. See, okay.
Well, no,
see?
actually, what I was gonna bring up first is just that we probably got a lot of money from, getting that book that Duelam has, and that's gonna be really
Oh.
nice for us.
How about 30 mithril coins apiece? That's got to
Hell
be
yeah,
worth
brother.
at least half a gold.
I think more. What if it's like 2 gold?
2 gold, 60 gold. Think about all the raisin bread.
Be pretty fucking awesome. Just saying.
Yeah.
I'll do a subtle fist bump.
He responds. You guys keep walking though. Monty is probably in the back with you, Hyre, unless you guys are all sort of going the same pace too. Actually, Hyre, you also have a slow walking speed, don't you?
I sure do.
Okay, so you guys
Man.
are shuffling at the same speed.
I think I probably have like a hand on like a wrist, just kind of like dragging.
Yeah, he sort of needs the guidance. You notice Monty doesn't seem to really walk on his own. You sort of have to guide him. He seems just really out of it, really spaced out. Out of the corner of your eye, Hyre, just as a cleric, you do recognize that the book that Duelam is carrying is emanating this nasty aura. Something vile. But that's not your priority right now, I'm sure. It's just something in the back of your head.
Duelam, I think we need to keep this book. I don't know if we can sell this.
I sort of agree. I wanted to check out this Vulcan and see if he's trustworthy.
Vulcan?
You
I think
recall
that was
the
the
name
name.
of the court wizard was Volker. Volker.
Oh, that's not how it was spelled in my head.
Yeah. All right.
No, you're good. I've probably pronounced it with an accent every time it's come up.
I wanted to see if Volker was trustworthy.
Oh, that's a good idea, Plus, we're gonna get a favor from him, right? It's always good to have a favor in high places.
That's true. He could know how to take us to another portal.
That's such a good point.
Or at least he might know how to fix Monty if we can't figure it out with these clerics. Because I don't know about you guys, but I really don't trust these, temple worshipping types. It's just, they sort of give me the creeps.
Malagus, you give me the creep.
All right, Sergeant. I'm sure it's your bedtime already, huh? Look, the sun's already getting a little low, old man.
Ha ha ha.
Maybe we need to put you to
Old
sleep.
man joke.
They always kill.
You know, I might be old, but at least I carry my weight.
Oh
carry
god.
things. Shut up, Orpheus. I feel like there's still a lot we need to like sort of debrief about what happened down there. Like, I don't know, the whole fleshy walls thing. That wasn't any good for me.
Oh, please don't mention it again.
That was no good. What was that shit you guys were doing where Duelam, Demos, you guys were sort of like snapping your hands and then like nothing happened and then people would get pissy at you?
Yeah, that was weird.
And
It sort of just felt right.
I snap in front of me.
and snap. Oh, you're doing it? Is it happening?
It doesn't feel right for me.
And you guys continue walking through the city now. It's a bit of a walk, especially at the slow shuffle you need for Monty's speed. It probably takes the better part of 25-30 minutes to walk all the way to the Temple Ward. You pass lots of different groups of people in Waterdeep, but the air around your group is somber enough that you notice no one really seems to interrupt you. Every once in a while you pass a guard or some sort of government official that seems to be walking through the town, but mostly it just seems to be workers, travelers, adventurers like yourselves wandering through town. The hustle and bustle of the city seems just as vibrant as it did a few days before when you were walking through. But your little death parade here continues.
That's such a good anime.
Okay, so you guys continue your walk then. On the flip side of things, Demos, you and Samir sort of walk off into the temple. Samir walks with purpose, and you keep up easily with your long, goat-like legs.
Whoa.
Pushing through, he walks into the main building that you guys sort of teleport into the front steps of. It's an enormous academic building, 4 stories tall, very wide, and sort of square with a large courtyard in the middle. You walk around, darting through rooms, upstairs, downstairs, past what looks like classrooms and hallways full of the smell of paper and ink. Scribes dart back and forth, and all sorts of wizard initiates, or just simple ledger folk and bankers and apprentices of all kinds seem to be dashing around here. But you guys also sort of walk with this somber attitude. Samir begins speaking after a moment and goes, Demos, are you feeling all right?
I'm feeling okay, Samir. Why do you ask?
Well, it's just, Demos, I'm sure that this is new for me too, so maybe I'm just out of my element, but joining the group as a fellow adventurer, I found you have been acting different than when it was just the two of us in the shop. I suppose, again, it was different then because we didn't face violence, but you, to put it bluntly, Demos, you did a lot of killing down there.
Gosh, did I? I didn't,
A lot of striking first and asking questions later. I don't want to put any question mark on your methods. It's just I didn't expect that from you. You showed me a side of you that I'm not used to.
I'm sorry, Samir, I guess,
Please don't apologize. I'm proud of you for using your magic so successfully. In fact, I've never seen you display it with such force and vigor. I was impressed, to say the least, but just a bit frightened. You have a way of flowing in the arcane in a very destructive way. I just want to make sure that you know that.
Well, I guess I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you.
It is very efficient. I am impressed with your work. I just, just keep an eye on yourself.
Yeah. Hyre has been kind of on me about seeking out the more peaceful solutions first, even though I feel like they do take longer and require more effort.
Samir nods his head firmly twice rhythmically and goes, yes, I believe Hyre is a good influence on you, Demos. I know from your upbringing that things were hard and you did have to learn to fight first. But the peaceful route, the route of conversation, does usually yield better results for all parties involved. And I know that is a hard thing to learn, especially when we have been wronged so many times by strangers. But it seems Hyre still has that essence of good in him, and I think that could be good for you too. I'm sorry. Please don't take this as me trying to tell you what to do. You are strong and independent, and I like the way that you are, but I just want you to keep an eye on your methods. They are destructive. That is all.
That's still thank you. I'll keep that in mind. I value
Okay.
your words. So
Of course, and I trust you to do the right thing. But it did seem that when it came down to a few decisions, I found myself siding with choices that Hyre was making over some that you were. And that was challenging for me, because I trust you inherently. Of course I do. But I just agree with you. I think maybe we should listen more to Hyre's point. I just recall you telling me once before that Hyre even was against lockpicking once upon a time, calling it amoral. And that seems like a good influence is all. I like how he makes you a better person. You're already a great person. Please don't take my words the wrong way. Down there, we had to play it very fast, very loose, and aggressive. And that's not the side of you that I'm used to.
yeah, I think now that we're out of that dungeon, we'll have the time and the space to make nicer options.
Of course, and I'm sure that was perhaps an exception. We were moving especially fast, and we encountered several challenges that were especially brutal. So I'm sure that we had to act that way to make it through. But, I still want to figure out where I fall in this group, and I want to make sure that you feel heard. So I just want to express this to you.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, honestly, I think you're fitting quite well. I think you always have a strong moral compass, and I think that really helps, especially with Orpheus. He seems kind of confused sometimes, so I think you could use it.
You
Yes,
seem
I-
confused.
Sometimes don't know where to begin with Orpheus, but I'm glad you think that, Demos. Because this is just between us and no one else is listening.
Exactly.
I want to say the right things, and I know words carry a very strong weight, especially now that we're all equals. It is hard for me to take on this role just because not a week or so before, I felt more like a vendor and them all my customers, and now it is changed. And I'm glad it did. I feel closer to the group, but I'm still trying to figure out my place in this.
Well, I'll be with you right here to help you figure it out.
Thank you. And please, Demos, if you ever find I am overstepping, please let me know. I much prefer honesty to awkwardness,
Oh,
even if honesty is awkward. You get what I mean?
of course. I'll keep that in mind, and I'll let you know.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Demos. All right. I'm glad we're keeping each other honest on this. This makes me happy. It gives you a neutral smile.
Yeah, me too.
Pats you on the back. And again, I'm really impressed with your spellcasting. You have far exceeded any expectations I have. You are a master at your craft. And just so you know, that counterspell that you used, marvelous. So well cast.
Oh, thank you, Sam. Gosh, I felt so powerful the first time I used it, but the second time just fizzled
That's
instantly.
alright. Second time it fizzled. You can't get it every time, but that first one, I could tell you channeled the arcane in such a masterful way. It was impressive. He gives you another
God,
neutral
what a
smile.
dick writer. His mouth tired? Damn.
He pats you on the back again. At this point, you guys find you've stopped in front of a doorway. This doorway has some sort of colorful mosaic of stained glass on the outside, and looking through, you see a couple shapes and blobs moving inside. Samir knocks twice, very respectfully, and after a few moments, the door is opened by a white-feathered Aarakocra. What looks to be eagle bird person with long white wings and a golden talon looks out at you all and cocks its head to the side and goes, "Oh, are you all here for one of the students?" Samir nods and goes, "Yes, I dropped a student off here." "Oh, yes, I remember, just a moment." And leaving the door half askew, you guys get a moment to look inside, and you notice a room full of very young bird folk. Aarakocra of all different species of subspecies seem to be here. You see 2 kenku, you see a Aarakocra that looks to be some sort of sparrow, yet another a blue jay, still yet another some sort of vulture. all these children, just hatchlings, you imagine, look to be no older than 8 years old in total, except, of course, Tick, the much older, much taller Kenku girl, who sort of stands out among the rest of the pack. She looks awkward and sort of unhappy here, almost sort of babysitting, having, being more in the adult range of bird folk. She is out of her element with these much, much younger creatures. Nevertheless, though, she looks at you guys and gives sort of a beaky smile. The large eagle Aarakocra pulls her aside, talks to her quietly in a distance, and brings her toward you all. The eagle stands quite tall. You notice Demos almost at your height. It's you imagine likely due to these long talons instead of feet that sort of suspend this bird a couple feet off the ground higher than the average individual. But nevertheless, it cuts quite an imposing figure. He brings Tick over to the two of you, gives you guys a nod. Samir nods him, and you see passes over very skillfully a couple gold pieces, which you imagine as some sort of tip. The Aarakocra nods and goes, please feel free to bring her by anytime. I think she did well with the rest of the kids, though I think she's probably of the age you could send her off to one of the lecture halls nearby. Samir nods and goes, yes, we'll consider that. Thank you, my friend. And the door closes. You guys acquire the small bird girl, and you head off. She looks at you both and goes, where have you been?
Sorry, Tick. Gosh, we were dungeon delving, with Hyre.
Stupid.
It's not stupid. We were, gosh, I kind of look at Samir.
He shrugs.
we were finding Monty. You remember Monty, right?
Monty, I love Monty.
Oh, good. Gosh, I stop for a second and I sort of hold Tick by the shoulder.
She looks confused and scared all of a sudden.
Okay. So Hyre's he's in a real bad way right now. And that's because, and brace yourself, Monty, he's not in good shape, unfortunately.
Not in good shape, unfortunately. She cocks her head and looks concerned.
Yes, he seems just to have some sort of physiological problem. Perhaps he's cursed a little bit. He's just not himself right now, and I don't want you to be taken surprise when you see him.
She nods her head solemnly and doesn't speak, and looks at you just with this worried look, and you feel her happy energy of seeing you guys sort of drift away now and match the somber mood that you and Samir already have. It is alright. It's best for you to know, small child. Your friend Monty will likely be himself soon enough.
Yeah, we'll figure this out so easily. It's just a matter of time.
Just a matter of time. She nods, steels herself, and sort of wraps her arm around your long paw, Demos, and clings to it as you guys start to walk again.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, see, I think she did well there, Demos. Perhaps we can send you to a lecture hall next time, Tick. I don't know who your caretaker is supposed to be, and I suppose I don't know what you want to learn. We'll figure it out next time, alright? Next time, alright? She responds. Smear nods, and you guys go walking again.
Yeah, Sam, how did you find an avian-specific daycare? That's...
He smiles and goes, oh, actually, it took me quite a while. I was very excited to learn of how many different academic processes there were in this district. They have all sorts of things. Every small little skill you could learn, they have a class for, master's level theses that you can write about them. And they have all sorts of childlike things here as well. Daycares, they have study halls for young students and squires. If you have a ward, you can send them here to learn small tasks and housekeeping tasks. It is quite marvelous, and especially I suppose Kenkus are a difficult species to work with on account of the warbling echoes, and there is a whole situation built just around them in terms of daycare and classes, and it is almost like they are accounted for, and there is people who look out for them here. It is nice, very nice. He smiles.
Yeah, maybe we could get Malagus to learn something over here.
Ha! Yeah, maybe. Someone would have to watch him, though.
Definitely.
No, it is quite marvelous, actually. If we ever spent a long time here in Waterdeep, it would be fun to venture out and learn the class, maybe in pottery or, something like that.
Yeah, I would love that for you, Sam.
Of course, yes, and there is lots of things that I'm sure everyone could find a skill in. I don't know. I have always found it's nice to learn, no matter what age you are.
Yeah. Gosh, would that be weird though? Like pottery, like shaping clay? Would that just like feel like shaping flesh to you? Like
I don't know. I feel close to it. I suppose maybe that's why I want to learn it. Demystify clay for me. Make it more solid. Perhaps I can learn it better.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah. And, there are probably many classes here for magic casters such as yourself. You've already learned so much, and what little I taught you, you've already mastered. But I'm sure there are more experienced spellcasters here that could teach you even more. I don't know.
Yes. Actually, we still need to figure out how to deal with Iceland. And I'm sure there's someone here that would be an expert in soul transference. So.
Yes, I believe there could be. In fact, Dr. Him, that professor I was discussing with you and Dulam, the one who knows well about the mechanical creatures, is likely well aware of many other professors here. We could find somebody who knows planar travel and learn more from them on how to travel interplanarly, just like how we've been wanting to.
Yes, this place seems quite useful, honestly.
Yes, I believe so. Samir nods and you guys make your way out. And it doesn't take long, but Demos, you and Samir eventually catch up to the Death Parade.
Just walking so slowly.
And you catch up to them and join the group just as they're making their way into the temple ward. The group of you, Dulam, Jaya, and Hyre, Orpheus, you guys hear the sound of Demos's clip-clopping footsteps behind you, and Samir's as well, as they wave to you guys, catching up with the group. Holy shit, they fucking caught up with us? God, we're wasting the day.
I nod back at the kobolds.
Oh, nope, not wasting the day at all.
Blank stare.
I would like to go up to Demos. You got any paper on you? Maybe a pen I could borrow? Someone stole most of my paper a minute back, and I kind of want a few pieces.
Oh, it's of course, Orpheus. You see Demos take out his journal, and he just rips out a couple pages. Just hands them over.
Great. I just go ahead and start writing in them, and I'll look up at you two one more time, and I'll point at Samir, and I'm going to talk to you later, and then I'll walk away.
Oh.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Here, tell me if I'm going to trip out or anything. I want to be writing while we walk.
What the fuck you doing, man? Just starting shit?
No, I just had some good ideas.
Yeah, you can't just tell someone I have to talk with you later. That's fucked up, man.
What part of that is bad?
Well, now he's gonna stress out all day thinking that you're gonna say some horrible thing.
I turn back to Samir. I'm not going to say some horrible thing.
Samir has a completely neutral expression and goes, okay.
Done. See?
Just to tell you all, Tick did well. Also, I think school is nice. That is all.
God, he would care about the school district.
Has Jaya met Tick yet?
Jaya, you probably have a few times. Tick is a younger Kinku girl, so sort of a raven-like creature with a big beak and sort of wingy arms. She can't fly, though, and she can only talk in repetitions and echoes of what you guys are saying. She is an adult by her species, which you guys did learn, but she's still young.
Yeah!
We'll put her at a clean 18 in human years. The group of you all met up right outside of the temple ward. Demos and Samir joining after fetching Tick, the Kenku girl. You guys all are now traveling together with, I suppose, Hyre and Monty in sort of the center of your death march toward the temple to find someone who might be able to help. On arrival to the temple ward, you are met with that silence that seems to be lacking in the rest of the city, where there was the sort of faint but ever-present whispering and conversation outside of the temple ward. Here, it is sort of an unsettling silence around. There are still many people walking through, but out of respect for the temples and the gods that reside within, you notice a great many of these people whisper and talk very quietly, near silently. You guys, not really being much of a loud discussers anyway, sort of travel through at the same volume and now get more of a quiet moment to explore the area. So, as a search for someone who might be able to help, I would like one of you guys to roll me a investigation check.
Just
would
seems like
I'd like to nominate for one.
feels
And
like
I
sure
almost feels like. Okay, as part of this investigation check, can I also be keeping an eye out for any of the posters I put up?
Yes, yeah. Actually, I would like a perception check for that. That's a separate roll, though. Investigation is the main one, and you're with a whole,
Okay.
so we'll assume you're being helped with.
Sick. I mean, my Watson's at my side. I rubbed Elam's head.
This is oxidizing.
I adjust your goggles.
They're in love.
Okay, why does it say that's it? Oh my god, did our proficiency bonus go up? Wait, no, I'm confused because it said I rolled a 13. Oh, that is. Oh, sorry. I got so confused. That's 24.
Wow.
All right. So, there is a brief moment where you guys are exploring the temple ward looking for someone to help, leaving a wide berth around the plinth, that one structure that is dedicated to those who don't have a temple of their own, where many of Hyre's people are waiting, just so you don't have to go through the awkwardness of explaining what happened. Instead, you guys are exploring around, and during your exploration, you move past temples and shrines, some with boasting gilded statues and carved relief, others with sort of simple drapery of religious iconography and other such ceremonial finery. The first couple of places you stop in Orpheus, just using your high investigation, you would have started with those temples dedicated to gods of rebirth. So you guys stop into a temple of Lathander, a god of rebirth. But the clerics there say that they raise the willing, but they're unable to raise the undead. So you step out, move down the line a bit, you find a priest of Kelemvor, the god of the dead, who merely clasps his hands and goes, "The natural order must be respected. You should just let him rest." Still another. These guys fucking suck. Still another.
Yeah,
you
we're
stop
gonna
in
find
at
somebody.
the temple of Seluna. You see a silver-haired devotee of the goddess of the moon gazes at Monty as you approach and goes, "A soul caught between states. This is too dangerous. The weave resists such undoing." And you move along. After a bit of explanation, you come across one of the more grand cathedrals with pristine marble halls, the House of Arcane Blessings, a temple dedicated to Mystra, the goddess of magic. Not necessarily a healer, per se. You're still exploring, though, and have sort of exhausted a lot of the more traditional options, so you guys head inside. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of healing herbs and old parchment. And in here, you find a younger human priest in faded blue and white robes who seems to be tending right now to a wounded man. The young priest looks exhausted but kind, with his face lined with looks like age, but likely more just like frown lines and stress lines of somebody who spent all of their life a bit worried. After your brief introduction, he studies Monty for a bit, as if he's seen something like this before. With your high investigation check, finally, Orpheus, you find someone who goes, "You bring me a difficult task, but Mystra teaches that suffering must be endured and undone when possible. I believe I could help."
Ow. What can we do to? What do we have to do?
Let us speak of this in my private chambers, please, if you'd follow me. The figure stands up and slowly starts walking to the back of this great temple, behind all the pews, behind the altar, and steps into a quiet, small room that seems to be some sort of confessional. It's a very small room, so it doesn't quite fit all of you guys, so a couple of you need to be shoved outside. So you guys can leave, Malagus and Samir and Tick outside. We'll wait. And you guys all squash inside of this small little confessional room. It's very dimly lit for anonymity, but now you guys can have a bit of privacy in your conversation. Don't you guys go have sex in there, all right?
Malagus, you wish you were getting sexed up.
I don't need to wish. I get it whenever I want. Fuck you,
And
guys.
have the coin for it.
Fuck you, Orpheus. You guys
You
suck.
must not want it often.
Why do I talk to you people?
That's what I tell him.
Stupid fucking.
I like that. I like that one a lot.
So in this quiet room now, you get to speak with this priest. He clasps his hands and seems to pray in silence for but a moment, and you guys are all left in this sort of awkward silence, and he seems to be waiting for something. What's taking so long in there? The figure looks up now and gives a very weathered smile and goes, I could do what I can now, but I'm not strong enough to do this alone. A soul wrenched from the hands of undeath. It is a delicate thing, dangerous for both the saved and the savior. I must summon one of Mistra's higher servants, an archbishop.
Okay. Is there anything you need to do that?
No, I must. No, I will send via post to them. It will take some time, though. The closest archbishop is a week's travel from here. They will travel by horse and arrive as soon as possible. And in the meantime, we'll do what we can to hinder the effects of death. But beyond that, there will come a price.
What is your price?
Name your price.
Bringing back your friend here is no small feat. The undead is a perversion of the natural cycle, and our great goddess Mistra does not grant miracles lightly. There are three conditions that will undo this condition. The first, a heavy tithe. The second, a blood price. And finally, the third, the trial of weeping. I cannot perform any of these tasks alone. I need Great Archbishop. But in the meantime, I can explain them to you. It will not be an easy task. But luckily you will have some time between now and when the Great Archbishop arrives to prepare yourself for the trial to come. The first, a heavy tithe. The ritual that will undo undeath requires an immense amount of holy oils, blessed relics, and rare incense. All told, it's 5,000 gold pieces for the materials. If you lack the gold, any one of you could take on a divine debt. It is not uncommon for outsiders to become servants of Mistra, swearing fealty to her great power and serving her in little ways in exchange for her mercy. The second, a blood price. This is a difficult thing to share, but for your friend to come back, another being must die.
Oh.
It must be fresh. The Archbishop requires a corpse no less than 1 hour dead. If none is available, the Archbishop cannot proceed with the ritual, and all of your great incenses and holy oils will be wasted. Unfortunately, there was a time that the great servants of Mistra, such as myself, had dealings with the Imperial Court of Waterdeep, and we could merely collect the corpses of criminals and prisoners killed by hanging to be used in such things. But unfortunately, due to recent circumstances, we don't have access to that anymore. You will have to acquire it yourself.
And was it to do with that prison break?
It is. No matter what is done.
All right.
The last, and perhaps the most difficult, is the trial of weeping. During the ritual itself, you must watch over him, your friend, for 1 full night of agony. He will suffer. Restrain him as the ritual burns away the undeath. He will scream out to you and plead with you for it to stop, but you must have him endure. If he does, he will live. Not, he will be stuck like this forever. The Archbishop will help, but it must be you, those close with him, to convince him to stay alive. Do you have any questions about the ritual of undeath?
Understand what kind of god requires a blood sacrifice and all this pain? Why is all this pain necessary for this?
It is quite necessary, as Mistra deems it. Do you question the goddess? I'm offering you a helping hand. Be wise to take it. You won't find a better deal.
Insight check. If I could.
Yeah, roll it.
Nat 20.
Oh, nice. Okay. From this individual, you could tell this young priest is a bit coarse, and you think that he is probably being pretty honest that at the stage you guys are at right now, you probably couldn't find a better deal. but you do sense that he seems to be keeping something from you, that there is perhaps another way to make Monty better, but he's keeping it from you for some reason. Not just that it's your personality, but rather you imagine it's something to do with your faith and all of your lack of faith in his goddess specifically. But there is another way. You can sit into it. He doesn't speak on it, though. This is the best option I have. Nothing better will arrive at your doorstep, and, well, I consider it quite a mercy that Mr. If you can, bring together the funds, bring me the death of a living humanoid, and watch over him for one full night of agony. Then, and only then, will your friend be back to his once wakeful self. Unfortunately, the ritual cannot be prepared now. I must call for the Archbishop, but I need your word that you will go through with this if I go through the whole trouble of... What say you? If you need to have a word with your compatriots outside this door, very well. I'm here. Mr. is always willing to lend a hand. He opens the door now to the confessional exits, making his rounds now among the many worshippers in the pews. You guys meet up now with the rest of your friends right outside. Oh, what'd he say? What'd he say? Do we get a deal?
I mean, what do you think, Hyre? Do we have a deal?
Yeah, Hyre, ultimately it is your choice. It's your own flesh and blood, so whatever you choose to do, personally, for me, I support it. Yeah, they quoted us 5,000 gold. Otherwise, there are
Did you guys
other
try to
ways
haggle
of
that?
Payment. Well, no. But I think next time around we can maybe bring that down. But there are other options besides payment.
It didn't seem like a particularly haggleable number.
Yeah.
Some sort of spell, then.
Yeah, exactly.
I know I would do anything for Monty, but another life? That's...
Yeah, we would have to take another life. We'd have to see him suffer. And what was the other one?
The money. I
a
think
lot
the
of money.
money's the least of our issues, though.
I don't know.
No, I mean, me neither, but if we set our minds to this, I think if we're willing to sacrifice a life, we can find 5,000 gold to sacrifice.
We might have to sacrifice more lives to get that money.
Well, is there any time limit we have? Perhaps we could take some time to decide this. Just if this is the best option. A week, okay.
We got a week, but he does want to know soon because he does have some stuff to prepare for it, I guess. So maybe letting him know within the next day of our decision. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
It is a good idea.
If I can be honest, I feel as if I have already made my decision.
Okay.
This is all I have, and I feel as if we've met more than enough people who don't deserve life.
Ah!
Oh, geez, Hyre, you're becoming a real ne'er-do-well, don't you? I mean, I'm sure we can make something work, right? There's
the
probably a
dungeon
couple
not
criminals
change
around
at all?
here. We could knock off a peg, go into a hospital, find someone who's already sick. You're already sick.
That? Oh.
We could make some sort of deal. Like the priest said, they worked with the city before. Got prisoners.
Yeah, who got killed anyway. That's a great idea.
I thought we were against the death penalty.
Don't you
Well,
kill
if it's
people
the
where
rule
you
of the
come
city.
from? Didn't you kill people all the time where you come from, Oro?
I'm starting to realize maybe I didn't. Or at least killing people there was very unlike killing people here.
Well, I mean, you were here once, right? No offense, but you had a life and then you died and then your real life started in the afterlife. So if you think about it, you could be just giving someone their real life.
I suppose that's true.
So does everybody go to Valhalla, or is it just your folk?
Well, warriors go to Valhalla, typically human warriors, but everybody goes somewhere.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't know if there's anywhere for Monty to go. For now, at least, with Ether. I plan to ask her. I understand if you all can not respect my decision, but...
No, we should fucking do it. Fuck those other guys. Monty's your brother, right? We gotta do it.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, like I said, whatever you choose, I'll stand beside it. But are you sure this is the choice you want to make? I know you have certain beliefs, certain alignments, and this is a big choice. I want you to really think about it. I know that he is all you got, but at the end of the day, you do also have to keep in your own consideration.
I'm a bit confused. I'm not sure what I believe right now.
Yeah, you don't have to decide right now. We can. How about let's just take a day or a night. Think about it, sit on it, pray about it, and then we come back and
I
see
can't
how
stand the
you're feeling in
idea of
morning.
the Archbishop taking a day longer.
Well, it would be good to ask your own goddess, right, Hyre? Perhaps if she says, "Oh, this is a great idea, do it," then you could maybe have a bit more certainty. I know it is probably a bit scary right now.
I guess so. I'll speak to her.
All right, well, fuck yeah. Let's just go say hi to this shithead. Tell him that we're totally in.
Well, wait, aren't we going to talk? Maybe hire her to just take a knee, do some praying right here. Or are you scared to see her?
But I guess I'm just. It's hard for me to pray since my prayers are based off emotions that feel long distant to me. But I guess that is what my ring is for. Yeah, I can go ahead and pray.
All right, you pop a squat. Because you are in a temple right now, Hyre, I'm gonna give you advantage to your religion check. You're in a holy place.
Holy cow! I rolled bad. Cool. I rolled a 6 and a 4, so 11.
Oof. Okay. You pop a squat here and you begin praying. You feel a slight connection to ether, but it is sort of blocked by all the other sort of religious connections around you. You think maybe the temple ward is just sort of clogging up the divine pathways right now, so your connection isn't that strong, but you still feel a slight tug. What do you want to say?
I worry, great goddess, I have fallen from your path. Please guide me. I don't know what to do. I don't know if there is rest for my brother now, and I wish to know more of his fate, what to do to bring him back, and I guess is the cost too great?
You receive in your head, Hyre, a slight feeling, not words or a conversation, but just a feeling of that so familiar, calming energy wash over you. The stress still tugs at the back of your head, but it is, for a brief moment, overwhelmed by serenity, as you feel your goddess remind you of all the great things that she has to offer, and all the goodness you've done thus far. You feel still a little unsure about this, but it seems like she is encouraging you, and the feeling goes away, and that's it. How was it?
We didn't speak, but she seems to support my cause.
Oh, that's good, right?
A little more guidance would have been appreciated, but...
Well, I mean, maybe if you can sit down, like, later and actually, talk to her, that'd be good. You know, we're sort of in, like, this foreign place. You seem to pray better at night anyway, right, buddy?
It's easier, certainly.
Right.
I still feel ready to tell her, or to tell him to summon this Archbishop. I'm not sure how we'll make it work, but I feel as if we have to.
All right, Hyre.
I support.
Yeah.
I support you, Hyre. I'm a bit anxious still about finding someone's life to trade, but I support your choice.
I understand. This goes against what I have said in the past, but I feel as if we cannot be blind to our recent circumstance. I feel as if our morality has been forever changed by the dungeon.
Let's hope not, but for now, yes.
We killed Jorah out of spite.
I mean, she was attacking us. It wasn't in cold blood.
We would do the same again, though, given it happened again.
That place was fucked up down there, Hyre. You know, we were having to kill lots of shitheads. That fucking elf guy tried to kill us. It was lawless, you know. It was sort of fucked up, but we're out of there now, you know. We're back with people, and I feel like these people mean to help.
I'm not so sure. I feel as if there are just as many Jorah-like people up here.
Jorah kin.
Exactly.
Well, I guess, do we want to call this guy over? Tell him we're interested?
Yes.
I could, yeah. We can go tell him.
Let me go get him.
Oh, God.
Okay, so Demos sort of wants to, like, step out into, like, the main temple. Does he see the priest out there?
You step out. Yeah, the priest is still sort of making his rounds among the worshippers here. It looks to just be handing out alms, prayers when needed. He notices you walk up and gives you a nod and sort of waits for you to start.
Okay. I'm gonna go over to, like, the donation box and, like, put in, like, 2 gold and, like, pretend to pray a little bit.
Okay, you put it in. He looks at you and sort of squints his eyes. You want to give me a... Are you trying to look like a prayer of this religion?
I guess you could say so, yeah.
All right.
I love
could
Mithra.
you give me, I guess, a deception check, please?
Holy. 17.
All right, 17. Pretty good. You lean over the box, the donation box, drop a few, subtract out like 2 copper pieces. It's enough for the donation. And sit there and pray for a moment. A few solemn seconds go by, and eventually the priest makes his way over to you and sort of pulls up beside you and goes, "Not to interrupt you, but I wasn't aware that you were a worshipper of the great goddess."
Yes, it's true. You see, I've had quite a past with her, I think you could say. And I sort of pull out the old amulet of Mistral that I have and show it to him.
Oh, nice. All right, you pull it out, and it does look old, and he looks at it, and his eyes close slowly, and he nods, as if in approval. As you raises his head, he goes, "Yes, good. That is good. It is a pleasure to have a fellow worshipper here."
Yeah, I was glad to hear that you could do something. I was correct in thinking that Mistra would be the one who could solve this ailment.
I'm sure you came here first, and I'm glad I could offer you this. Many other priests and, well, religions believe that undeath is a curse or some sort of unholy thing. They deign not to touch it, but as I'm sure you're well aware, Mistra is not only a goddess of magic, but of reason and rationality. There's no reason to fear what we can understand.
Exactly. I should have expected the cost to be heavy. As is Mistra's way to live through the suffering and to come out on top.
Yes, well, it is quite a formal ritual that the great Archbishop will perform. It will likely be public, and there might be many who watch it. In fact, the last time our great Archbishop came here to perform such a ritual, many students from the academy came to watch and study her, to take notes on her actions. It is quite a public thing, so as I'm sure you know, it has to be very above board. He says this sort of leading, and you can tell where he's going with this. If only there was another way to do it privately, I'm sure there could be other things to be done.
Right. Gosh, if only there were a way like that. And I sort of look at him.
Well, I suppose I hadn't mentioned it before, but as I'm sure you know, the Chamber of Sorrows is always welcome to worshippers of Mistra. He gives you a knowing look now, and you haven't heard of this before, but if you want to roll me a history check, you might glean more.
Yes, please. History. Holy 26.
Wow. You recall, Demos, from the words of nobles that the Chamber of Sorrows is a very, hush-hush, unspoken about very holy space in all temples of Mistra. It is found beneath every temple to Mistra, this chamber where worshippers can go to endure great suffering benefit. For example, you might go there to experience the arcane suffering of others, for others. As you're well aware, most spells cast on the user some sort of deficit, and with more powerful spells, the more powerful the deficit. This chamber is a place where you go to experience the arcane suffering for others. This involves oftentimes a lot of pain and agony, as well a lot of scarring, sometimes permanent, inflicted in the name of Mistra. And this is sort of an extremely holy nation, as you call, but also a one of great pain. Worshippers to Mistra go here when they need a great favor. For example, someone who wants to learn a new spell that they didn't have access to before. Someone who wants to read arcane glyphs easier than they once could would spend a day in the Chamber of Sorrows to gain favor with Mistra. The priest looks at you now, sort of, and catches your eye, realizing that you recognize what he's saying, and he smiles slightly. Average worshippers of Mystra are unaware of this, and as you sort of remember it, he sees the remembrance in your face and smiles and goes, "If a worthwhile and pious individual such as yourself ventures into the chamber, say for this evening, perhaps a better deal could be made, one out of the public eye."
I see. Yes, I do believe that could be arranged.
He nods and goes, "Right then, I shall fetch the archpriest via mail. Does that sound in accordance with your goals?"
It sounds perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. He smiles now, and you see a bit of what looks like some sort of excitement in his smile, something that sort of makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. And he nods to you and goes, "Right then, one moment." He turns around and seems to mess with something behind his robe. After a few moments, he returns with a small vial of goopy, orangish white liquid. He passes it to you and goes, "This is for all worshippers of Mystra. I would have normally charged you for it, but you yourself being a pious individual, just rub a bit on your friend, the undead, once a day, and it should stave off the effects of rotting. Do this for 1 week until the Archbishop arrives. And in the meantime, arrive to this temple late at night. I shall be waiting for you for the Chamber of Sorrows."
Very good. Thank you, my priest.
He nods and continues his work. You return out to the group. "Damn, you were gone a while, Demos. I saw some shit exchange hands. Did you pay him off?"
Oh no, Malagus. He gave me this ointment to put on.
Oh,
friend.
ointment. Hear that, Monty? You're getting gooped. Sort of a goopy fella he is.
Yes, we just have to put this on Monty once a day until the bishop comes.
Oh, wasn't it a day? Kind of a lot.
It is kind of a lot.
I'm not sure what you've done, but thank you, Deimos.
Of course. It seems as though there is just some service I could do to help lower the price of the ritual. So I will be attending to that tonight.
Oh, hold on, Demos. We should probably discuss this. What sort of service? What are you doing? What is happening?
Oh, it's classic temple stuff. Cleaning, praying, the fun stuff.
Are you sure,
Cleaning?
Demos? Roll me a deception check as you notice Samir try to insight you.
Fuck.
I'm cooked.
Does Samir get advantage on inciting Demos?
Fuck.
No, that feels rude. I won't have him.
Hello? I feel parents have that.
Okay, 19.
Well,
Okay, that's a good roll. He looks at you, he peers into your eyes, you see him, he's really looking for something. And he senses that what you're saying is a lie, but he doesn't see that and nods his head and goes, "Alright, I see that you are telling the truth. That is okay."
Good. I'm glad you believe me, Samir.
Sorry, it's just these temples, they always require something violent, you know? It is, sorry, I'm paranoid is all. I don't trust these people.
They can claim all they want. This is a god of reason, but this is certainly a god of evil, preying on the suffering of its worshippers.
Wow, do you really believe that, Hyre?
Yes, yet she offers a service no one else does. I would like to apologize for my lack of clarity on this. I can handle the death part of the deal.
We should do it all together, Hyre.
Well, I mean, thank you, Malagus, but
Yeah.
I believe this is. I feel as if I should be paying the costs for this surgery.
Surgery.
Procedure. I can at least provide the body.
Now, what are you on about, man? We're a fucking team. Don't have to do shit alone.
I have it covered, is what I mean to say.
Sounds sketchy. All right.
You're not going to try to sacrifice yourself, right, Hyre?
Ether has a plan for us all.
Hyre's gonna fucking kill himself.
Okay, but
Hyre.
there are strict rules about what you can and can't do in D&D. He gets to kill himself. Look, I think...
I had a
don't
backup
remember who
plan
said
as
it.
well.
Okay, wait, so which was the backup?
Which was the real one? This is confusing.
I'm just saying the group doesn't need to worry about it.
How about we take some time? We have a week to figure this all out, right?
Sure. Yes.
How about we take a day to, we have some other errands to run. Focus on that to give you some breathing room from this issue, and maybe we can try to think about it reasonably.
Sure.
Okay. I want to sort of pat your shoulder.
I'll like pat your like side of your leg or something. Whatever's like arm height.
Sort of pat fucking something.
Okay, yeah, that's good, little buddy.
Right, you guys get a moment now to sort of just hang out in the temple ward. You're still in this temple to Mistra, and it seems like you did successfully get this priest to call upon a nearby archbishop to come perform this ritual, but you have some stuff to collect before then. However, in D&D, a week is a long time. In the meantime, you guys still have a whole day ahead of you. It is now early afternoon. What do you want to do?
I have something I want to do while we're still in this temple of Mistra.
Sure. Oh, and what'd you get on your perception check earlier for looking for
Oh,
your
I never got to do
signs?
that, huh?
Yeah, give me a roll.
I get advantage, right? Someone was helping me.
Sure, I'll help you, Orphe, yes.
Thanks, Bally. Just keep an eye out for those, pictures I drew. 16.
Yeah, I gotcha. You're looking around. You find a majority of your pictures seem to have been taken down. As you recall, Waterdeep is setting up for their 20th Generations Day, some sort of Founders Day of the city, and many of the city officials have gone around and cleaned up all of the walls and bulletin boards of, spam.
Hello?
So on your walk, you find only 2 of your posters that you remember originally putting up, both sort of in the temple, which is a much quieter area that doesn't seem to be as festive as the rest in terms of setting up for this celebration. Neither of them have any indication they've been seen by your goal, the goal of, the point of this, but you do notice one of them does have a drawing on it. It seems 2 circles right next to each other and then a long oval shape attached at the end of it. Yeah.
Great. Do you think it could have been him? Might be a good sign.
Yeah, you should get that tattooed, Orpheus, just to remind you.
I roll back my sleeve and I make a little tattoo appear of Malagus crying.
What the fuck, man?
Okay, in the temple to Mistra, can I sort of step aside to talk to the priest?
Yes, you pull the priest aside as well. You guys just pull the guy aside, huh?
Yeah.
Really fun.
Hey, buddy, got one more favor to ask.
He gives you a look, and you notice this is now the 3rd time he's been pulled aside by you guys, and goes, yes, how can I help you?
So, my friend over there, and I just want to sort of nod in the direction of Malagus, he's really sick. He has this disease. I don't know much about it, but it makes him really, lazy all the time and sort of out of it. And it's really common in this plane called the Wefts. They call it the Iron Shadow, I think.
He nods his head and listens.
Is there anything you can do about that? Or do you know anyone who can... I'm really worried about him.
He looks at you. He sort of looks you up and down, and sort of looks at you again, and you notice he's trying to figure out if you're a worshiper Mistra or not. He sort of determines that you're not, gives you a nod.
I'm not a worshipper, sorry, but, willing to pay.
I see, yes. I've heard the name of this affliction, but I myself have never dealt with it. You might have better luck at another temple.
Do you know which?
Perhaps you could go to, Ilmater.
Okay.
The god of healing. That could be a good place to start. Apollo, perhaps. Sort of that New Age Greek shit.
Oh, yeah.
There are some smaller deities that are those of medicine. That is what you're looking for.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, good luck.
Thank you.
He nods.
Okay, I go back to the group.
You head back. Why is everyone walking off? Orpheus, what the fuck are you asking about all by yourself?
I was, medical treatments for sick party members.
Oh, who's sick?
Well...
Great question. Mason, can I go ahead and cast a spell?
What would you like to cast?
With our level up and everything. Can I say all my party members are within a 30-foot sphere?
Yeah, you guys all circle up.
I would like to cast Detect Poison and Disease.
Oh, somebody got a big boy spell. Very nice, Hyre. You cast Detect Poison and Disease. That's a fun name for spell also.
Would you like me to read out the name of the spell? Because I'm not exactly sure how it works.
No worries, I'm reading it right now. It is a ritual spell, so it does take a second, like a minute to sort of sit down and cast it, but you sort of sit down and you do so. And you identify poisons and diseases. So, of your party, unless I'm mistaken, none of you guys are afflicted with disease.
Unless Iceland has anything going on that we don't know about.
I thought one of us was, and you just weren't gonna tell us.
Arthritis. I have dementia.
Okay, yeah, Jaya pops up as this fucking map. You're like early onset, you see the Alzheimer's in there. Yeah, that's gonna be bad. Looks like leprosy runs in the family. It's gonna be nasty. Arthritis
nasty.
galore. Like Jaya's working on fighting like 3 different cancers of the lung right now. Winning so far, but
Winning. Huge.
So no one is poisoned, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, no one is poisoned. Demos comes up clear. Duelam is not something that can have disease. Sorry, Duelam, no disease. Deimos is clear. Orpheus, were you gonna ask?
I was gonna ask if Iceland has any diseases I don't know about yet.
Looking at Orpheus, yeah, I guess you guys haven't actually gotten a chance to investigate Iceland, huh?
Not on this level.
Yeah, someone's kept their clothes on the whole campaign.
Stupid freak.
Iceland has 2 different ailments that you were unaware of.
Got him.
The first, I'll categorize this under ailment. Iceland, or rather the body that Orpheus inhabits, has an allergy to hay grass.
Huge.
Okay, we're up
That's
so
a
far.
poison.
And much more alarming,
Oh,
Iceland also has the sort of early on, or rather the beginning effects. You're not sure it's actually causing anything right now, but Iceland has the seeds of the disease known as slimy doom.
Just
Slimy doom.
what? Mason,
roll
you
me
can't give a player character a
I'm giving you
disease
slimy
called Slimy Doom.
I'm giving you slimy doom. Give me a history, no, a medicine check higher to, if you want to recall what that is.
It's so high. God, I'm so excited for our musical episode of the show. 16?
16. Okay, yeah, that's good enough. You've heard of this. This is actually one of well-known diseases, not because it is very common, but just because of the very unusual way it affects people.
Great.
Slimy doom is a serious but long-lasting disease that causes permanent damage to the body as internal organs are turned to goo and slime.
What the fuck?
Oh my god!
You recall?
Oh my god.
You recall, Hyre, from your studies, your textbooks, that slimy doom does take roughly 5 years to actually fully affect the body, and this is because of its cause. Slimy doom is caused exclusively by parasites on the abyssal plane.
Whoa.
In the abyss.
Wait,
They are only
that is important info.
These parasites are only found in the abyss and are pretty common there. Right now, Orpheus's body has these parasites sort of burrowed around. They haven't started producing slimy doom yet, but they're in there.
What the fuck?
Slimy doom is not transmissible, but the parasites can infect others, and this is caused by expulsion of internal organs, which is usually death.
Every time you die, it progresses? You're kidding me?
Which is
Maisie,
funny.
you die all the time.
I'm Slimy Doom.
Slimy doom is one of several diseases that you can inflict using the contagion spell.
Ooh.
Oh.
That's a fucked up one.
It is also known as a punishment that horrible evil deities such as Lolth bestows on people.
Cool.
A health. You recall,
Like-
Hyre, that a healthy immune system can fight off slimy doom for many years, but afflicted individuals do steadily lose their stamina and eventually gain uncontrollable bleeding that kills them. However, luckily, this disease can be cured by a cure disease spell.
Oh, shit.
Oh, we're so up. That's so doable.
Wait, what? God, what level spell is cure disease?
The other solve for this, your treatment for this disease is removing all the parasites that have burrowed inside the internal organs, which is usually done by
I want to do that one.
vivisection.
Yes. I love when we do surgery on my PC.
Why is it always
even-
you?
It's because I volunteer the most enthusiastically.
Why do you want to be dissected so bad? That's
You do
It's just
recall,
not something I get to do in real life.
You do recall, Hyre, from your 16 that there is actually a legend. There was a rumor that's many, many years ago. The entire city of Baldur's Gate was once afflicted with slimy doom as part of a wish spell.
Oh my god.
A fucked up wish.
That's really fucked up.
Probably a doctor did it to make money.
The
Oh.
most of note, of course, is that it can only be contracted in the abyssal plane, or if you're a Loth worshipper, but otherwise it's the abyssal plane.
So, to be clear, Mason, I'm looking up D&D rules right now. Remove disease is not the... remove curse is not the correct spell.
Unfortunately, remove curse is not the correct spell.
I don't know why. Why do I not have access to cure disease or lesser restoration?
You did have remove curse for several of your party members have been cursed.
I know, which is very true. It's sad that cure diseases are different.
It's okay, I've got a good 5 years left. We don't need to start worrying about this yet.
So
Plus, if
true.
you get back into your own body, it matters anyways.
This is true.
Because you're not planning on being in this body more than 5 years, right?
No way, no how.
Yeah, no, we're fine.
All right. Can I sense the 7 pillars disease on Deimos?
What?
No, unfortunately, Deimos's affliction is a curse.
Oh, it's worse?
It's a curse.
Oh, okay. Is a curse a magical effect?
Yes. Or,
Okay.
yeah, it is. A disease is more physical, like the worms in Orpheus' body. You do learn all of this privately, I
Worms?
should add. Parasites.
Okay.
They're worms.
I was picturing them as tiny imps, so I'm like a little disappointed, but like not that.
I do like tiny imps.
Yeah. Sorry to
Um,
interrupt.
I have one last question.
Yes.
Do I get anything on Monty?
Monty. Surprisingly, no. Monty has no disease,
That's fair.
poison right now. He's clean. And you do also pick up, I should mention, Malagus does have a disease that you do identify as being called the Iron Shadow.
How many STDs though?
Fuck.
Is an STD a poison? Like,
It's
Let's
definitely a
get-
disease.
let's go. Oh, yeah. That is what the D stands for. I take a little pause, and then start fiddling my notebook out of my bag, and then I start writing in it.
Okay, you start writing in it. So you're not sharing any of this information?
I'm afraid we have one more goal. Orpheus, there are devil-like creatures inside you.
What?
There are worms in you.
Elaborate.
They are
Orpheus has
gluefying
worms.
your organs.
They're what?
I assume this is how Iceland is able to do what she's done through these abyssal connections. As of now, you have not a lot of time.
Orpheus is
But-
fucking
Well, how
worm.
much time?
I believe all of your organs are still intact now.
Okay, how longer?
You have 5 years tops.
Oh,
It's
But
not bad.
I would say, unfortunately, the damage, is irreversible once it begins. So
Wait, did the DM tell you that?
I just want you to know that we have something else to do.
Okay, I appreciate the warning, but also, right, like, fuck Iceland, and
You're not
I'm probably
planning
not
on
supposed to
staying
be the
in
one.
body. It's not. I mean,
yeah.
who knows what he's doing to your magical self, your whatever you are, your actual life.
He's doing the worst. She's doing the worst, so.
Well, hold on. Lesser Restoration is not an expensive spell. We can get you cured of this pretty fast, Orpheus.
Oh yeah, like
You think lesser
2 gold,
restoration will
3
do it?
gold.
Well,
I mean,
we're
it's a
surely
disease, right?
we're surely talking 100 gold, but it's affordable.
100 gold just to save Iceland 5 years from now?
Wait,
I don't
can
know.
none of you people
Problem.
cast Lesser Restoration?
I cannot.
I got gun.
I waddle over to Orpheus and silently cast Lesser Restoration.
That's crazy.
Why do you waddle over?
It's embarrassed about it.
Sort of a waddler. Dulam, you hold out your hands and you see that familiar green energy out. And Orpheus, all of a sudden, you feel a little different. There was something that it could only be identified from an outsider as a somewhat bloated feeling you had that you had just assumed was a part of life that all of a sudden disappears.
Huh,
Crazy.
huh. Whoa, feels sort of lonely now.
You then immediately feel sick. Nauseous, Orpheus. You need to throw up right
God.
now.
Okay, I run outside and throw up.
You begin running outside, and you just make it outside of the threshold of the temple before vomitus comes out of your mouth, and you see among it tiny, pestilent little pieces of something.
Oh my god.
Bright green.
I'll run over and help you hold your head back.
Thanks.
Such a gentleman, Jaya. Fucking bitch.
Thank you.
Can I try to
I
identify the
have kids,
creatures?
hello. They throw up all the fucking time.
You vomit up, and then another belch comes out, Orpheus, as this vivid, bright neon green little chunks of some sort of affliction come out of your body, and you feel better.
I never thought I'd be the vomit guy, you know.
How are you feeling, Orpheus? Sorry about that.
Better, I think. I mean,
Oh,
I
that's
sort of
good to
stand
hear.
up, flex. I guess better. Kind of hungry.
Okay, well, let's go get you something to snack on.
Yeah.
Just as quickly as you added it, you can now remove the goopy death from you.
Thank
Slimy
you,
goop.
Dulam, for saving me from slimy Doom.
Of course. Sorry, I can't reverse it if it feels worse.
No, it's okay. I think it's better. I mean, yeah, I think it's better now.
Great.
Oh, that is good news. I would have happily found a priest. Dulam, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Very nice.
Thank you.
I'm
Dude,
glad you're feeling
what other
better.
tricks you have up your sleeve? I'm realizing I don't know a whole lot about what you can do.
I look at my my robe. Not many up these sleeves.
Ha ha ha. Very funny. Ha ha ha.
Oh, that was very funny, funny, dude.
How about you all? But Dula makes me
What
feel
other-
safe.
Abilities do you have?
Dulam has a great heart. Very sweet kid.
Thank you for healing Orpheus, Dulam. That was very kind of you.
Yeah, thank you, Dulam.
Anytime.
That's fucking awesome. I didn't know I had worms in me.
I'm glad you got them out.
Aha,
Yeah, me
Orpheus has
too.
worms. You have a boy.
Malagus, I bet you'd have worms if you weren't too
Worm
dirty for any
boy.
worm to want to live
I don't
in.
have any worms. I have no worm. None.
I did not see any worms in Malagus.
Are you
Shut it.
sure? It just didn't feel like that could be true.
Mr. DM, can I hold a magnifying glass up to the puke to investigate the creatures?
Oh, do you have magnifying glass in your inventory?
No, I do not. But can I investigate?
You sure can. I thought someone figured out the magnifying glass tech. It remains
The
unknown.
fucking second you give us magnifying glass, I'm taking that shit and becoming the most broken character you've ever played with.
Yeah, I haven't seen them in shops yet, but I'm
Yeah.
keeping my eyes out.
You know, maybe they'll never show up. You just never know.
If I had permanent advantage on investigation, I would be unbeatable.
Mason, are we thinking like nature, or are we thinking investigation? What are we thinking for this?
I would say investigation. Yeah, investigation. I want investigation.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Big 8.
You lean down and look at this vomitus, very gross. But you do sort of get to investigate its contents. You determine that there seems to be small chunks of vivid, bright green worm among this. It looks putrid and immediately harkens back to pictures of your mind of the Slimy Doom textbooks where they showed what the parasites looked like. Tiny, vivid neon green worms. It seems as if Dulam's spell has removed them all from Oro's body quite rapidly. They look otherworldly. The green color is brighter than anything you've seen on the material plane. Any natural thing, I should say.
This might be a hint on where Iceland has come from, or
Do you
been.
think she's a literal devil? I mean, Samir, could that be possible?
He looks and sort of opens his mouth to say something and then closes it and goes, I'm not sure. I don't think so, but I wouldn't be surprised if she had maybe dealt with some. That is
You know
all.
how to pick 'em, buddy.
He gives you a neutral smile.
Well, everyone, I feel great about today. We have found my brother and cured one disease that would have killed you very slowly and painfully. I think
Yeah.
we've accomplished a lot.
All right, is it bedtime now?
Me.
Yes.
I suppose it has been a long day. We can rest. Perhaps get a long rest now and heal up from that dangerous encounter. Then we should go out immediately to doctor him for Dulam.
I would appreciate that.
Excellent. Shit, man. I didn't know you had fucking worms, Oro. Nasty.
You know what, Malagus? I bet you wouldn't feel so bad all the time if you had some worms, because at least then someone would want to be around you.
Wow, you think you're hot shit? You know, I bet
Yeah, fuck
Hyre
you, yeah,
didn't catch
buddy,
a
that's your
single
ass.
disease that I had. I bet Hyre found nothing on me. Nothing.
I really
Just-
thought I would have the iron claw,
Iron claw.
iron shadow.
Iron Shadow?
I really thought I would have it too, but no, unfortunately, just you, Malagus.
Do you want it? Wait, I don't have it. I don't have anything.
Malagus, I'm sorry.
Why would you have it? I don't have it. No one has.
Malagus, it's okay to have diseases.
Hello?
Just like it's
Why
okay
would it
to
be
have
okay?
worms.
It's never okay to have worms or a face. That shit's grody.
You're grody. You've got the Iron Shadow. That's like way worse.
I don't have anything.
Hyde just said you did.
No.
It's okay, Malagus. We'll heal you in due time.
Fuck. Fine. Whatever. I'm probably gonna live forever, you know.
You've already died once.
Well, yeah, but this time it's gonna last.
Oh, this time it's different, I see.
Haha, you got it. All right, and you guys exit the temple now, greeting yet again a nice sunny afternoon. It is especially bright on this day in Waterdeep. The sun bears down now, and there's not a cloud in the sky. You hear the rush of ocean water in the distance, and you still have Monty beside you. I imagine you gooped him with some orange goop, and now he's got some orange goop on him.
I was gonna wait till we got back, but then yeah.
Oh, no orange goop. All right, should we just go back to the inn, take a rest, and then go back out into the day?
That sounds so good right now.
Yes.
I know I was the point of contact for the good doctor, Dulam, but a part of me thinks one of us should stay back to look after Tick and Monty, obviously, now. I can do that if you all would like to go.
I sort of think you should come too, Samir, since you're a contact. Maybe Malagus, you could stay.
Don't put me on babysitting duty.
You can't handle that. You think
Come
the birds will be
on,
more
what? I have to
polite?
hang out with fucking don't talk bird fuck and dead brother? No offense.
She talks fine. You have to talk to her first, so she has options to choose from when responding.
What am I supposed to say to her? And Malagus, his eyes open a little bit and he goes, oh yeah, that sounds good. Okay, let's do it.
What?
I admit I am comfortable leaving either behind.
Yeah, alright, I'll look after him. Come here, little lady. I think I've got a few words I can teach you.
I start a look at Orpheus. You just talked out Samir from Malagus?
You took out our best guy.
Well, Samir knows Dr. Him. That's kind of important. And I figured Tick can keep Malagus in line.
I don't even think we can keep him in line when he's with us as a group.
Here, I got it. I got it. I'll go up to Malagus. You're not going to fuck this up, right? Because, like, they think you're going to fuck it up. So if you fuck it up, you'll be proving them right.
I don't need a fucking babysitter myself, Oro. Just piss off, alright?
All right. I go back to Hyre. He's got the gist of it.
It's okay. I have sending. I'll check in with them throughout the day.
I'm hired. I have so many third level spell slots I can burn.
What you pissing about over there, Orpheus?
I really don't.
What
I only have 3, and
I'm hired.
I
only
always have to
3.
keep a level 3 spell slot open in case I need to cast Revivify.
I have 1 level 3rd spell slot. I don't get to you. No, I'm fucking with the Aldites. It'll be fine. Mally acts like an asshole, but he has to know something, you know?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Maybe the reason he's sucked at everything he's done so far is because we've never put him on babysitting duty, and this is what he's good for.
I think if people aren't successful, the solution is usually not to put them with kids. But
You finish your walk now, still sort of in a somber mood, but a bit uplifted now that you have a solution to Monty's ailments. Luckily, your inn is nearby the temple ward, so it is pretty rapid that you're able to make your way out of the quiet ward and back into the revelry and rambunctiousness of the great city of Waterdeep. Out here, yet again, you hear town criers shouting out the announcements of the day. You hear buskers playing cheap instruments in the street for coin. All manner of passers-by flood the streets, and you guys are right caught in the middle of it. As you guys are walking through town, you eventually make your way back to the Flaming Boar, your lavish and very rustic inn that you've purchased, I think, several nights of stay. You guys got 5 nights, if I recall, and you've been away for 4, so you still have 1 more night paid up here. As you arrive back, you notice that there is a large, and this is new, some sort of poster in fine burlap fabric plastered to the side of the great building right at the front. It looks to advertise some sort of gala that will be held here at the Flaming Boar. You have no idea when this was put up, but reading it seems to have a large illustrated picture of 2 men wearing fine clothes and masquerade masks dancing beside one another, clasping hands. It reads, "One night only, please join the Flaming Boar and her patrons for a night of revelry, king, and mystery." The gala will be held, and you read down and you read the date, and it looks to be tomorrow night.
Oh my god.
The poster's likely been up for several days, but you guys being away for so long, you missed it. And you notice that there is, just peeking out from underneath this great burlap sign, the tag end of one of your posters, Orpheus. They seem to have plastered right
I
over
go
it.
ahead and pull that sign right up.
You pull it up. There is writing on it. It reads in scratchy black ink, "Evil Guy -4. That is it.
What the hell? Evil
You notice
guy
there is then
-4.
there is then an arrow underneath it that swirls and points to the massive burlap sign dictating the gala.
Oh my god. He would want to go to shit like that. Jesus.
You guys make your way inside now. Do you want to keep the poster, Oro? Or your shitty, have you seen this man?
Yeah, I'll also take the gala poster.
The gala poster is huge. It like fills the entire front half of this inn that you guys are in. It's like 12 feet tall.
Okay, then I just memorized the deets.
Yeah. I mean, it's right there. It's right, literally outside of your inn. You can see it. You notice it covers up a couple windows that you imagine there are some pretty unhappy people staying behind those. You guys head in now. Oh, go ahead.
I'm going to have to go to this, you guys.
I
You
didn't
know
take
what?
you as one
I'm
for
all
parties.
in for it.
We need a bit of revelry, right? Besides, we're waiting a week anyway for Monty's thing, so let's kill some steam.
Yeah,
I mean, we don't have to enjoy it. I won't, but like, we'll just
I
have to
won't.
be there.
that's fine.
Okay. Deimos, there's representation of people like you here. Point to the poster.
What?
I know you were worried about the ghost communities, not having people like you, but it looks like there are people like you here.
Wow, this is pretty big. See Orpheus, you're not right about everything.
I'm not saying it's wrong to be gay. What I mean is that no ghosts are gay or straight. There's no romance, no sexuality. It's not part of life there, you know? We're focused on war and
Asexual.
arts now.
I'm more sexual.
Art now?
Yeah, I mean, since Ridicy, she cares about the arts, and we're working on that for her.
I see.
It sounds like Queen Ridicy could take a page out of Tonati's book,
Well, thanks everyone.
Well, some people are working on that, but it's just not what's important for us right now. It's kind of a waste of time, in my opinion.
Are any of your friends working on that? Anyone we'd know?
Aura's face sort of, he makes a disgusted face and does not elaborate.
It's a waste of time. Some of my compatriots like to waste time.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like you fit right in with them, Aura.
Fuck you, Malagus.
I point at the sign and my sign.
This is an example of one of my compatriots wasting time.
What does that even mean? Who is evil guy?
Not sure, actually. Evil guy. I don't know. I really don't. I mean, we had enemies, but no one specific who could be boiled down to evil guy.
I think Zavric feels pretty comfortable saying that.
I don't
know if he
think
knew
Abel
that.
would know Zavrex.
Maybe everyone knows Zavric.
God, I hope not.
Well, you know, I hope that he's a real fucking asshole and him and I are best of friends.
Abel?
Yeah.
You get along well with people that are assholes?
Well, it's just you guys are always whining about, oh, that's not righteous, or oh, that's not legal. It's like, come on, man, just grow some balls.
You two might get along.
He gives you a sort of skunky smile. Okay. All right, you guys head in to the Flaming Boar. The hostess greets you and goes, oh, goodness, great adventurers, welcome back. We've missed you for several years. Don't worry, your room has been taken care of and refurbished and cleaned. We even got new bed linens for you.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. Is there anything I can gather for you all tonight? Some in-room dining, perhaps a companion after a long adventure? She smiles.
I'm sure Malagus needs some of that. He could blow some steam.
No, I think we have all the
Too bad he
companions
can't
we
buy
need.
any because we all share a bedroom.
Yeah, you know, I'm sad that I won't be alone for a long period of time where you guys are gonna go, oh, wait.
You won't be alone. You're going to have Tick
Eh,
and Monty.
yeah. Don't worry about that. I'll figure it out.
Whoa.
See, this is why we don't do this in Valhalla. It's just wastes manpower.
I'm gonna get me some manpower, if you know what I'm saying.
Hello.
Good boy.
The hostess sort of looks up at you guys and goes, well, please feel free to go to your rooms or to stay down here and enjoy some drink. Did you see our poster out front? We're celebrating a gala soon, actually. It's just tomorrow night.
What's the, I turn around for her. Is this clothing good enough?
Well, it would be fine, but we are encouraging guests to wear some sort of disguise. Nothing flashy. It is just part of the theme.
All right.
This is just our early preparations for Generations Day. We're having several nobles from out of state arrive to our great city-state.
Is the disguise mandatory?
Well, it's not mandatory, of course, my friend. And don't worry, you're not actually disguising yourself. It is just for show.
Great.
Theatrics. It's a costume, is what it is. But please feel free to wear something fine. We are expecting nobility, so whatever your finest silks and linens you can wear.
I look down at my current clothes.
I do too.
You should have gotten an invitation in your room. Please feel free to peruse that for more information. I believe I have other guests to tend to, and she gives you now an awkward smile.
Yes. On our way to our room.
Excellent.
As
She looks
we
at you
go-
go. You notice she makes especially hard eye contact with Monty.
I try to block her sight, just where I'm standing.
Go to block her. What were you saying, Orpheus?
As we go, I whisper to my party, no, it's really the type of service you would expect at the best hotel in Washington.
I don't know if we're high class
Maybe because we
enough
don't
for a
really
place
fit
like this.
in. I don't think we
also-
all look like high nobility.
Also, no
Deimos
offense,
does.
Orpheus, but well, that's true, Deimos. You do look real nice. That tablecloth suits you.
Oh, thank you, Malagus. I've always kind of liked it. You know, it's kind of like a poncho, but more ragged and with more character.
Yeah, those are in. I've heard the ragged look.
Exactly.
If you'll forgive me, I do believe we have treasure to turn in, perhaps tomorrow. Perhaps we also take that as a time to meet the wardrobe of this event.
Oh, that is a great idea, Hyre. We can get something nice. I've always wanted to dress up. Haha.
What do you want to dress up as, Samir?
I don't know yet. We'll see what the tailors have to offer.
Smart.
You know, if this fucking gala has some famous people or some rich people showing up, nobles, we could, pilfer some pockets if you guys need.
Thieving is for the lowest of the low, Malagus.
Here we go. Wah, wah, wah. Here it is.
It's pathetic you can't make your own way in the world without leeching off of somebody else.
It's literally a job. Everything's a
No,
job.
it's not a
Thievery's
job.
also a job.
No, jobs
It's a
create
profession.
something. They don't just move money around. What are you, some sort
Hello?
of banker? Useless.
Have you heard of a banker? It's just like a banker.
Useless. None of those in Valhalla.
Do you guys not have money in Valhalla?
What the fuck would we use money for?
Sounds like a
I don't
less
know.
evil place.
Buying Riddicy's attention?
I slap his shoulder.
You think Riddicy is some whore whose attentions you can buy?
Ouch!
Disgraceful.
What the fuck?
Yeah, fuck you.
I punch him in the shoulder again.
Ah!
Don't speak of my queen that way.
Fuck, man. I thought you were distant enough you could take a joke. Ouch.
Never at her expense.
Should we go upstairs now and drop off Malagus, the babysitter? Hey, fuck you, Samir.
It sounds like Orpheus is expressing a boundary.
What, do we need to write that down somewhere? God.
Have fun with the kids, Manny.
Yeah, whatever. Fuck you, man. We're gonna short rest anyway right now, right? You know? Relax for a minute.
I thought so.
Yes. We should lay down for a moment. I would like to change clothes.
I look at Samir's outfit again, and then I make eye contact with Deimos.
You see it again. This just like all black, sort of strappy, leathery fit.
Oh, what? You're going to change? That's too bad. I want to take a bath if we can, really quick. Now that I know my insides are made of slime, I just want to make sure at least my outsides are very clean.
Okay, so Orpheus called dibs on the bathroom first.
Well, there's that huge bath house we could all go to again.
God, are we really all in the same fucking room? God damn.
Except Samir, because he hates us.
I did not say that.
But he didn't deny it either.
Come now, Jaya, don't be petty.
Yeah. Tired.
All right, so you guys all head upstairs. Back up the grand stairs to your rooms. You find, right in front of both Samir's room, which is right beside your own, there seem to be shoved in the doorframe some pieces of parchment. Pulling them out, you notice that the parchment shoved in your door, the largest of them seems to be this great royal parchment, which is a fine paper texture. It looks expensive and has a trim around the outside, which looks to be paper gold. Sort of like gold, what's the word I'm looking for? Foil, thank you. It reads, "Honored guests, the Flaming Boar cordially invites you to an unforgettable masquerade gala held in our very own esteemed hall. In celebration of the 20th generation's Day of Waterdeep, we invite you on the eve of and the date read tomorrow night. Our halls shall come alive with the sweet strains of live music, warm and endless drink, and the intrigue of masked company. As current patrons of the Flaming Boar, you all have been automatically reserved for tickets for this affair. No purchase necessary. Your presence is both anticipated and encouraged." It reads at the bottom, "Additionally, please prepare for a few surprised guests of great renown. Don your finest attire, and we recommend you conceal your visage to step into our evening of secrets and revelry. Your attendance is encouraged, but should you wish to confirm or decline, do let us know post-haste with great anticipation." The proprietor of the Flaming Boar, shoved right on top of it, seems to be some sort of follow-up note. Hastily scribbled, but still in an elegant script. "Dearest guests, we have yet to receive your RSVP. Preparations are underway, and your absence would be most tragic. Do let us know if you will attend." Another note, folded and slightly wrinkled atop that one, reads, "We trust this invitation found you in good health. We have yet to hear from you. Will you be gracing us with your presence?" And
Where
that
are we
seems to be.
supposed to put our RSVP? Just like right here?
Yeah, should we go respond now?
Well, are we going? So I can just go run down and tell that nice lady.
Yeah, Orpheus said he wanted to, right? So we're doing it?
I mean, I want to do it too. Do you guys want to do it? Seems fun.
Yeah, let's do it.
It
We can
feels
play
like
a game,
cross
like-
worth bearing.
You know, who can lie to the most nobles about their status and their position? Also, Hyre, did you
Not
call it a
two of them.
cross to bear? Jesus, man. Maybe you do have it.
You're right, sorry.
Yeah, I'll go do this real fast. Hold on. Malagus gives you guys a thumbs up and runs back to the front desk.
I worry he's going to somehow do something horrible, but I know that's an irrational fear.
I think it's very rational.
No, look how helpful he's being right now.
He runs to the front. You guys watch from the top of the stairs. You notice he approaches the front desk lady. Then looks like some money exchanges hands. And then she nods and he starts walking.
So,
Oh, I understand what's happening.
yeah.
I apologize.
All right, all done.
Lest we turn our head.
Malagus, you are fucking disgusting. Fuck
We
does that
don't
mean, man?
We don't have to get that personal.
No, that was fucked up. I did something nice for Orpheus just there.
No.
What did you just do?
Oh, no.
What did you just do, Malagus? Malagus,
I mean, I signed us up for the fucking gala. That's what I did.
why was there money there?
Just paying off some stuff. Don't worry about it.
Okay, just please tell me you did not pay for anything on my behalf, right?
I don't know what you're asking. I'm gonna look after the kids. Why don't you guys,
Okay,
lay it
if
out?
a whore shows up on my door, Malagus, I'm going to flip my shit.
Oh, not at her, would you? I mean, she's innocent in all this.
No, not at her, Malagus. I'm not a fucking woman beater.
Completely out of, completely unrelated to this. Are you more of like a guy or like a guy?
Neither, but if I was to be one, neither.
That's not an answer. I'll just go with what you're telling me about Riddicy.
Hey, Malagus.
Yeah,
I
what's good, man?
understand you're trying to do a good thing.
Yeah.
Trust me on this one, though. Don't.
Oh, I like your attitude, Hyre. Maybe I'll go back and purchase something else.
Yeah, double up whatever you were doing.
Sure. He winks at you. I get what you're saying.
Oh, God. I don't. Oh, no. Malagus, I absolutely don't mean that.
Not too late. And you guys enter your rooms now. You find they're all cleaned up finally, just as any innkeeper might. And there's a bathtub in there that you could relax in, as well as these large beds and your own sort of like sleeping bags you've tossed carelessly around the room. Samir enters his room as well, gives you guys a nod. I'll meet you all out when we're ready to head out to the academy.
See ya.
And you guys all head in. Is there anything you guys would like to do? I imagine this is sort of like a rest period. On technicality, when you guys level up, you do heal up to full. That is typical. So you guys are at full health, and you got all your spell slots back, but this is sort of just more for the roleplay of resting after such a violent encounter. So is there anything you guys want to do during this sort of short rest period?
Can I go speak to Samir?
Yes, you can. Does anyone else want to do anything just to get all my ducks?
Yeah, I have things, too.
Oh, he's got things.
I want to do like a more intensive prayer if I can.
Got it.
And then the ointment. I'm applying the ointment. Thank you.
Okay.
Some
all right,
journaling on the side,
Oh, perfect.
etc., etc.
I'll start with Demos. Demos, you, after sort of settling in for a second, scrubbing the dirt out of your hands and flies, you head over to Samir's to knock on it, and you hear a kind of quiet voice from the other side. All right, I'm coming. What is it this time, Orpheus?
No, it's Demos.
Oh, sorry, Demos. I should have known from the polite knocking. He opens the door, and you see Samir halfway through the doorway. You notice he's got sort of a pile of clothes in his hands, black fabric, and he's got back on his regular sort of overalls. No, it's not overalls. Excuse me. It's an apron that he has over a very simple shirt and pants. Please visit r/runpack to see the art. He points at the clothes in his hands and goes, a bit silly, right? Haha, in hindsight, maybe this was stupid.
No, I like it.
Why don't you come in, Demos? What is troubling you? He opens the door wider.
Yes, I'll step in and motion to close the door.
He closes it, turns on a couple lights in here, and the candlelight well lits the room. You guys have a view out of the window of the mountain in the distance. What is it, Demos? Sit down, talk to me. He sits on the bed, pats the side.
You see, Sam, I feel bad, about something earlier. I may have lied to you a little bit, just a tiny bit. Just not because of you, Sam, it's just because we were in front of the group and everything, and, I didn't want to alarm anyone, but, I do want to keep things truthful with you.
Well, I'm glad you're being honest with me, but what?
So tonight, when I go to the temple, so he said we could reduce the price if I went to the Chamber of Sorrows beneath the temple, and did sort of like a trial of endurance for Mistra.
Demos, that sounds dangerous. Mistra is not a goddess of kindness, as I'm sure you're aware. What if she aims to harm?
I don't know, Sam. I feel like I almost have a good feeling about this. I don't know. I guess I've been sort of meaning to reconcile, because I do feel in a way I am in somewhat of her debt. So
even if you are in her debt, you don't need to hurt yourself to prove it. That is not how loyalty works. I mean, is this really what you want to do? It is a kind thing to do for Hyre, but I don't want you to be hurt. Such trials usually have lasting consequences.
I know, Samir, or Sam, but I honestly, I feel like it'll be worth it. And I just wanted to let you know, just in case anything would happen.
Okay, could I perhaps join you? I don't want you to be all alone during this.
Yeah, I'm sure you could sit in the temple, the main chamber. Just hang out while I go down below.
I would like that. I just don't want you to be alone for this. That sounds very scary.
Oh, well, thank you, Sam. That means a lot to me.
Of course, anything. Demos, I am here to help. I'm glad you told me the truth about this, though it does still make me nervous that you will go and do this, but I suppose I trust you to have the best judgment about it. I wish I could come with you to the room, though. If something goes wrong, I'd like to be there for it.
When we get there, we can ask. But honestly, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Demos. He sort of clasps your hands and squeezes them and gives you a look that you could tell is sort of this worried expression.
Trust me, Sam. It'll be okay. It'll all be okay. Here, I'll let you rest up. I'm gonna go back with the others.
All right. Thank you for telling me, Demos. He gives you a nod, and you walk back. Back in the other room, Hyre, you begin this long prayer. It is an extensive prayer. You have to spend quite a while looking at the different ritual parts of your prayer. This is your hour-long prayer, right? So you go at it fully with all of the bells and whistles that you would do. You get the candles lit. You get all the prayer materials out. It all looks real fancy. Otherwise, in this room, do the rest of you guys want to do anything? Jaya, Oro, you guys got anything?
Not really. I guess I'm just kind of curious where Gravy is. That's like the least of my worries right now. But if we're gonna have like some time, I would like to know where Gravy would have been.
Where'd my boy go?
My one child that I can take care of.
You recall last you remember in your haze that you think Gravy might be somewhere in that bag?
Okay. I might try to check on him.
All right. Duelam does have it.
Duelam?
Yes, hello.
Can I look through that bag of yours real quick to see if Gravy's in there?
Oh, is he in there?
Probably. I think so. I think I might have been confusing him with my child.
Well, that's not very good.
No, it's just and sometimes when I get my moments of unclarity, uncertainty, when it's a little bit more foggy in my brain, Gravy's like a pet to me, And so that kind of had the same feeling of when I had my daughter, my son, I just miss someone.
Oh, apologies. I didn't mean your dementia was bad, although I suppose it is. I meant that Gravy being in the bag is bad.
Oh yeah, yeah. Is he gonna multiply?
Most likely.
He's fucking sundowning, man.
Oh my god. Okay, maybe we'll have many Gravy. Maybe that'll be. Oh god, I don't even know.
He also likely is in danger.
Oh, okay. Can
there
I?
There were many dogs inside of this bag.
Oh my god!
They seem very hungry.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go try to find them.
All right. Do you want to open the bag, Duelam?
Yeah.
All right. You pop it open. Jaya, you must descend a pretty long rope to get to the bottom layer of the bag, and as before, as you cross the threshold to enter inside the sort of dimension of this bag, you are immediately met with this sickening feeling like something is wrong. You brush it off, though, undeterred and dedicated, and you descend deep and deep and deeper into this bag until you finally reach up on the ground level. A tarpy, burlappy floor, which seems to be made out of the same material as the bag itself. You still feel this sort of nasty feeling scratching at the back of your head that something here is sort of sickly. You're not sure what it is, though. It's just that sort of cancerous feeling that you feel when you're inside the bag. Give me an investigation check while down here, please.
No, my int is so bad.
I'll come down and help.
This is worse. Okay, thank you. Sorry, old man needs a second. Okay, I found it. Oh.
He's sundowning.
I'm not. There we go. 11.
Huge.
Okay. It takes you a while. Longer than you would care to admit. But eventually, after enough wandering around, you find, or rather hear the sound of a distant mooing.
I run towards it.
Turning enough corners and exploring enough of these strange, sort of otherworldly rooms, you finally come out into a room which looks to be simple burlap walls and strange tarp ceilings. But in this room, you find in the center, sort of standing awkwardly, is a cow. Strange tentacles growing out of its back. Seems hungry and a little scared and tired.
Gravy!
Oh.
Gravy, my boy. Come here. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
Are you hungry?
Gravy sort of scoots over to you and starts to nibble at your pockets where your hay is normally kept.
I'll give him some.
Awesome.
Oh, Gravy, you have no idea how excited I am to see you. Oh, God. Okay. Is there any way to make Gravy a room in the bag and make it dog-proof? I don't know if I could do that in any way.
That is a
It's
very odd question. Dog-proof bag.
Dog-proof
It's
bag.
just, I don't want to, if I take him out of the bag, then we have a cow to take care of. If I leave him in there, he's constantly fearing for death.
Let's
There's
just kill
no
it.
one. No! He is my child. He's my son.
Child, that's a fucking animal. Christ.
Listen, you'd know how crazy you start to feel if you weren't around your children, if you cared about them. Deadbeat dad.
You are not around your children. Your children are off somewhere missing their dad.
It's not my fault. I'm trying to get back to them.
Christ.
I'm gonna bring Gravy back out with us.
Okay, you bring the cow out. You think you could have maybe built something in here if you'd like to try to find some way to
Okay.
barricade him in a
case,
room. It wouldn't be impossible. It's an unusual question, is all.
Well, because I guess I don't really know how the bag is built. Like, are there multiple layers or stories to it?
Rooms and rooms and rooms connected by sort of strange circular archways. Seems to be the majority of this thing.
But I could theoretically make a wall.
Yeah, you think you could make like a wall of some sort and wall in one room and sort of trap it. Or perhaps build a tall fence. It would take a while, though.
Do I know how much time Hyre is gonna take?
Probably an
Maybe
hour. This job is gonna take more like, you think 4 or 5 hours. You might need to do this another time. Or
Yeah.
you could start it now if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll get a little bit of progress going. I kind of want to make it similar to a barn with whatever materials I have, which I don't think are a lot, but I'm sure I could get scraps of wood from some.
If you went to the bath to ask Oro, he would give you permission to borrow his tools.
Yeah, I'll go get your tools. Orpheus, I got a weird question to ask. Maybe it's not that weird, but I guess what I'm doing
I've
with
got
it is
a
kinda
weird answer. I pop out of the bath fully clothed.
Ew.
What?
Wow.
How bad is it? Is the slime on the outside?
No, you're good.
expecting.
Anyways, could I borrow your tools? Are they wet right now?
I pull my bag. I point to my bag at the side of the pool. Probably not, but who knows for sure.
Okay. I'm gonna go build something for Gravy in the bag.
Cool.
I'll just take your tools and go. I'll bring them right back.
Okay, you go build something for your cow in the bag.
Wait, hold on. Can I do an insight check to see if Orpheus thinks I'm fucking crazy and delusional, or if he actually believes me?
Fucking crazy and delusional check. Yeah, you can do that.
I got a
It's
18.
Orpheus, you want to roll me you know.
I'm so
Yeah.
wise.
Roll one of those.
You know what I want.
Nat 20?
Oh my god, optimal.
Perfect. Unreadable.
Unreadable, perfect fucking poker face.
Unreadable. It's just unreadable.
God damn it, god damn it, god damn it. Okay, thank you. I'll be back.
Yeah, no worries, buddy.
Fuck you. He is building something in the house, or in the bag, and it's a house for Gravy. He just misses his children. This is all he can do to feel comforted.
Then go back to your fucking kids!
He's trying.
Delusional old man.
He's trying.
Not trying enough.
Wow.
Malagus,
What?
do you have children?
Probably.
The worst answer. It's just the worst.
Probably.
You know, with all the sexual intercourse I do, they could be anywhere.
Okay, now that makes me kind of question if you were actually being serious or whether or not you had kids. I don't know how much pussy you can get looking like that.
Hello? What the fuck, man?
Hey,
people line
I'm
up
just
for
being
me.
honest. you smell kind of bad, and you know your skin looks a little jaundiced. I can't lie.
You look a little jaundiced, huh? How about now? You like that?
Well, I said it first, so it kind of makes it less funny when you say it.
I'm not talking to you anymore, Jaya. Fucking fatherless activities. That's what you are. That's what I'm gonna start calling you.
Listen, I used to like you until you started being mean to me. I was the one person who believed in you, and then you started to turn on me.
You don't believe in me anymore? Oh, guess I'll have to find someone else. Demos still believes in me, right, Demos?
Yeah, totally, Malagus.
Fuck yeah, man. Hear that? I'm still in this.
Yeah, he's just saying that to make you feel better.
You wouldn't do that to me, would you, Demos?
He would have to make a
roll.
certain check.
Make the roll.
Demos, don't do this. Fine, it's whatever. I'm doing my own thing, alright? I'm prepping for our great adventure. Fuck you guys.
Yeah, how are you prepping for that?
You know, getting the supplies I need, sort of getting, I'm a supplies guy, you know.
You know, supplies aren't just condoms, especially if you're not gonna end up using them.
Can you get off my dick? Oh my god. What is your problem, man? Jesus.
See, this is how we feel against you, Malagus.
What have I done?
This is what you do. I'm just letting you feel what you make all of us feel.
You're kidding. This is not fair.
Oh, there's no getting through to you, huh? Okay, well, I'll be back.
I'm taking a nap. Fuck off.
build a
Alright, I'm
fence.
taking a nap. See you later. Bye. Right.
Oh, and now you need the nap. Old man don't need a nap.
Old man going to work.
You know what? I hope you get fucking eaten in that bag.
Good one, haha.
Alright, and Jai, you head back in the bag and start building. I would like a
Oh no.
survival check to build a wall out of simple materials such as tarp and rope that you guys have on hand right now.
Oh, 1738. Hey, I'm
Yeah.
with the pro. See you for this.
Uh-huh.
And I can have my baby. Have my baby. Yeah. 17.
All right, you begin the process of building this wall. It does take a while, and by the time the hour is up that you guys plan on spending here, you've, gotten about a quarter of the way through, and it looks good so far. In the meantime, you can sort of tie Gravy to the side of this structure to keep him in one spot. He seems much happier now that you fed him. The giant eldritch tentacle sticking out of the backside of the creature still squelch unpleasantly.
Jesus.
All right, does anyone else want to do anything during this period?
Could I knock on Samir's door after Deimos leaves it?
Oh, sure, perfect. Knock, knock, knock. Yes, who is it?
It's Dulam.
The door is thrown open, and you see Samir on the other side, now dressed in his standard apron and simple clothes, and he looks at you and gives you a neutral smile and goes, Dulam, it is so nice to see you.
You as well.
What can I do for you?
Here, I have this. I'll pull out the paper I was transcribing all our previous conversations onto.
He looks at it and he nods once and goes, Dulam, it means a lot to me that you made this.
Dick Rider!
Thank you. I will read over them and remember them anew. Is there anything else I should know, such as context or emotional cues to feel during any of these conversations?
They should be written there objectively.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Dulam, you're very kind to me. Thank you for going and taking the time out of your day to do this. I know this couldn't have been easy to compile all of these.
It was actually pretty easy to remember. And then I look at the floor after realizing what I said. Sorry about that.
Oh, Dulam, no. I'm so glad to have you here. You are such an amazing creature. I'm really excited to see the doctor this afternoon. I think you and him could have a lot to talk about.
I do too. I'm excited to meet him. I give him a playful neutral smile.
Full and neutral.
Haha, that was funny. Samir looks at the notes now and he goes, all right, I'll spend my afternoon studying these. This is a really kind thing. Thank you again, Dulam.
Of course. And I'll turn back around and try to help monitor Jaya's wall building in the back.
All right, get back into the bag.
Mother,
Safety monitor.
You know, protect you from the hungry hounds.
OSHA.
I'm perfectly capable of protecting myself. I'm sorry. No, I should accept the help. I should accept.
From the hounds. There's dogs in that bag. Yeah. You head back
The
in,
only dogs
Dulam.
you had to fear are the.
You know, I've received some news from our fans of the Runt Pack podcast, and I've decided to agree with some of them that I don't give this out enough. So, for helping Samir remember his memories, and for no other benefit, Dulam, I would like to give you inspiration for doing that.
Whoa.
You are inspired by this for doing a good task and doing it for the essence of good. So, Dulam, please be inspired. Those are for the fans.
Yay.
You guys can shut up about it now.
Shout out my fans.
All right, back in the bag. Dulam, give me a perception check over the course of this hour building.
It's a 21.
Oh my god.
Okay, nice. It's a good roll. The course of the hour goes by undisturbed by any creatures. However, once during the intermediate portion of this bag building adventure, you do notice some shuffling of something several rooms away across the burlap surfaces. It was only for a split second, but with a 21, you noticed there seemed to be something up on two legs, peering around a corner and watching you.
Oh my god.
The second you noticed it, though, it disappeared from behind a wall and it didn't reappear for the rest of the time you were there.
Ew.
You must have been here a very long time.
Bag.
Otherwise, it goes on without a hitch, and you guys leave a quarter progress in, feeling satisfied, and the work looks good. Dulam, you approve of its structure as efficient enough to work for what it needs. Not perfect, of course, no mechanicus or excuse me, but passable for a humanoid.
Good job, Jaya.
Thank you. While I was down there, did you see anything?
Yes, there seemed to be something bipedal something.
Oh, where'd you get this bag?
Oh,
I made
I think
it.
it was originally from Malagus.
Well,
Yeah, fucking was. I thought I was gonna get that back, you know.
Oh, I apologize. You didn't say that. Do you want it back?
Oh, no, I didn't say it, because I didn't actually want it back. I'm just being a bitch right
King.
Malagus, where did you get this bag?
It was just a simple bag that I had. It wasn't that, scary or anything.
There's
Back when I
stuff
had
in
it, it was just a leather
There's
bag. I didn't
stuff in
do
it
that.
now.
Dulam did that, alright?
Dude, how'd you do that?
I didn't do it. The architect did.
You sound fucking crazy, Dulam.
Well, do you think that thing is hurt Gravy?
It will likely duplicate him in some way.
Okay, well, for now, I guess I'll keep Gravy out of there. Have you tried finding that thing that duplicates things down there? Has it tried to get out?
Actually, we wanted to get it out soon, but we've been sort of busy recently.
Yeah, huh. Okay. It's just, I just think it's interesting because, when we're all asleep and the bag is just there, he could get out of the bag at any point, right?
That's true. I do look at the bag all night.
You're fucking crazy, Dulam.
I don't think so.
Oh, sorry, I'm not here. What am I saying?
Oh, Okay, well, thank you for looking out for me. I appreciate that.
Anytime.
Now, what other abilities do you have? Because the more time passes by, the more I realize I don't know what you got going on in yourself down there.
To be honest, a lot of them are unfamiliar to me as well.
Oh, how's that?
Well, I don't think I was originally supposed to be made with these. I mean, we were given hammers. Those
That
aren't
was it?
very... Yes, those aren't
So
very
now, in that
conducive
case,
to
you think
spells.
You have a soul.
No, I don't have a soul.
Do you ever wonder if you have a soul?
Not really, unless if it was somehow placed in me, but I don't think so. I think the portal that sucked all of us in maybe gave me some of these powers.
Well, good powers ahead.
I agree.
All right, you guys exit the bag, successful in your little mission, and an hour goes by, and your short rest sort of concludes.
Oh wait, I have one thing I want to do.
Oh, yes, Orpheus.
When I get out of the bath, wring out my clothes, put on a fresh robe. I want to go try to open Samir's door.
Great. You go for it. It's
Right.
locked, and you hear a sound from inside. Hello, is somebody there?
I give it a shoulder. Hey!
Oh, hello, Orpheus. Great. Sorry, I've been getting lots of visitors. I've been trying to rest a little. I don't mean to be rude. Please, come on in. He opens the door, and he's wearing his old clothes, and he gives you a neutral smile.
I like the clothes. So later, this is not our top priority right now, but Malaga said you would be afraid until I told you what I wanted to talk to you about. I have some new ideas for some things I want to build.
Oh, that sounds exciting. What would you like to build?
Two things. I pull out the papers and show him some sketches I've made. One which shows a pair of flashy boots, and one which shows some gloves.
These are interesting designs. I would be happy to
Yes.
help you make them.
Great. I'm thinking maybe tonight while everyone else is asleep, we pull an all-nighter, crank these out.
Sure, that sounds fun. He gives you another neutral
Aha.
smile.
I want to go for the bro, the high five to hand clasp.
You're dapping him up?
Yeah. I want to dap him up.
He responds with a firm handshake.
All right, kind of. Okay, see ya, buddy.
Oh, wait, don't go immediately, Orpheus. We have some things to discuss.
Oh, like what? What's on your mind? Hey, do you want me to mend you, by the way?
You want to what?
I'll start mending him up while we talk. Is his face still all squished up?
His face is no longer squished up, and he is no longer filthy with dirt and mud that you caked on him.
Oh, I guess you got to it before I could fix it, huh?
Yes, I felt quite disgusting. That is why I was so adamant about us going home first. I suppose I had ulterior motives. Haha.
Well, you did a good job. I would have done a better job, but you did a good job.
Thank you, Orpheus.
So what did you want to talk about?
Well, the first thing is, down there, when you expired, we noticed that Aislinn did not come back. So is it true that whatever happened on the other side means that you don't go there anymore and she doesn't come here?
Seems to be the case, yes.
That's too bad, Orpheus. I know you missed your home, and I'm sorry you don't get to see it as often as you did.
All right. I had to stop doing that anyways, so this is just a backup for a weak dedication. Weak willpower, I suppose.
How does this have anything to do with weak willpower? It was out of your control. If anything, though, I was going to say I'm a bit glad that it did happen this way, so now you can't perform such acts as you did the other day in the chair, as you explained.
Ah, yes. Can't do that anymore, yeah. Sorry, I know.
That is good.
I'll try not to... I'd assume you wouldn't want to hear about that sort of thing anymore, probably.
Well, Hyre and Demos explained a bit to me. As I heard, you were done from last time, but I suppose I'm a bit glad that you sort of can't do it anymore. I know that's rude to say. It was important, of course, that you figure out what you need to know, but again, I'm sorry that you can't go back.
It's okay. Thanks, though.
In brighter news, though, your sketches look really good. I think you've really got the makings of an inventor.
I've always sort of been an adventurer, to be honest. It's just different here. Had to get a mind for the new mechanics, I suppose.
Well, that sort of gives me the thought that, if you'd be willing, and I'd be happy to help you, you could perhaps also help many of your friends, the party, out with things they want as well. As an inventor, I'm sure you could put together the logistics, but if you asked, you might receive some requests, like a proper salesman. Haha.
I'm not sure I'd sell them, but, back home I made things by request plenty of the time.
Oh, of course.
I
but
suppose I could let our friends know that we could build things they want us to.
Yes. Well, unlike your home, things do cost money here, materials. These blueprints you have here look nice, but
Yes.
they might cost something in gold to gather all the supplies and ingredients necessary.
Don't worry, I actually think mechanics-wise, these two things I can build without gold.
Oh, good. Well, I just
Yeah.
mean for your friends.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Good. Okay. Cool. Well, you should offer it to them. That would be good.
Good idea. And about that thing you said before about having forgotten things,
It's okay. I'm actually working on fixing that right now. He gives you a neutral
fixing
smile.
it how so?
Dulam has given me some information that I can use to reignite those thoughts.
Oh, it's a good little bot.
Yes. Speaking of which, I believe it's about time that we should head out.
All right, yeah, to Dulam's doctor's appointment.
Yes, and I look forward to later tonight to our experimentation. Haha.
Yeah.
He sort of flexes his hands and goes, "It's been a while since I've used my hands for help and not for hurting. Down there in the dungeon, it felt, I don't know. Perhaps there's a small part of me that misses adventuring, but whatever we did down there, it wasn't exactly what I had in mind."
Not the sort of adventure I'm used to either.
I'm sure it was exceptional, though, and we paid the price. And once we have Monty fixed, which I imagine will happen soon, Demos told me that he plans to go back to the temple tonight. I will accompany him to make sure he is safe, but he
so
has some plans.
You're sort of booked. I got it.
Well, I imagine it will only be the first part of the night. I don't know how long Demos
I'll just
will be
wait
there.
in your room. I'll use your tools and stuff.
Of course, I'll set them out for you.
Nice.
I'll help when I get back, but I should look after him.
Figure out Demos. Yeah.
He might do something dangerous.
He's an unpredictable one, that's for sure.
I'm starting to learn that too.
Well, you raised him pretty well, though.
Oh, I barely raised him. I just helped him with some minor teachings. I'm sure that we have someone else to thank for that part.
I'm not sure he would say the same. Last time I spoke to him about it, he basically said you're the only dad who counted.
Wow. Samir's eyebrows raise rhythmically. That is surprising.
Is it
I'll
really?
remember that. It's just the two of us have not known each other for that long. And as I just explained, I'm learning more about him now than I think I ever did in the shop. Perhaps the shop was too much of a bubble. It was not the real world.
It might be true.
That makes me happy, Orpheus. Thank you for telling me that.
Of course.
Would you like to go gather the rest of the troops, leave Malagus behind, and we should go?
Oh, would I ever like to leave Malagus behind? Let's head out.
Right. All right, Orpheus, you poke your head back in.
I clap my hands. Let's go. Time to go. Dulam, doctor time.
Great. Start coming up.
My flavor during this time period is I used my ring to cast Calm Emotions earlier, and I think that has like a timer on it, like an hour. So I like to think at some point it does like go away.
Oh God!
And it's like a very instant like snap and like change of character. So it's like absent-mindedly like setting up like prayer stuff, and then it's oh my god, you're back. Like we can still revive you, hugs, etc. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, it is about this time, Hyre, that your prayer ends, and that probably our timer comes up, and you just finish your prayer, you get those feelings from Goddess, and all of a sudden, Orpheus is yelling at the door, and all the calm emotion sort of drains for a moment as you see Monty sitting in front of you again with that slack-jawed, empty expression, and it scares you again.
Yeah, I kind of try to like talk to him out loud, and like just kind of like wait for answers that don't come.
Every once in a while, he does make a sound. It's not words, though. It's more like like someone speaking through lockjaw. You can't tell if there's any meaning behind it, though. Listen, it's all right, Hyre. I'll take good care of him, all right? You gooped him up real good. Look, he's got this orange goop on his forehead. He looks great.
I feel, fuck, maybe I should have learned tongues.
Oh, it's all right, all right? Just get out there. Just take your mind off of it, all right? You'll be back, and he'll be the same as when you left him. We've got a solution figured out. It's in the works. We got a plan. Get out of here, you.
Okay. Thank you, Malagus, for doing this.
Yeah, I want babysitting duty, whatever. I better be getting paid for this.
Maybe you all can drink some coffee. Have a good time together. Rest, I mean.
Oh yeah, I'm fucking plumb tired. See you guys later. Have a good time at the doctor's office, Dulam. Hope he doesn't stick a finger up your butt.
Thank you.
Stick something else up there. All right, bye.
There is no sexport.
Maybe he'll drill one. Samir meets you guys at the front door now and goes, all right, off we go. and you guys collect your things and begin heading out. Jaya, you take out Gravy from the bag and set him up outside. Malagus gives you a sort of a groaning look. You want me to look after something else? This thing stinks. It's been shitting all over the place.
Malleus, you stink. I think the smells that you two emanate are almost eerily similar, which I don't like, because I don't want Gravy to smell like you.
Oh my god.
All right, well, I definitely expect a payment now, Jaya.
Malleus,
You've gone
just
soft,
trying to
old
believe in
man.
your character, and this is my last hope for you. This is me hoping that a part of my friend who I believed in and who I know is still in would help me out.
Yeah, all right, fuck it. Listen, I'm gonna help. I'll help. Whatever.
Thank you. I very much appreciate it. I do owe
Stupid.
you one.
Yeah, you owe me several.
You don't know how to do anything but press your luck, huh?
What the fuck are you on about, Horface? I'm helping you guys, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. See? Was that so hard?
His fucking ego.
I told you thank you.
It's selling someone I told you thank you is not a thank you. Just so you know.
No, yeah, but I already did my thank you earlier, so.
Oh, that's really.
I feel like
great.
this discussion is becoming more childish rapidly. Thank you,
Yeah,
Malagus. You're doing
All
a good
right.
one. Order room service and go to bed early. Bye.
Oh, I can get room service? Fuck yeah.
Of course you can.
Gore. Okay, bye, you guys.
You didn't say what kind of room service. Sorry.
Oh god.
There's gonna be some sort of service.
God damn.
All right, with that, you guys head out now, out of the room. Samir again joins you at the front. You drop the cow off. Everything looks good. And you head back out into the city. It's been an hour, a little more so. You guys probably, for those of you who are actually resting, you got more like an hour and a half. Oro, you're all cleaned up now. The rest of you guys are really able to, scrub out all the dirt and muck and blood and fleshy bits from the fight before and rest off of it. Oriface, can you explain to me, by the way, how did you bathe? Because I know it's important. Robe-on. Yeah, okay, good. I just want to make sure it got soaked.
Yeah. Well, I'm back in my clothes now, though.
Of course. And you guys are heading back out into the town now. It's mid-afternoon. The sun is burning hot over the sky now. You notice a lot of the individuals walking down the street seem to have a handkerchief or two, patting at their foreheads, wiping out the sweat. It seems like a hot summer day now, perhaps late spring. All right, so you guys head back out into the town of Waterdeep, perusing your way back through the trade wards, past the castle ward, on your way back to the academic ward, just at the foothills of the castle. The walk is another 20 minutes or so, where you guys get to parade through the town with sort of a reinvigorated spirit. You guys are moving a bit faster now, especially without the dead weight. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. On your walk, you encounter a few more, just to be government officials walking around inspecting buildings, as well as some lamplighters that are putting up banners along each lamppost in the city, bearing the colors of Waterdeep and the sigil of the moon reflected in the ocean. These seem to sort of be scattered around. They seem to just be setting up more. Small bars are now starting to open up. It's 2 o'clock somewhere.
Amen.
And you guys sort of whiff the sea air once more as you pass somewhat nearby the docks. I'm glad to be away from Malagus for a bit. I don't much care for his attitude.
Yeah, he's can be hard to work with. But I do think he's a good guy, underneath it all.
I mean, it's hard to spend 5 days in an evil dungeon with people nonstop.
Yeah.
Yes, well, we all need a break and a proper bed. That will make a difference. A clean room. That is nice. A luxury that we didn't have down there.
Didn't you have that down there?
I mean, we didn't have it.
Oh.
Sort of like a we.
I get it now.
I'm glad to be dressed normal again, too.
I liked your outfit. For the record, Samir, I thought it was very, it showed that you were very down for anything, that you had an adventuring outfit on lock, You were very prepared, and I think that's a good thing.
I think it suited you.
Oh, you guys are much kinder about this than I thought. And he sort of sheepishly goes, I thought it was a bit silly.
Silly is not bad all the time. I mean,
True, but for adventurers, it's best to be serious,
Not always. I mean, on long trips, there were all sorts of knights I could be partnered with, but my favorite was the guy who was light-hearted, or humor is good. Not that your outfit's humorous, but everything doesn't have to be grim all the time. It's all right to get creative with something.
Samir, if I saw you in a dungeon wearing that outfit, I would be afraid of your power. And if I was a villager who wanted your help, I would know you would be prepared for the situation.
Very reasonable, Hyre. Thank you. That is good to know. And thank you too, Orpheus. I suppose, though, this individual, the jubilant one that you just described, is this not also the same individual who just broke out of jail?
I mean, it's not like he was in jail for his own crimes.
I suppose not, but there is still something a bit unlawful about that.
Yeah, there is. But at the same time, he's probably doing what he can to serve Queen Ridice, right? Even if that requires circumventing a law that was being unfairly applied to him.
Do the laws of one civilization precede one's own?
If you were in jail for someone else's crime, could you really stomach that?
Samir furrows his brows and he sort of looks. Dulam, what do you think? What does your court tell you?
Well, I guess you didn't commit the crime, right?
No, he didn't.
Then I'd say the punishment doesn't suit him.
I rub your head. Exactly. It's more a misunderstanding than anything.
I agree with that then. If he has not actually committed the crime, then it is good that he has gotten out. Though I suppose once and if he leaves that body, the original owner should probably return to the prison.
I'll drag him back myself.
Good. I know you're a just person, Orpheus. I actually look forward to meeting this person.
I don't know if you should. Well, I don't know.
He's nice, but also irritating. So, pros and cons.
That is
We've
true.
handled pretty irritating people.
If he is the way he was back home, compared to the people we've been dealing with, he's the fucking picture of moral justness. But Bisk was better behaved back home, and humanity made Bisk pretty poorly behaved pretty fast, so hard to say what he'll be like. Does that make any sense?
I think that
I
makes sense.
see. Humanity has had a tough effect on us all.
Yeah.
But just like we helped Bisk somewhat through a hard time, we can do the same with Abel if he needs it.
Thanks, Hyre. Hopefully, he's older than Bisk. He has a more stable sense of himself. So as long as he holds true to that, hopefully it will be all right.
And if he is the same personality as the person you knew, then he is likely having the same goals that you do as well. Albeit, I'm sure he has a bit more frivolity when it comes to living, but I'm sure the two of you could work well together.
We always did, so, I think we will too.
Do you have any indication of where he is?
The sign he left me suggested he would be at the masquerade, which doesn't bode well for his relative levels of frivolity.
I suppose that will be doubly difficult to find him. Not only do you not know his face, but he will also have a mask up on it.
Well, I'm actually thinking it might be easier for me to recognize him with a mask, so I have no fucking idea what it'll look like, but I can maybe gauge which mask looks most like one he'd pick,
That isn't a bad idea. I'm sure he's doing the same for you.
Exactly. So I've got to get something that looks like something I would have worn back home, I guess.
Do you remember what your helmet looked like? You could just wear that.
A helmet wouldn't look silly, but I have something in mind.
All right, cool. I'm excited to see it. I'm actually excited to see what you all pick. I'm sure the sergeant cleans up when he needs to. Dulam, we can get you a little suit.
I got my meds. That's all I need.
Oh, Jaya, no, we need a suit too.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm just messing with you.
Hyre, do you have the right attire? I'm sure Demos can help you. He knows how to dress fine.
Yeah, I'll have to ask Demos. I don't know much about this sort of thing.
I mean, Demos is right here. There he is.
It's okay, Hyre. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of little lords and ladies running around here, so I'm sure they have plenty in the kids section to choose from.
You'll help me pick one out?
Yeah, we'll find something sporting for you.
Oh,
Demos, could you help me too? I don't know exactly what's considered fancy in this time and place.
Yeah, sure, Orpheus. I should ask though, do you want to dress more as a lord or a lady?
Whoa, good question.
Lord, obviously, but
Thanks for asking.
Of course,
whoa,
of
what
course.
a question.
I'm sure we can figure something out for everyone.
In the meantime, it looks like we're about here in Samir Point, and you guys have now successfully navigated all the way back to the academic ward. You're back at the steps that you normally teleport to as part of using the cube. Samir sort of looks sheepishly down and goes, I guess we could have just pressed the button and gotten here in a minute, huh?
Well, you live and you learn.
That is fine. If I recall, I believe I can get us close to where he works, and we'll have to explore a bit to find the doctor himself. Would you all care to join me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. It is nice that you're all coming to this also. But just as a warning, the doctor might want to speak to Dulam alone for a while. Or
Yes,
perhaps
okay.
Dulam and myself just by nature of, creation.
Sure.
Creation.
Understood.
It is not a sign of disrespect at all. Also, just as a thought, do you all have any interest in learning things from this place? It could be worthwhile to, perhaps fetch a scribe or some sort of attendant to sign up for a class, just in case you want to learn.
I don't
I
think
mean-
we're going to be here so long. Sorry to interrupt, Stamos.
Yeah, no, I mean, if we do stay in Waterdeep a significant amount of time, I for one would love to take some classes.
Sure, of course. This is no pressure. It's just this sort of thing didn't exist in Surcad. I'm excited about it, and I want us to all take the opportunity. That's all. Yeah, okay.
I mean, I just sort of prefer to learn by doing.
Thought I'd ask. Let us go in now. You guys walk in and begin traveling through the great central building, the sort of, I suppose it'd be like the capital of the academic ward. It is a bit of a labyrinth of all of these long hallways of what looks like classrooms on either side. You guys are met with harsh smells of all sorts of school paper, the metallic scent of a lot of metals that are used around here, ink as well. And you travel around. Eventually, Samir seems to find a large staircase, and he goes, okay, this is good. I think we go down here. After that, though, it is a bit of a guess. He
Okay.
looks at you guys and gives a neutral smile. They put the engineers in the basement.
What?
Sort of safety. You don't want an explosion above ground.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
You'd rather an explosion at the foundation?
Well, the whole building is suspended, independent of the basement. You'll see.
Okay.
And you guys start heading down the stairs, and down, and down, down. The staircase goes quite deep. It is actually several stories down. You sort of start thinking, oh, this is going to be quite a march back up, as you find yourselves descending roughly 10 stories down into the dirt. Nearly 100 feet, 100 stair steps all the way down. It takes a bit of time to walk all the way, and the stairway are pretty unadorned. There aren't much artwork on the walls, and by the time you get to the very bottom, you're met with walls made out of some sort of concrete, thick and stony. You likely imagine this was some sort of transmuted stone that some mage was able to project here, but it looks hardy and thick and sturdy. And as you descend the full 10 stories, Samir points out, you see now, an explosion down here can't really hurt the surface.
Huh, you're right.
Though it is a bad place to be staying for long periods of time, just in case something happens down here and there's a collapse. Funny enough, last I recall, the engineering division of the Great Academy is one of the best funded. It is sort of on the forefront, and with the Founders Day that they have coming up here, I imagine that they would like a lot of innovations to show off. So I imagine it is especially well funded as of late, and you guys descend. Eventually reaching the bottom floor, you are met with a great set of double wooden doors with a sign above them written in a very fine script that reads, "The Halls of Innovation." As you guys are now officially in the basement of the great academic building, it is much colder down here, and things seem to echo off the walls more. Opening the great wooden doors reveals several more sets of those hallways as above. Thin and somewhat maze-like, with lots of doors protruding on the sides, similar to a school. Entering in, Samir goes, alright, this is as best as I can remember. I'm sure my memory was better once upon a time, but he sort of shakes his hand by his head. The trees, that's all.
What an odd way of saying it. But you got us pretty far. I figured we could find the rest of the way. Dr. Him! Doctor!
You guys go looking around here. Give me an investigation check. You're our investigator, aren't you, Oro?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I'm fucking on the ground sniffing for clues.
I rolled a 2 and a 3. It's 14.
Oh my god!
That's still a great bonus. Bad rolls though, but that's all right. It just takes a bit longer to find what you're looking for, so you get sort of more of a feel for this area as you walk around lost for a bit. The hallways here all have heavy iron pipes running along the ceilings that all seem to somewhat hiss pressure. Also, the old stone beams, as you guys walk by them, creak every once in a while under the weight of all the stone and library classrooms above them. There's also just a sort of ever-present hum in the air, as if there's like an AC unit running loud in the distance. The corridors twist and split into specialized sections. You find a lot of these hallways pass by large arched doorways that gaze into huge rooms, some of them 30 feet tall, massive, almost like airplane hangars that house hundreds of different small mechanical objects, inventions. The first you pass seems to be mechanics of sorts. This airplane hangar is full of enormous gears, clockwork devices, half-finished mechanisms, including a few very simple automatons. You see students in here, all wearing the traditional academy robes that you've seen many wear above, but now they're all sort of stained with oil and slicked with dark grease from their work. One student you see by the door furiously cranks at a mechanical hour, which hoots after every 10 or so cranks he puts into it. You walk a bit further. The next large room you encounter seems to have another group of robed students besides large and completely maze-like apparatuses of glass tubing, brass Bunsen burners, burning a hot blue fire that seemed to melt something within cauldrons along the walls. Things bubble within these cauldrons with unnatural colors, filling the air around them with thick vapors. You see, sort of in the distance in this room, a group of 3 engineers seem to be cornering a writhing, semi-fluid blob of what looks like mercury that sort of jiggles in front of them. You pass by this one. Samir sort of shakes his head and goes, I have no idea what we are. These places are cool, though.
Yeah, to be fair, this is way more cool than anything I imagined when you said it was a university.
Yes, it is innovation. I imagine they're working extra hard to come up with something for that holiday. I hope no one's hurt. You know how engineers are. Finally, you guys pass by yet another large doorway. This one closed, however, with huge metal bands along the outside, which seem to clasp it in. It seems well secured, and you see there's a large sign on the front that says, Senior Academy Students Only, Restricted Access. You see, though, there are some small, thin glass slats in the door that allow you to see in, and in here you see what looks like some sort of arcane engineering. Floating diagrams shimmering in midair. Things seem to float around in arcs of bright blue and black magic arc around the room, floating in sort of circles in oblong patterns. It's hard to see much else, though, through the thin slats.
Let's go in there. Well, shit. Are we not supposed to? Is that what the sign is saying? But we're not students, and it sort of implies that it's just a certain type of students that's been banned, so we should go in.
I don't think we're allowed in, or... It does look cool in there, though. I imagine that they're doing the same work that you want to.
The same work I do, you mean?
Yes, of course. Also the work that we'll do tonight.
True.
You pass by this, and eventually, looking lost and wandering enough, you finally run into a student with big, thick black goggles resting upon the top of their head, who looks over at you guys, notices you're lost, and approaches and sort of asks where you're going. And on hearing the name of the doctor, they point you in the right direction down a certain number of hallways, taking enough left and right to find it. And you guys make your way over. At last, you finally reach a heavy iron door with a plaque on the front that reads, Dr. Him, Professor of Constructs and Animated Machinery. There seems to be a small bell on the front, like a doorbell.
I go to open the door.
Oh, I feel bad having to ask for help from some of the people down here, but I'm glad we found this. Orpheus, you go for it, and you find the door pulls, and you pull it about an inch open, and then all of a sudden it stops. Some latch catches, and the door sort of grinds to a stop. It then pulls against your weight, pulling back closed.
Whoa, that was awesome! I try to do it again.
You pull again, the same thing happens. There are sort of some clicks and clinking sounds happening, sort of like levers inside flipping as you do this, and it's an interesting mechanical sound, but you pull again and it stops about an inch out and then pulls back against you forcefully.
Whoa.
We should probably ring the little bell there, Orpheus. In fact, maybe you should take a back seat on this one. Dulam, you want to take the lead?
I'll
It's
walk
just-
up and ring the doorbell.
Ding dong. It's just, sorry, Orpheus, you're just very grating on the machines here, and the people here, they really care about.
I'm grating?
Yes, the sounds, I don't think those are good sounds.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes, on the machines, that's all. Once we get in there, though, you should definitely ask this guy about other stuff.
No, I know.
You ring the doorbell, Dulam, and a few seconds go by, you don't hear a response. A few more seconds, and eventually the door sort of half opens, and you see the face of what looks like a younger elven woman, a student you can recognize by the robes, who sort of exits and closes the door behind her and goes, I'm so sorry. I am currently in a meeting with the professor. Would you all mind waiting a moment?
Sure, how long?
Oh, no more than 10 minutes. Why don't you have a look around?
Thank you.
Yes, of course. Just a moment. And she sort of reaches behind her and pulls on the door, and you see this time it opens about an inch or so, and then clicks loudly and opens all the way again, and she sort of scoots back inside. You don't get a good view inside as she closes behind her.
Huh.
Oh, that was interesting. Do you think it is some sort of locked against certain people?
Ah.
Sort of rude to Orpheus, though.
Yeah, whatever.
And you guys wait outside for a moment, just sort of hanging out. So, do we all want to go and drop off that book that you have, Dulam, with the court wizard today, or should we wait on that?
Book is not leaving our hands until at least one of us has read it.
Well, I don't know about that, but I would like to know about the character of Volker more. I mean, this book seems evil and pretty chaotic.
I'm sorry. Who did you say? Doolittle?
Volker, the court wizard.
Oh, that's odd.
What? What is odd?
Sorry, I knew someone who went by a name like that, but it couldn't be them. So
Were they also a wizard?
yes, they were. But I don't know, to find them all the way out here in Waterdeep, that'd be odd.
You recall now, Demos, that the quest that you guys got a couple days ago to go into the dungeon had his name written on the bottom, Court Wizard of Waterdeep.
Interesting.
Well, none of us expected to be in Waterdeep right now, so maybe he also somehow found himself here.
Lately, I feel like we've all been together for a reason.
Is this somebody who we can trust, Demos, or is this an enemy?
No, he was a great man.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen him, but I would think we could trust him.
But how can you explain Jorah?
Oh, I feel like when you're a wizard and you start dabbling with forbidden magic, it's like, oh, they went insane. Okay, put them down, whatever, I feel like it happens more often than you'd think.
Wait,
You're
I
a
think I
wizard,
get-
right, Stamos?
Oh, well, yeah, but I haven't pursued any forbidden magic,
Okay. Oh, yeah, I know. I can imagine how that happens more often than one might think.
Wait,
So
I think
speaking
Hyre
of-
might be asking... Hyre, is it true? I think you might be asking a different question, which is more, why would a court wizard who is a good man send his apprentice off on a suicide mission to recover an evil book?
She made it clear she couldn't go back until she was successful.
Yeah, now that you mention it, that is quite odd. Very strange. Very strange. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if this is the same person that I know.
Sure. And I'm sure he might have a good answer for it. Sorry to interrupt. What were you saying, Hyre?
I would like to read the book. And I feel as if I thought perhaps we all wanted to read it, but maybe that's not the case. Regardless, I would like to read the book.
I think we should burn it.
I feel I need to know how to take care of my brother for the week that he remains in this form.
But didn't the priest already give you something to take care of him? What could the book teach you?
If something is to happen, I feel as if I would want to be prepared. And I at least think some idea on how to control him so he perhaps doesn't stand in the middle of battle. I think it precautionary.
How about we have Orpheus cast Identify on it first? Just so we know what we're dealing with.
That's a good idea. I could do that. There's some other stuff I'd like to cast Identify on too, maybe during our next break.
Yeah,
You are a
that'd be
talented
good.
identifier.
Thank you.
Orpheus, if you ever wanted like a job, you could probably work here. Seems like your place.
Thanks, but I do have a job.
Of course, read the sea. I understand. Sorry.
Is that it? If we need to
with-
make some cash for the Monty's sake, I could do some Identifies here.
True, we could sell many of the items we acquired down there. Plus, we already know that Dulam pulled that sword out of the wall, you recall?
True, very true.
That is probably worth something, as well that cat's eye pendant that I believe Hyre has right now also sell.
Yes, I believe that certainly worthwhile when we have the time.
With that, the door suddenly unlatches itself in a series of quick, efficient clicks and swings open now quite quickly with a hiss of almost releasing pressure. Inside, that elven woman that you had just saw sort of skips out holding a pile of books close to her chest, making scant eye contact with you all as she rushes out and goes, sorry for keeping you all. Do enjoy his company. Goodbye now. And she turns away and sort of half walks, half runs down the hallway. Inside seems to be a workshop of sorts. Blueprints scattered across workbenches, copper wiring spilling from her stuffed drawers, and rows upon rows of delicate metal hands and feet and faces in varying stages of completion. Sitting at the center of the room with a large, beautiful oakwood desk set out before him, perched atop a very high stool and adjusting a delicate array of what looks like glass magnifying glasses, is Dr. Him. You all sort of cram in here for a moment and find the good doctor, who sits with a short, small stature, and he looks exactly like Dulam.
Whoa!
What?
Not similar, identical.
Oh!
That's fucked up.
Every rivet, every joint. It's as if though Dulam were staring into a perfectly polished mirror, albeit without some of the overgrown moss and a bit of those arcane runes you have on you. The one other glaring difference is, unlike Dulam's sort of hidden central core, this figure has a brilliant blazing gold core on display for all to see. Dr. Him, the auto-gnome, pauses and looks at you all. His metallic fingers curl a bit, and he adjusts his posture with almost the same mannerisms that Dulam has as well. He then speaks in a smooth and modulated voice indistinguishable from Dulam's own. Well then, this is unexpected. What do you require?
Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Are you guys seeing this?
This is fucking nuts and bolts.
It is not often I see another auto-gnome unit here.
It's not usual for me either.
Tell me, do you hail from Mechanus, or were you born here?
Yes, I hail from Nekness. How about yourself?
Myself as well.
How odd. When did you
How
get
odd.
here?
I arrived exactly 712 days ago.
Wow, that's quite a long time compared to me.
Were you sent here by Primus?
I assumed so.
I assumed so as well. Please, take a seat.
Thank you.
You hop a squat. The rest of you guys sort of look back and forth, comparing these two. Now that the novelty of it is wearing off, you do notice there are a couple slight differences. For example, Dulam has a few imperfections where, there was some bludgeoning that occurred that bent a plate at a certain angle. As well, the doctor before you, the professor, seems to also have a few different rivets that might be slightly outdated or perhaps slightly newer. You can't tell yet, but they just have a different small repairs, you imagine. Well, I welcome you all to Waterdeep. You look troubled.
Yes, I had a couple of requests if you could take a look.
Sure, friend.
I'll look back at my friend. You guys
Alright,
don't have to be
listen.
here if you don't want to be.
Get the fuck out! Get out!
Do you
wanna
want
see
us
how
to be
this is
here?
gonna unfold.
Get the fuck out!
I mean, if you want some privacy, that's fine.
Yeah, we're here for you. So, what, do you want to be left alone? Do you want, a caring hand on your shoulder? What's your vibe?
Well, I guess you can be here for the diagnosis if you want.
It's about what you want, buddy.
I think we should all go. Let's leave Dulam to himself, and if whatever you want to tell us afterward, you can, Dulam. We can wait outside.
I'll leave him to himself.
Haha.
But we're also here if you need us, sort of vibe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's
I'll
true.
come
Yeah,
get you.
You let us know if you need any support. We're always here for you.
Thanks. I'll do that.
Okay. Good luck, Watson.
Thank you, Sherlock.
All right, do the rest of you guys head out? You head back into the basement. It's not a dingy basement. It's actually pretty clean, and there's a lot of lights along the walls. The walls are all sort of that same concrete, whitish gray color, and it's pretty well kept. You guys head back out into the hallway now and wait. Is there anything you guys would like to do while we wait? We could perhaps go drop off the mithril coin somewhere and get some real money for it.
I could also start identifying stuff, but I'm most curious. Samir, how do you know this guy again?
Well, I suppose I should tell you guys, I didn't remember him looking so much like Dulam. I knew that he was an autonome, but I can't believe it is similar.
I know, right?
Do you think they're the same model?
Likely so. Dulam has expressed to us before that he was one of many. I met him just once, and it was before he was a professor. He rose to the ranks pretty quickly here, from what he explains, just because there aren't a lot of autonomes that actually enter into professional jobs. But I suppose the way he thought he could help the most people was to become a professor, so they sort of fast-tracked him. Also, it doesn't hurt that he knows a hell of a lot about automatons.
Makes sense.
Though, I am worried now that he might not know more than Dulam, them being the same species, or rather the same model. He might only have the same memories that Dulam does, but perhaps his time here in the academy, he has spoken with enough creatures or read enough books that he might have the knowledge necessary. He has not been here for that long.
Dylan's a young soul, so I don't know. Dr. Him seems more experienced, maybe?
I believe so. Oh, and to answer your question, he visited me in Sorcad. He visited my shop. He heard that I was selling and trying to create mechanisms, and he wanted to stop by. I suppose he made his way here through a favor of Zabrak.
Oh.
Yikes.
Well, as I'm sure you know, it is sort of the only way in and out of Sorcad, or it was for a long time. I likely imagine it was something simple, take care of my class for a week while I go do stupid shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, when he visited, he was very nice, and he informed me that I could always visit him here. He gave me directions to come down here, but I don't remember much else besides the basement.
Well, he got us there, so good work.
Of course. Anyway, I don't like to sit idly by. I'd like to do something while we wait. Perhaps identify?
Sure. I'll start identifying. Start with the book, but there's many things to identify.
Of course. But as you're doing this, just make a list of all the things you want to identify. We'll go through them afterward. But back inside the room, Ulam, you notice that as the rest of your party leaves, the giant metal door closes with a satisfying hiss, and you see a giant metal deadbolt shunted into place almost automatically. You imagine through clockwork gears behind the door. It looks huge, heavy duty, like a nuclear bunker. Almost immediately, the entire room seems to pressurize as well. It's not something that you're used to, but all of a sudden you feel a bit more at home. You're not sure why, but somehow the air pressure feels a bit stronger, and it reminds you of Mechanus a bit. The professor looks at you and nods, perfect 20-degree tilt down and up, and goes, "That's better, right?"
Quite.
I feel like this is the point where it's like two fucking computers talking to each other. Is it faster if we just play in binary?
It's such
chess match.
It's such like a to the point conversation, and it's so it's kind of cute to watch. It's kind of cute to see.
It's optimal.
Yeah, exactly. So, no frivolities then. Right to it.
I suppose so.
What is up with your core? You are covering it with a piece of metal.
Well, there are a few symptoms, and I'll start kind of revealing it more.
Whoa. No
Whoa.
frivolities.
Well, a bit ago, some red flashes started to occur, and then a couple of alarms.
Interesting. We should analyze. Would you like to do a diagnostic with me?
Yes, please.
Excellent. I know you and I are the same model, but I've spent some time among the other creatures of Mechanus here in Waterdeep. You wouldn't believe how many end up here, so I've learned quite a bit about our anatomy.
You're right. I wouldn't believe it.
Many of them are wayward, such as the Warforged. No other Dulam models, though.
Strange. Actually, the first time I heard about you, you were referred to as a Warforged.
I wonder why. Was that by Samir Arvelas outside?
I believe so.
Well, he is not like us. He might mix it up.
I'd sort of look up at the ceiling, like remembering. I guess you're right.
I believe his goal is to be more human, which is fine, but humans make mistakes.
That's true.
And with that, the little autognome hops out of the tall stool and sort of walks over to you. You guys look perfectly eye to eye, and it does remind home a bit. Remember, many creatures just like yourself, just the same height. Perfect in every way, orderly. Your flashing that you described reminds me of something, but we should take a look first.
Sure thing.
Right,
Just-
would you like to lie on this table here?
Sure. Walk
Excellent.
over.
Picks you up, puts you down there, and this whole procedure does take a while. In fact, if you recall from the time you did it with Samir, there was a pretty lengthy sort of unboxing process of sort of taking you apart carefully enough that your core could be but all the wires and gears and gaskets still attached to it, sort of like taking your still beating heart out of your body, and it is still connected. So that does take quite a while, and this autognome seems to do it a bit faster than Samir. Though Samir was pretty good already, but the autognome seems to know it very well.
Whoa.
And about 20 minutes goes by. The autognome, unlike Samir, isn't completely silent during the process, and every once in a while will ask you about something like, oh, have you gotten this wire checked out? It looks slightly frayed.
I haven't. You're actually only the second to have checked in on me.
Oh, I'll fix it up. Hold on. He opens a shelf next to him and pulls out a couple bands of copper wire, feeds them in, and plucks a
Whoa.
couple things that all of a sudden you feel like frayed and or pain, and then it goes away.
Thank you.
Better.
Please mind the lasers.
You are lighter than most models. Where is your oil?
I think it's gone.
I diagnosed your problem.
No. Is it the oil?
No, somehow not. I joke. Haha.
Haha.
My students tell me that humor relieves tension.
My friends have sort of implied the same.
I believe it.
I can.
Was your mission to help people?
Mostly, yes.
Excellent. Mine was too. Are you helping that group you're with?
Currently, yes.
Excellent. You are a good Dulam.
Thanks, Tula.
Of course.
How long have you been a professor?
Not long. Roughly 300 days. The title Doctor, I believe, is given to all professors here. I did not get a medical license.
Oh, so no degree?
Oh, so no degree. No, I did no schooling, though I did read much literature to prepare for classes.
I suppose that suffices.
I believe I was a diversity hire.
Oh.
I didn't know
That's
they had those here.
Well, I am quite knowledgeable about autognomes, as is yourself. As well, there aren't many people from Mechanus who still like it. Most Warforged here are resentful.
I suppose that makes sense.
It does. All right. More time passes. Core gets extracted. And then the Dulam in front of you, the doctor, begins poking and prodding at your core with very thin, fine instruments, which almost look like thieves' tools.
Looting
A couple small dials are turned, and a few very intricate plates are screwed off very carefully with screwdrivers, and eventually he has now reached deeper into your core than Samir ever did. You recall Samir stopped right at the core itself, a bit frightened to go deeper, but this autognome has begun taking the plates off and opening up the arcane center. As he does so, he takes a couple seconds to look at it, and then you notice he walks over to his desk and returns with one of those magnifying glasses, holds it up to your core and gazes in, and he stops, goes, "It's been a while since I've looked at a core that hasn't been my own. You might have to tell me if any of this is hurting."
Will do.
Good. You don't feel anything yet, Dulam. Of course, that sort of out-of-body experience of seeing, again, your own beating heart outside of your body, sort of like a foot away from you, but all the wires and strings still connect back to you. So, how did you get lasers?
It was sort of a universal deal.
Mutation of sorts?
Of sorts, yes.
Fascinating. I wasn't sure we could get those.
I wasn't either.
He opens up yet another piece now, and you see the bright light of your core shining now, uninhibited by glass or metal, the purest being of yourself right in front of you. The autognome gazes at it once more with the magnifying glass, then returns to his desk and comes back with now what looks like some sort of telescope, but it's very small and it's sort of micro in nature.
Whoa.
He holds it over your chest and then plants his eyepiece right on top. staring at it, twisting some knobs and dials on the outside and looking at it. A few sort of tense moments go by as he gets really close to touching it, and you sort of get fearful about that. You notice, though, no alarms went off in your head this time about a non-mechanist creature taking you apart, so you feel a little better. All right, I'm going to wait for it to flash red.
Sounds good.
How often would you say it flashes?
Approximately every 6 seconds.
Oh. And as he says that, whoom, whoom, you see that red glow emanate out. And the autognome pulls away, puts the microscope away, places all the materials away, and closes back up your core quite quickly, leaving it still out of your body, but closed up, so it at least is safely behind the little heart painter. And he looks at you and goes, I'm really glad you came to me for this, Dulam.
Why is that?
Well, you and I might be more alike than you think.
Really?
I, hate to admit this, but it goes against code in Mechanus. He holds out his hand and twists a small gear on his left shoulder, and you see a wisp of sort of smoky air in front of his chest as an illusion. And you see underneath it a throbbing red light. I know illusions are frowned upon, but I thought no harm, no foul.
I guess.
Especially once I learned what it was. I was embarrassed to show it.
Why? What is it?
Tell me, Dulam, have you tried to return to Mechanus since your removal?
Not yet. I've been wanting to, though.
Agreed. When I was sent here, I did too. In fact, I did. I was there for 6 seconds before I wound here again.
Do you know why?
He points at his chest and then points at yours on the table beside you. Corrupted. As you recall, there are failsafes in Mechanus to keep corrupted Modrons from re-entering. Because you and I have a similar corruption, we are banished from Mechanus constantly and rhythmically. 6 seconds, in fact, between each banishment. Luckily, because we're not there now, we don't feel anything. But that's what's happening.
Oh, I kind of look at my hands and start counting numbers.
As you might imagine, it is immense stress on the core to cast banishment on the self. In fact, it is extremely energy inefficient to cast the spell.
That's what I was just about to ask.
Yes, well, do you recall when you arrived here?
Well, how many days do I think we've been here for?
I guess you do have a perfect memory, so you could sort of gaze back. You guys have been here, I would wager, 3 weeks, give or take.
Okay, it's been about 3 weeks.
Good, you have a head start compared to me.
What does that mean?
This banishment takes weeks, perhaps months or years, off of our lifespan every time it is cast. Every 6 seconds adds up, and I'm not sure how much more I have left.
Oh, well, you've been going for, what did you say, 700 days?
Correct. So theoretically, you should last that long too, unless you were using other magic.
I looked down at my hand, sort of scratched my head.
I was not equipped with the arcane as part of my structure, so I've been unable to cast spells, only purchase enchantments, such as this shoulder piece that casts an illusion on my chest. Because of this, I believe my core has lasted a bit longer. Casting spells, as I'm sure you know, also depletes the core. While it should recharge, this banishment hinders this. Do you know how many spells you've cast since being here?
I open my eyes wide.
Start counting.
I'd say nearing the 3 digits.
Oh. Well, you probably still have much time, considering 700 days is a long time. There is more, though, Dulam.
Oh, what else?
Well, I was alone in my initial assessment, and when I concluded that I was being banished consistently, I thought perhaps this was just a defect. I called out to Mechanus and had several bots sent to me in Waterdeep. A Decaton arrived and gave me a once-over, and a fight broke out. Luckily, it was in the city, so the guards apprehended the creature and sent it to prison. Though, as I'm sure you know, Modrons shouldn't ever go to prison because they can't do wrong. It was confusing.
That is very confusing.
Dulam, I will be plain. I think Primus wants to kill me.
Oh.
I will also be plain. I also think that Primus wants to kill me.
Oh, have you also been attacked?
Yes, not to brag, but actually a nonaton feared.
Hot shit. I see. Well, before the Decaton attacked, it informed me of some of my failings, specifically in the core.
What did it say?
I haven't called one since, obviously, because I believe they might attack again. In fact, I have gotten several notifications in my head, that I'm sure you have as well, regarding imminent destruction and disintegration of the body. Dulam, you recall, and you've also gotten a couple of these. In fact, I got a private one recently that said another enforcer bot will be sent to dispatch me. I understand that Dulams are not supposed to fear death, but I believe this might be an error, which is why I have holed myself up in this room. I live here. He points at the giant door behind you now, and it sort of dawns on you. My students tell me it's unsafe to reside in the basement due to all the chemical failures. But because we don't breathe air, I believe it's safe.
I think so too.
Exactly. To answer your question, the Decaton informed me that my core was being used as the home of a human. Specifically, some sort of spellcaster human has placed a piece of their soul inside of my core. I believe this is also called a phylactery. This, of course, corrupts it, which is why we are being banished. However, I also sometimes feel things. Do you feel the same?
I also walk a little closer. Have you ever had a dream?
A dream? Yes. I've had 4.
I've only had one.
Not to brag, I've had 4. Mine were all odd, mostly about teaching. One about being killed.
That's very concerning.
Yes. Something about these emotions, which I believe come from the human soul, make me feel fear.
I'll sort of rub my own core a little bit.
Rub it. It's sort of off to the side. You're sort of thumbing it.
Yeah, I'll start thumbing it.
I would be careful, fellow Dulam. These feelings sometimes cloud Primus's judgment.
Do you still uphold Primus's judgment even though it wants to kill you?
This is a hard question. Of course, I uphold our Primus's instruction, but the new Primus, I believe, might have it out for me.
I agree. Did you get messages from Primus?
I haven't yet, only from Secundus.
Me as well.
If Primus sent it, it would be more meaningful. In fact, why hasn't Primus sent it?
I don't know. That's sort of why I dispatched of the Nonaton to begin with.
Sent by mistake. Fair point. Dulam, this is incredible. I'm glad to have an acquaintance in this issue.
I am as well.
I believe we could. Neutral smiles back. I really believe we could solve this together. Perhaps if we can get in contact with Primus, he could set the record straight. Perhaps there is a rogue Secundus at work.
Perhaps, but I sort of doubt that one could do that under Primus's watch.
True, Primus sees all and knows all and commands all. It does beg the question, how did a wizard get into Mechanus to place soul into us? And why don't we remember it?
I'm not sure. I sort of have had a suspicion that perhaps there isn't a current Primus yet.
The Dulam across from you's eyes go sort of wide in a mechanical suspense. That would be sacrilege.
Yes, I agree.
But there are 2 Secunduses who should keep track of one another. So if one is compromised, shouldn't the other dispatch of it?
Perhaps this wizard has made it more complicated.
I see, just as it's made us more complicated.
Correct.
There was one more thing the Decaton said before the guards dispatched of it.
What was it?
The creature explained to me that my core was just practice, and I needed to be removed. All evidence needed to be removed.
Practice?
I'm not sure what it means. It makes me believe that perhaps whatever the wizard's goal was did not work in my core, and instead a small piece was left on accident. But I don't know much about phylactery.
For some reason, that entry is also blank for me.
I've spent some time trying to investigate it, but the Academy tells me it is forbidden literature.
Strange. Perhaps we can investigate together?
Yes, I would like that. This is exciting. I'm glad to have an acquaintance. Sort of repeating himself, the doctor gives you another neutral smile and slowly starts putting your core back in your body. In the meantime, I think you are relatively safe. Continue casting spells at will, and hopefully by the time this solves, you won't be banished anymore.
Thank you. I had
there is
one last question, though.
Yes, and one small thing as well. I noticed your GPS system is missing. Was it damaged?
This was actually my question to you. Do you still
Oh.
have yours?
Of course.
Well, after the Nonaton was dispatched, I sort of discarded mine,
Oh, why?
so that other Nonatons could not be sent to me. I think this would solve your bunker problem.
The doctor in front of you sort of looks around the room and, maybe it would. I just am not sure if I want to compromise my internals in such a way.
That is understandable, but they also are already compromised, are they not?
The autonome nods its head in agreement. Yes, well, this is fair. I don't know how to remove it, though. Do you?
Personally, no, but our mutual acquaintance, Samir Arvelez, does.
Oh. Respectfully, I don't want a non-mechanist creature touching my insides.
If you would like, he could teach me, then I could do it.
Maybe. Let me think on it for a minute. Unfortunately, because I've been residing in this room several weeks, the creatures in Mechanus likely already know my location, unless I flee, but I am doing much good at the school here and would like to remain.
One clever idea is you could take the tracker and then perhaps throw it in a portal somewhere else.
Oh, clever. But I don't have access to portals, do you?
Sort of. Very limited, though.
I could leave it with you?
I suppose.
Perfect.
Great. Well, I hope you think on it.
I will. Do you have any other questions? I'm sorry I couldn't help remove the problem, but diagnosing it might help.
That did help a lot. Thank you.
A word of advice. When you start to feel the human feelings, just be cautious.
How so?
The figure sort of looks to the left and looks to the right, sort of leans in a little bit, and goes, You might feel some unorderly thoughts.
I'll sort of rub my hand. That is concerning.
It's alright though. You are still you.
Thank you. That does comfort me somewhat.
Yes. Now then, and you see him twist the gear on his shoulder and the illusion reappears, hiding the red glow. Maybe you and I can spend some time investigating this phylactery thing and discussing more at length our shared values. But in the meantime, would you like to re-invite your group?
Sure. Also, may I ask, can I tell my group what you told me today?
Everything, please. Knowledge is power, right?
I suppose.
Of course. And he sort of looks at you and looks back at his core and goes, Perhaps leave out that I am, well, no, you should tell them. Sorry. Human feelings again, haha.
It's alright. If you would like, we don't have to tell the school.
That would be nice. Just keep it among the group.
Will do.
Alright, and with that, you can open the door and you guys all hear a hissing sound on the outside. In the meantime, Phaeus, what would you like to identify?
Oh, baby, do I have a list for you? Number 1, Wretched Grimoire.
You learn the following immediate properties about this book.
Mm-hmm.
First off, because it is chaotic evil and it holds this essence, it drips with it practically. You learn that if you are both chaotic and evil and you read this book, you can read it as normal. However, if either your alignment is neither chaotic nor evil, reading this book comes at a cost. You must make a DC 17 wisdom saving throw for every page you read.
My whiz is
Holy
so
shit.
good.
On a fail, you take 3d12 psychic damage.
Ooh,
On a
Holy
success,
shit.
you take half of that damage.
damn.
Oh my god.
It is written in an arcane script, a magical script that can be read by all creatures,
Okay.
and holds within it several vile spells. As well, it also holds within it several transmuted spells. Spells that once one, but has now become another. Inverted spells. For example, Stone to Flesh. You aren't aware what page these spells are on, or where to find them, or how many pages they fill, but you know they are in here. As well, there are also several necromancy spells found within here, including but not limited to Raise Dead, Control Dead, Dance Macabre,
Best
and
spell.
other such necromancy spells.
Wait, do I have another song bit? Give me a second. No. I don't remember.
Dance macabre.
I can
You,
decide between the ghost song or the bear ghost song, and then I realized that either one would be a loss for our podcast.
You also know that this book is incredibly difficult to destroy as well. It is immune to all forms of damage except radiant.
Nice.
It cannot be burned. It cannot be acidified. It seems like it can only be destroyed via radiance. And
Sick.
even then, it has quite a high threshold destroyed.
Evil book.
It is an evil book.
Do we have any chaotic people in our group?
I think Deimos.
Deimos?
I think we have someone that fits both the line.
No.
Don't tell me.
Just not right. So that is what you learn from your identify on. Also, there are several sort of inverted spells in here. For example, stone to flesh. There's also, instead of sleep, they have wake.
Oh.
Evil spell.
Wake up.
You wanted to. There are several of that sort of manner. Instead of lesser restoration, you can cause a disease.
Jesus.
Instead of zone of truth, you can have zone of life.
Oh, that's a great spell. That's a great.
That's
great.
really good.
Oh.
Can you
That's
imagine?
actually, oh my god.
No, Mr. President, I cast
Casting that on
zone of
Dylan?
truth just now. He has to tell the truth.
In court, you could fuck someone.
So
I
good.
could.
Cast it on Duelam. Duelam throws a fit.
I would not talk. I would abstain from talking.
But that is what is housed inside of this tome. You can tell that because of its evil nature, it seems to be able to corrupt creatures that read it. Even if you are good, even if you succeed on the saving throw against the damage, reading enough of this book eventually does cause madness.
Whoa.
It seems to take quite a bit, though. And even for those who are chaotic evil, reading half of this book or more causes madness.
And so is the cutoff less for like half or more for chaotic evil people? If someone is good reading it, can they read even less than that?
Yes, depending on saving throws. If they succeed every single saving throw, then it's half. But if they fail saving throws, then it's quick.
I see. Okay.
The cutoff for that is more apparent. Like, I could give you the full breakdown if you want, but if you guys
No,
are gonna
it's
start
okay.
reading it, I'll just share with you as you get there.
Sick.
It's a pretty fucking vile book, though. You can tell it's also pretty old. It was likely penned by
A
some.
product of its time.
There we go. Some sort of calamity crazed wizard.
Okay. Can I identify my next thing?
Yes.
I want to identify the fist side. Sorry, no. I want to identify the very magical looking ring.
Yes, this is a very magical look.
Oh yeah.
In fact, this is a rare ring. This ring grants the user a +1 to all of their saving throws.
Whoa.
Fuck.
Damn. There's
a
a
big one.
fight for that one.
Holy shit.
This seems to be one of his nicest artifacts.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, the fist-sized lantern with a green will-o'-the-wisp.
Awesome. So this is sort of a mundane magic item, but it is just enchanted such that it has a ever-burning flame inside of it. And there are within the flame, using basically any sort of summon fae spell, you can summon instead small green willow to do your bidding that come out of the illusory the green fire in there.
This isn't that useful to us, huh?
We could sell it.
Samir, can you summon fae? Is that something you can do?
No.
Okay.
That ring sounded really nice though. Who's gonna get that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a hot item.
Alright, what
Okay,
else do you want to
next up.
identify?
Black robe.
Excellent. Sorry, I'm visiting. This robe that you find is, first off, you find it is cursed.
Oh.
Perfect.
But you also learn that it is a +1 to AC.
What's the curse?
Through identify, I suppose you learn the curse, didn't you?
That's
So
usually what we
bad.
say, but
when you say that.
if you don't want me to learn the curse, I'm happy to find out the old-fashioned way.
You learn the curse. Fine. This curse is specifically enchanted such that its curse is only on, basically it only works underground.
Oh, not the worst sort of curse.
Okay, next up.
I mean, we're
Fine
underground
silver.
pretty often.
I know, right? So, I mean, it seems like kind of like the worst shit we get into is usually underground. Next thing, fine silver pocket watch.
Nice. This is just a fine silver pocket watch. It's not magical, but it's probably worth a lot. It's very well made.
Sick. Okay, next up, Jorah's ink bottle.
This I This is a ink bottle of ever-flowing ink.
Oh.
Endless. That's pretty valuable for a lot of scribes. You could definitely sell that
Yeah.
for a lot, or keep it.
Okay. Sort of think about giving it to Deimos, think about keeping it. Figure we can probably share it. The very fine quill.
This quill is also enchanted too, and this is as a bonus action if you're using it in combat, but it can take verbal commands to write stuff down that you dictate. It doesn't produce its own ink, so you have to give it an ink well, but you also have that too, so you could got both.
Maybe Deimos gets the magic quill, I get the magic ink. Seems fair.
Okay, those are my things to identify.
Nice. Yeah, out of all of them, you can tell that the ring is definitely the most valuable if you're going to sell them. That seemed to be this specific wizard's pied de resistance.
Yeah, the ring seems fucking broken.
All right, so that is all of your identifying done.
There's the stuff.
Thanks for reading over the items. Duelam, you exit the door now, and the rest of you guys outside spot Duelam now with what looks like no longer the giant metal plate over its core.
How'd it go?
I got a lot of information.
That's good, right?
Yes, I think so.
Are you gonna die?
Sometime, yes. I suppose everyone does.
True.
Yeah, but are you like in more danger than you would be otherwise?
Yes.
Oh, that's not great.
Well, apparently, Dr. Him and I are very similar in many ways, including the core.
Really?
Gemini. Oh.
Yes, that's my astral sign.
Oh my gosh, that is very
No wonder
interesting,
we can't
Duelam.
fucking stand you.
I'm glad you're not alone in this
Wow.
problem.
Yes, I'm too.
I know it's always nice to find people like you. I hope that means they're a friend.
Yes, I think they're a very good friend.
Well, this is wonderful. Are we going to work with Dr. Him now? I'd love to see, maybe he has some artificer things he can teach Orpheus and also me.
Yes, I think we
Yes.
should work together. Speaking of working together, Samir, could you show me how you got rid of my tracker?
Oh, the GPS in you. Yes, just so you know, I sort of barely did that, right? Just in admittance, in all honesty, of course. Using all my skill necessary, of course, I was able to complete it satisfactorily, but the way I did it wasn't quite right, and I worry that if I tell it to you and then you try to do it on something else, it would not go perfectly. So, just in all honesty, what is your plan with this information?
Well, it was to get ready in case if Dr. Him wanted the same procedure.
I see. Perhaps if you and I worked together on Dr. Him, we could perform it more to his liking?
Now be Warbeam.
Now be Borbang.
Now be borbing.
Well, no offense, Samir, but Dr. Him preferred if I would do the procedure, since if you remember when you did it to me, there were alarms that went off.
That's right, you mentioned that. Of course, I take no offense to that at all. I can tell it to you best I can.
That'd be great. Maybe with your help and Orpheus's.
You know what? I actually feel most comfortable if I were to write it down for you. I believe just telling it to you verbally, I might get some parts wrong. Perhaps tonight, would you give me just an hour or so to write you detailed instructions, and perhaps that would be better?
Yes, that would work.
Of course, unless the doctor is in a rush.
No, I don't think so.
Good, okay. Then, share with him my apologies that I couldn't get the information faster. I just, as with anything, it is best to be absolutely sure.
No worries, that sounds perfectly great.
All right. Did you learn anything else?
Well, I did learn that I guess I've been sort of lying to you guys.
What do you
Oh.
mean?
Well, when I said I don't have any soul,
Yeah?
well, the doctor sort of implied that both of us have part of one in both of us.
Part of one? How do you have part of a soul?
Well, the details are a little hazy to both of us, and we're trying to get more information. But apparently, some wizard put part
Yeah?
of their soul inside of both of us.
Whoa. So
Uh,
you do have a soul, but it's not really yours? Or I
Sort
guess
of.
it is.
like
Huh.
the same one soul split into multiple pieces?
I assume so. And it seems like someone's relative just broke out of jail. It's all seeming so familiar.
Wait, who broke out of jail?
Abel?
Yeah, no, what does that have to do with the soul pieces? Am I missing something?
It's sort of like my favorite film about the Deathly Hollows.
Oh, I see.
Maximum security prison.
All right, yeah, yuck yourself. Okay, one soul split into multiple parts. It's not a great thing.
It seems unnatural.
Yeah.
I agree.
But
It is
Maybe
pretty
you have to
concerning.
combine it at one point. How
Well,
long
I'm
do
not
you-
sure if we'd want
the
to
soul not be
combine them.
complete? I mean, do you fear it's going to cause any instability in you?
Probably. I guess I'm not familiar with how souls usually work. I didn't know you could
Yeah.
put them inside of things.
I sort of looked down at myself. I guess I had a feeling you could, but not like this.
I meant things that weren't alive or hadn't been previously.
I wonder
See.
what the point of that is, though. Was it to make you more alive? But what is... it's so unusual.
I'm not sure.
Sure, there's a reason. Maybe he was out of survival.
Maybe. He did also confirm my suspicions that something's wrong in Mechanist. He was also being expelled, and another unit also went to dispatch of him. That's why he's sort of been locked up in that room.
I see.
there must be some divine reason all of this is happening all at once and us coming together. I think the soul has aided you well to get to this point.
I guess so, but it has also been, I guess, indirectly draining what life a robot could have, since it lets me use spells, but every time I use a spell, Dr. Him told me it also drains my core as well.
And what does that mean for you?
Well, I guess it decreases the lifespan, but Dr. Him has assured me that he's lived for over 700 days, but he's also not a spellcaster.
Well, but there is no way one spell takes off more than 1 day of your life, right? So you still likely have many, many, many years left, hopefully.
Tulum
I
has
hope,
cast a
but-
lot of spells.
That is true.
A more pressing issue would be to solve the problem of your banishment by your core. Once we figure that out, then your core can rebuild itself and you can go back to your normal lifespan. I imagine it won't take us more than 700 days to do that.
Dulum,
think
no
so,
need
too.
to cast spells anyway. We can protect you.
Thank you, but I
You
fear...
shouldn't limit yourself.
I agree.
With this, the other autognome that looks exactly like Dulum steps out of the large metal doorway, sort of half out and half in, not quite fully exiting, and you see this, again, identical look to Dulum. The creature goes, "Are you all caught up?"
I
think so.
I think.
Good. I suppose now we can talk freely about the matter. I have recently scheduled an appointment with a powerful divination wizard tomorrow night, where the wizard plans to identify the identity of the creature, or creatures, that has placed a piece of their soul in me, and perhaps Dulum. And gestures now to your Dulum.
Our Dulum.
I believe after this appointment, I might have new information for you regarding the identity of the wizard that placed their soul in us, if it is the same. This could give us a lead on finding them and undoing it.
That would be great. Have you known this wizard before?
No, it is a first time. Unfortunately, it is slightly shady, so I'm not sure you could come with. But after tomorrow night, we should meet up, and I will share with you the information.
Sounds good to me.
They don't work with the Academy. It is a wizard out of town. They want to meet in the docks. One more thing I should bring up to you all. In shared company, it is worth noting that on top of the current issue Dulum's face, also drawing near is the Great Modron March.
Yes, we heard about that.
What is that? Oh,
We
yeah.
have our work cut out for us.
Do
Luckily,
you know exactly when?
I don't know the date. Primus should have told us already, if at least we are going by information from the previous march, many years ago. At least the textbooks in the Academy say that Primus warns all Modrons several weeks and months in advance. Regardless,
Hope so.
I believe I might have a round to the march.
Oh, what is it?
I'm still working on the specifics, but I believe I have the beginnings of a device that we can implant to block it. I understand that the march is part of Primus's vision. However, I believe that Primus would agree that we should solve our own problems regarding faulty cores before we go on the Great March.
I agree.
This solution, however, would only work with autognomes. Sorry, Samir Arbalus. That's okay.
We'll figure something else out. And sort of give him a neutral smile.
He looks back and grins politely. The autognome across from you continues. Dr. Him goes, if you would like to look at the specifics, I'd be happy to show you. But until it's finished, unfortunately, I can't offer you anything right now. However, once it is, I'd be happy to share it with you.
Sure.
Excellent.
Do you have a general... Could you give me a general idea of what it is?
Yes, of course. Well, and the autognome looks at the rest of the group for a second before continuing and goes, the Great Mojon March is built into our system as part of a failsafe, meaning it's difficult to remove without removing several components. However, the way the march is broadcasted from Mechanus involves the same signals that we use to communicate with all creatures from Mechanus. If there was a dampen on our radio waves, we would no longer receive signals from Mechanus, which means we would not be sent on the march.
Very clever.
The one problem is, though, receiving no information from Mechanus is somewhat dangerous. I'm trying to find a way to still allow important signals to be passed through, such as emergency broadcasts or updates, while not allowing the Mojon March signal to come through. I suppose we could just cut off Mechanus entirely, but that's dangerous.
Samir not get the signals?
Because he was not born in Mechanus, no. I don't know how Samir Arbalus will get the signal for the march.
Maybe he won't, right?
Perhaps. According to textbooks, all constructs go on the march. This includes golems.
Sorry, Samir.
That's okay. Perhaps I am an exception. Maybe they mean golems from Mechanus. Not according to the textbooks. However, those were penned by humans, which sometimes have faulty writing.
Well, we should be ready.
Yes. If we go off previous marches, Primus should warn us well ahead of time. Thank
Great.
you all
I guess
for...
we have some time.
Of course. Thank you all for bringing your duelam to meet with. I believe we have the start of a very good friendship, as well as working relationship.
Give him a neutral smile.
Neutral smiles back to you. I have to
It was good to meet
spend
you.
my time here, however. So please feel free to stop by next time you want to chat. Perhaps after tomorrow night when I meet with the divination wizard.
Sounds great to me.
Is this wizard, like, legit? I mean, I feel like the docks are a very sketchy place to meet.
It's true. However, no one at the academy will perform this for me due to the fact that my core contains a phylactery. This is considered a taboo amongst wizards, as I have learned. Demos, you've heard of this before, and you have heard that this is like a sort of one of the biggest unforgivable sins you could do is go lich.
Yeah, that's tough to hear. Are you sure you don't want one of us to come with you?
No,
We could
I
offer
believe I might.
protection.
That is a kind offer, but I will have to pass. I believe it might scare off the wizard. They are quite skittish, at least from the writings that I have received.
Is this dock wizard like known for being especially skittish and maybe neurotic?
Unsure.
Okay.
Is
I
his name
can't wait to hear all about them.
I can't wait to share. I will give you all the information I can after tomorrow night. I believe it could be a great breakthrough for our knowledge of our cores. I'm glad to know that I'm not alone here. If you find any other duelam bots, check their cores as well.
Will do.
All right, and with that, the doctor gives you guys all an adieu and closes the great metal door behind it. Whoosh. Well, that guy was very nice.
I agree.
Yeah, that guy was great.
Duelam, did you guys have a nice chat?
Yes.
Did he open you up the way that I did?
Mostly, yes.
Okay, cool. Just, nice to know that. Okay. He does seem a bit, stuck in that room.
Yeah.
I suppose he's scared that another robot will attack him.
Yes.
Are you scared of that, Dylan?
Well, I haven't gotten messages like he has since we dispatched the previous.
So maybe they're scared of us?
Perhaps.
The doctor there did say he's been around a bit longer than you have, right, Duelam? There's a chance by the time you've been around 700 days, you might get more messages too.
That is true, but it's probably difficult for them to track me now.
True. I suppose all they have now is to go off word of mouth. Or, of course, unless you encounter another creature from Mechanus who sends signals back to them that you were here.
That
He
is
looks
true.
uneasily now back at the door.
I don't understand what is he implying. I look normal.
Ignore that shit. Okay, well, successful doctor's appointment. Well done, Duelam.
Thank you. Thanks for taking me, everyone.
This while you
Of
were in there,
course.
we identified all these items. There are a couple of good ones.
Yeah, okay, so here's sort of some distributions I had in mind. Deimos, would you like the quill that, says the things, writes the things you say out loud?
Oh yes, I was looking at that. That sounds very helpful.
Seemed like a Deimos thing to me.
Yeah.
On the flip side, could I have the infinite ink? I'll give you back your ink I borrowed from you earlier.
Yeah, I don't mind. What do you plan to do with this infinite ink?
Draw things,
Oh, okay.
make
Yeah, sure.
designs.
Yeah.
And obviously, if you ever need ink, I'll just pour this in. I mean, you can have as much of it as you want.
Whoa, infinite refills. I see now.
Exactly.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Nice.
I gotta sell my
All
printer
right.
ink by the gallon.
Now that's a way to make money for Hyre. We could open up an ink shop.
Ink shop.
It is worth noting that this ink isn't like the highest quality ink. It's sort of the standard tier.
Ink is ink.
True. Well, I mean, there are some spells that require fine ink, and this is not that kind.
Wah, wah, wah.
All
We
right.
got
Putting it out there.
ink.
Putting it out there. What about the robe, that fine ring? It looks very shiny.
You covet it too much, Samir.
It doesn't help that you're a golem.
Hateful.
What? It just looks nice, alright? Who's gonna get it? And what about you said it was cursed a little bit?
The ring? No, the ring's fine. The robe is a little cursed. It only works underground. But, that's not like a deal breaker curse.
That honestly kind of works out for us.
We do
Yeah.
go underground quite often.
Yeah, see?
Don't really feel like too much of a curse to me.
It is all black. Whose color palette does that match?
Gross.
Gosh, I feel like I'm the only one who really wears robes in this group.
I mean, Dylan has his little robe.
A little robe.
You all, I have removed curse,
Oh,
so
That's
I
just
can
nice.
cure the object of its curse.
awesome. It's fucking great.
Can't do that.
You want to just do it in the dingy hallway here? It's a fine
Oh,
hallway.
yeah.
All right, you lean over and begin moving curse on this thing, and something a bit unusual happens here, Hyre. As reading off of the spell, remove curse, if the object is a cursed magic item, its curse remains, but this spell breaks any attunement that a previous owner might have, so that the object could be removed or discarded. So you notice your remove curse doesn't seem to remove the underground component of this cape.
Oh, but if you were to wear the cape before he did that, it would have been stuck on your body forever.
Curse of binding.
Me when I don't read the spell fully.
Hey, you killed the guy. You took it off him.
T.
But unfortunately the underground part of it does this curse. You think that the magic items, the way curses are attached to them, are much more complicated than a cursed person.
I
Hey,
understand.
but at least somebody doesn't have to perma wear it, and I think that's huge.
True.
That is true.
No, that actually
We
is
can-
big.
We can sort of pass it back and forth now. Not that we need
Yeah,
to.
that
'cause
makes
Demos
it a
will look
lot
great
more
with it.
usable. Does your asshole hurt from riding so much dick? God damn!
Jaya, are you just not a nice person? Like, do you not compliment people often in your life?
You know,
Holy
I did
shit.
before until Malagus started being such a hateful person, and I really just want to show him, how vile
hateful you can
he
be.
can be.
Listen, don't let him rub off on you, Jaya. I also think Malagus is very unpleasant, but we don't need to have that energy in youth.
Yeah, I guess he's making
I have
me
done nothing
cranky.
wrong.
Awesome, we had some sort of morality police over here. Oro says this sarcastically, but looks genuinely delighted. Okay, so this robe, Deimos or Dulam, I feel like either of you could use it. And next up,
You want to flip a coin, Doolin?
Sure, that sounds fair.
Nice.
Oh, public dice roll.
Public dice roll. Can you just roll a D2 on on Forge?
You can
Does that
roll a
sound-
d4 and have 1, 2 be someone.
Or just D20 and whoever gets it higher.
True.
True.
fine.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Crazy.
Roll the rolls.
boy.
Crazy.
Wait, what were they?
Demos got a nat 20.
Oh my god.
Holy shit!
Oh my god. Duelam, pull out all the lucky. Roll for success. Fuck it. Alright. Looks like Demos is getting the cape.
Sounds good.
We can buy you something nice though, Duelam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Who would like the ring?
So, the ring.
Okay, well, let's take care of the last useless one. The flame with the green inside of it. Anyone like green? It's not my color.
I think
doesn't
someone
look
who
good with
does
my
not
skin.
have dark vision should have it.
You know, we should
I
get
don't
that to
have dark
Malik.
vision.
We should give that to Malagus. He normally has a torch out when we're underground.
Well, Jaya doesn't have dark vision either, and Malagus does have dark vision, for the record. He just pretends not to do. So let's give it to Jaya.
Oh,
Okay, Jaya, here you go.
Thank you.
okay, so back to the ring now.
The
No, just kidding.
I take myself out of the running for the ring. I don't
I
want
take
it.
myself out of the running.
I keep myself in the running.
Okay, who wants it? We got one. Who else wants it?
Do we have our winner? Is it Jaya?
Holy cow.
Holy giant
Okay,
W.
Holy
I
gravy.
suppose
Wait,
so.
Samir, I thought you also wanted to fight for this one.
Uh,
Not five,
no,
but
you
you
should
know.
have it.
Are you sure?
I am an
Bye.
NPC.
It's not for me. Sorry.
We
Let's
could also sell.
go!
We could also sell this ring for a fortune, but
We could,
So
if you wanted
true.
it to be more even, we could sell it and share the profit, and then buy smaller magic items per person.
up to people.
That is a good point.
I mean, it's not the worst idea, but at the same time, I'm not. I'm happy either.
We can
Alright.
see how much we could haggle for it.
Yeah. Maybe if it's more than 500 gold, we sell it for sure. How's that?
Oh, I think I could try to get somebody to pay a hefty price for this one.
This was my grandma's dream. She died with it. All right, shall we head back to the inn now?
Sure. Or aren't we going to go? Talk to Mr. Wonderbar. What's this one? Vulcan? Volcar?
Volker, the court wizard.
Volcar? Yeah.
Oh, should we ask Dr. Him if he knows about Volker?
Great idea.
Perhaps get a
I try to
physical
open the door.
description?
The door's same thing, half an inch, and then hisses loudly and shuts.
Shit. I thought you
Ring the
trusted me
doorbell.
now.
Ding dong. And after that, opening the door now is Dr. Him, who still stands kind of behind the door frame, just inside the room. Hello, welcome back.
Hi, sorry, we forgot to ask.
Please.
Do you know a wizard named Volker?
According to my memory banks, Volker is the current court wizard of Waterdeep. He was appointed somewhat recently.
Do you know what he looks like?
Yes, he is a male lizard folk. I believe he is missing an arm.
Holy cow.
Turn to Deimos. Does that match the same description?
Yes, quite. That depicts him quite well. I'm surprised.
I'll turn back to Dr. Him. Thank you. I suppose I had one last question.
Yes.
Did the divination wizard have a name?
Dr. Hem looks at you, and then you see some strange movements of its face that don't quite look as mechanical as you expect. You think there's maybe some more emotion there. The feeling quickly goes away, though, and the standard expression comes back, and the figure goes, "No, I was not given a name, only a short physical description.
What was the description?
A short individual, scrawny, with black hair."
Damn it.
Well, if they're short and scrawny, I suppose you won't have much trouble defending yourself. I give a neutral
Ha.
smile.
Haha, true. Though I am not a combat droid.
Me neither.
Oh,
Wink.
why do you have that hammer?
I thought it was standard issue.
If I had one, I must have lost it.
Strange. Were you deployed here by something? Or was there a portal involved?
There was a portal involved, though my memory of that time is hazy.
Well, I suppose the hammer got lost in the portal.
That is fine. I haven't needed it.
Well, I think that's all of our questions. I look back at our group.
Excellent. Good luck.
Thanks.
And the great door shunts closed now. All right, where'd you guys like to go?
Shopping.
Maybe to
Let's
the
go shopping.
wizard first, so we have money for shopping.
Yeah.
We can also get rid of those coins along the way. I'm sure there's a lot of banks on the road to the capital.
Yeah, let's find a bank.
All right, you guys make your way out of the academic building, traveling up those 10 flights of stairs. It's It's a long hike back up, back into the smell of parchment and ink, walking through the hallways out of the into the main courtyard once more, and you notice the sun has dropped down now and it's early evening time. Most people are getting out of work and are going off to various dinners around the city. There seem to be a lot of young folk out now, likely have just finished their last class for the day and are out partying in the great city of Waterdeep. You guys begin traveling now out of the academic ward and just around a short toward the great gates of the castle ward. The castle itself of Waterdeep is a beautifully adorned medieval style castle with all the firmaments and pillars and turrets that you could ever ask for in a medieval castle. And around it is a wide green space. As expected with most castles, the land on which it sits is quite spacious. The castle barely occupies like a tenth of the total land. Most of it seems to be small fortresses that you imagine are barracks and other military-esque buildings that dot the green landscape. It's very hilly as well, the castle itself resting atop the highest hill in Waterdeep, which pales in comparison, of course, to the Mount Waterdeep, which sits behind it. But nevertheless, you guys get a nice view of the castle, basically wherever you are. Passing through the great gates of the castle ward, you guys note that there really are a second set of walls inside the city. There is both the outer walls, the troll gates, as you saw earlier, that defend the outside of the great city, but there is yet another set of walls you imagine are keeping the great castle itself safe. These walls seem mostly unguarded right now, though. They're flanked on either side by well-built, long-lived, bustling just marketplaces and houses. All the gates to the castle ward seem open, and they seem to have been rusted open from the many, many years of peace that this great city has seen. Passing through, though, you do feel a change in the air around you. What before felt like sort of the common hustle and bustle of the city, now you enter a much more refined area. This is where all the nobles of Waterdeep reside, as well many of the likely hidden masked lords that run the city live in fine apartments or penthouse villas in this area. The buildings, too, are a bit more well-constructed. Either built more recently or more recently sort of refurbished. Either way, they sort of have a more modern architecture feel to them. If I could pull from your architecture knowledge, outside it sort of has a Bavarian look, very old German houses with thatched roofs. But here now you have actual tiles instead of thatched roofs. You've got these beautiful shingles and gutters and what look to be even sewer systems running underground.
I have shingles.
That's classy.
Yeah.
Orpheus sort of looks around appreciatively as I walk.
Some perusing.
A little perusing.
All right, you perused. There are also merchants here as well. Not as many stalls as out in the main part of Waterdeep. That seems to be a much more plebeian-esque way to purchase things. Instead, you have buildings, brick and mortar, that have a small foray of items for sale right in the front of the doorway. There are no longer buskers shouting at you from the side of the road to purchase their goods. Instead, you have quieter shops that look to be much more of the boutique experience. Nevertheless, you still have all sorts of, very common goods, bakeries, tailors, general goods stores and grocery stores are all found here, same as out in the main sector. This place is very nice. I could see myself living here.
If we weren't here for the reasons we were, this would be nice.
Yeah.
It's well planned. Not the best planned, but someone had an artistic vision.
I guess you have a lot of experience with, I guess more so knowledge of that. Seeing where you came from, I imagine living in a palace or around the queen, you gotta have really nice architecture around there.
I built the palace.
Huh?
That'll do it.
I'm an architect by trade, Jaya.
I did not know that. You don't look like that. Well, I guess
What's that supposed to mean? You don't even know what I look like.
I spin in an angry circle.
An angry circle.
Like looking at myself and like dusting off my clothes.
All right. Something else you guys Something else you guys notice in the castle ward is that the cobbled streets are much nicer here. Out in the main area of Waterdeep, it is truly cobbled roads, and carriages riding past have that loud sort of clacking sound. But here, the roads are actually not cobbled. Instead, they're paved very finely, and the beautiful gold-plated carriages that move around here almost silently on the smooth. The only indication of them is the clip-clop of the horse at the front.
As
also
the
notice-
first wagon goes by, you see Orpheus sort of surreptitiously pull out a piece of paper and write a note down.
You also
Paved
notice the
roads equals
people,
less noise.
the people here also are much more refined. Again, that sort of like invisible threshold between out and in. There are nobles in richly embroidered doublets as well. You find managerial supervisors in flowing robes walking past with assistants trailing behind them. Also, the lampposts here are gilded in what looks like gold. You guys spend a little bit of time walking around this area, and your first stop is at a bank. It's pretty easy to find, there being quite a few banks around here, and you find one that looks old enough that they probably accept this outdated-ass currency. A Grecian-built building with white marble columns in the front.
No, this is nice. This is class.
The entrance to this bank is flanked by two towering statues of warriors, not quite as big as the colossal statues found elsewhere in Waterdeep, but instead they actually match the same style quite well. It is worth noting that the colossal statue in this seems to be some sort of king. This statue, which looks to be well over 100, maybe even 200 feet tall, has on its head a beautiful crown made out of stone, of course, but well carved, and has a giant sword in one hand and in the other a scale. Anyway, leading into the bank now, you find that the doors are solid oak banded with what looks like dwarven silver. Samir gives a thumbs up and goes, "Dwarven, that's good. They might accept a mithril coin."
Nice.
Inside, all sorts of clerks work behind long countertops, and you hear quills scratching over ledgers all over the place. You see at the back of the bank here an armored orc stands by an enormous vault that looks thicker than a warship. You guys sort of walk in and walk by several nobles that seem to be depositing checks here, or their assistants doing it for them. You walk past one particularly irate halfling noblewoman who is absolutely draped in pearls, who is furiously telling a teller about the absolutely outrageous miscalculation of my family's estate. One of the open little stalls you make your way into, and you find a dwarven bank teller with sharp eyes watching you. You notice this dwarven man is shaven, clean shaven, no beard at all, which is actually sort of unnerving for a dwarf. Withdrawal, deposit, or vault access?
Can you change money?
Sure, what do you got?
Plop my mithril on the table. Look at my friends.
Do you guys all want to plop down your thick fucking mithril coins?
I'm waiting for the offer.
Exactly.
The teller gives you guys a very squinted grin and watches you all with sort of a quiet patience for a moment as you plop down this big, very heavy pile of old coins. And where did you get these?
Undermountain.
Uh-huh. What floor?
Does it matter?
6?
Yes, it matters. And 6, all right. Let's see here. And you see him pull out a huge ledger from a small drawer that you couldn't quite see from behind the desk. Pulls it out and he seems to check it and double check it and goes, all right, can you remember what room?
It was sort of a room with a bunch of stuff in it. Maybe, was it the dining hall?
Do we have a map we could point it out on?
Curious. As you might know, these are not exactly standard currency.
Mm-hmm.
It's a rare find. In fact, it was sort of well assumed that there weren't any mithril coins left on the undermountain. At least not in such an early floor as the 6th one. So I might have to ask, precisely, where did you acquire them?
There was like a box with a piece of paper in it that said to sign our names, so we signed our names and we got them.
Oh, do you have this paper by chance?
Do I, or did it burn up? I think it burned up.
It burnt up.
It's burned up after we wrote our names, unfortunately. I know that sounds like a lie, but I will swear on anything you give me, it is the truth.
He looks at you, he seems to insight into you, but you are telling the truth, and he nods his head after a moment. I see, alright. And he steeples his fingers and goes, this is a rare find indeed. Must understand that it's not the first time such relics have resurfaced from the Undermountain, but it's certainly been a while, and the 6th floor is very early. But I believe that it might have been some sort of well-hidden lockbox. It is not uncommon for ancient dwarven miners to use such a form of payment.
I'm a really good finder of things.
I don't doubt it, my friend. I just wish he had kept the page. If we had been able to analyze it, our scholars might have figured out where those coins were. There might be a stash somewhere. Thousands, maybe. But these 30 will do for now.
Do for
Then
what?
he claps his hands sharply. Very well, then. Well, provided these have not been, shall we say, liberated from a modern holding, we can facilitate an exchange. He
Great,
reaches under his desk once more. What is it?
I was just going to say they definitely haven't been stolen, and I would never do something like that. Neither would most of my friends.
I cough and look at Evos.
Most.
I nod.
We'll do the exchange. He reaches under the desk and pulls out a small device which resembles a scale. Its surface is etched, though, with glowing runes. Carefully, he begins weighing and appraising each mithril coin, occasionally consulting a reference tome bound in blue leather. Let's see here. Given the compensation the composition here seems good, and the historical value, I say we can offer an exchange rate of, and he scribbles a figure and a piece of parchment. Well, just based on the current valuation of Mithril Waterdeep's trade market, a rather favorable sum, I'd say.
What should the sum be per coin?
I'd say each of these coins is worth a freshly minted platinum.
How much is that worth? 2 gold?
That'll be a tenner.
10 gold?
So 300 gold for
Done.
all of us.
All right. And it takes several minutes of you guys all pulling your shit out, and he checks each one deliberately and intricately to make sure it's not faked. But they're real, and all the ancient dwarven currency is tallied, recorded, and eventually exchanged for this very weighty sum of freshly minted platinum. Each platinum piece has a with the Waterdeep symbol right on the front.
Sick.
As the transaction concludes after a good 10 minutes of counting, the teller gives you guys a smile and goes, "Do consider banking with us again. But maybe next time don't bring something so archaeologically significant."
Could I have mine just in straight gold rather than platinum? I'm not really
Sure.
a dealing in platinum sort of person.
Not to worry. I'll give it to each of you how you like it. And each of you guys can now add 300 gold pieces to your inventory.
Absolutely huge.
Nice.
Xavier's
You guys
pausing.
pop out of the bank now. And I suppose now the only way to go is to the castle, right?
Sounds right to me. Everyone?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, you guys make your way now out of this much denser sprawl and into the sort of grassy knoll. Much more militaristic here. Whoa. Much more militaristic here. And it's no longer are there sort of buildings flanking one another on the side of the road. Now the paved road twists and turns up a hill, switching back several times, passing embankments of, looks like stone jutting out of the grassy hill that the great castle seems to rest on. Each of the buildings here all seem to serve some sort of militaristic purpose. Again, there's a horse stables, you see several guard barracks, there are also lots of armories, and what even look to be a couple government treasuries, which look to be heavily armed. They're much more sparse, though. You guys spend most of this time among the grass, and a fresh breeze wisps upon them. You guys make your way to Castle Waterdeep. It is giant. I mean, this, for most of you guys, is, I actually believe, the biggest building you've ever seen. It is roughly 3 times the size of the great palace that you yourself built, Orpheus.
Whoa.
And even for yourself, Demos, the castle that you were once familiar with pales in comparison to the might of this one. However, they looked pretty similar. Gray stone walls lined with banners of Waterdeep. At its gate, 2 stoic knights wearing brilliantly gleaming gold plate armor hold halberds and watch you guys approach. They don't seem to stop you guys as you approach, and you notice the great portcullis is raised, seemingly allowing travel in and out. It seems like there's a decent amount of come and go from in here. A couple scribes exit as you guys walk past the enormous portcullis and enter this grand entry. The floor here is polished obsidian, which is so perfectly reflective and well cleaned that it looks like walking on water. The walls are also lined with stained glass windows, beautiful tapestries, each depicting something likely in the history of Deep, some legendary moment. And a long plush carpet of deep sapphire leads to what looks like some sort of desk. You imagine this is sort of like a front desk entryway. There aren't a lot of side passages here, and it looks like the only way to go is to meet up at this grand sort of desk at the front here. You guys approach. As you approach, you see the ceilings above you have grown in size just from the many other buildings you've been in. This is 50 feet straight up of nothing but beautiful stone walls. There's a massive chandelier that's supposed to hang right in the center of the entrance hall. This specific chandelier seems to be of some sort of vibrant blue crystal. Might even be sapphire.
Everything reminds me of her.
The chandelier is not lit right now because of all the natural light coming windows, but you imagine that it likely has some arcane enlightening. At the massive stone desk, only one person sits there, a human man in severely elegant attire. We're talking full three-piece suit, and it looks very stuffy. He has gold-rimmed spectacles on and slicked-back, short-cut black hair. He barely glances up from a piece of parchment that he seems to be writing in with a quill. As you guys approach, you may all take a seat. Someone will see to you shortly.
So it is a Waterdeep accent. Vinny wasn't just like that.
Oh.
You thought he was just weird this whole time?
You couldn't be sure with that one.
Having approached the desk now, you see there are now a couple small passageways off to the left and right that seem to house what look to just be small waiting rooms with plush, fine couches and beautiful chairs all lined with blue velvet cushions. And there look to be a lot of people already waiting here in these hallways. You see groups of noblemen. There's a dwarf in scholar's robes and a tall, what looks like tiefling woman clad in silver and blue. All just sort of waiting, sitting in these chairs, watching you guys as you watch. The receptionist, you could call him, does not even look up to meet your gaze.
Meet my gaze.
Mason, don't you mean to meet you gays?
What do you guys want to do? You gaze.
Should we just sit down? I
I
mean,
don't have to say, like,
Excuse me, sir, not to be dismissive, but we are sort of on official business. We completed a quest, and we are here to collect our reward. Yes, I understand. Yeah, just go ahead and take a seat. Someone will get to you.
before we sit down, is this a no casting zone? I just want to make sure.
The figure does put down their quill and looks up at you at that. The man with his sort of looking over the edge of his gold-rimmed spectacles and goes, "Yes, please don't cast in here. Yeah, that'd be nice."
Yeah, of course, just checking.
Right, thanks, yeah, right. Who'd you do this quest for?
The court wizard, Volker.
Yeah, alright, I'll send someone out soon. God, it's just been such a fucking long day.
I know,
How's
right?
your day been going? Do you want to rant?
Well, yeah, it's just like, it's been so much preparation for this damn fucking Generations Day, you know? It's like, they've got me working on all these floats for the parade, and it's like, do you even know how to make a fucking float? Because I don't. Turns out you have to start with the color palette. The fucking color palette? You're kidding me. And then from there, what are you gonna do? Find a theme?
Tell me about it! God!
And it's just fucking stupid,
parades.
right?
Fuck having to schedule parades. It's the worst part of any job.
It's just fucking awful. And then we've got all these guys coming in from out of town, and all of them want the king directly, you know, the open lord, and they want to come to me, and of course, you know, not to be rude, but they're not speaking common, that's for sure. I don't know how to speak no other language, and I feel bad just telling them to sit down, because maybe they're actually on official business, because I don't know. So now I'm just pissing off other people, and that's not going to get me any further in life, because I don't want to be here forever, you know? I want to, you know, get higher up.
You've got wars to fight and buildings to build and sort of all this damn parading.
Yes, I mean, what am I'm supposed to be like a bureaucrat who just does paperwork all the time, you know? It's like, come on, that's not why I work here.
Exactly. I'm sorry you're going through that. What's your name?
The figure, like, officially does put down the quill now, and looks at you and gives you a genuine look as you ask this, and go, you know, that's real nice of you, you know that? My name is Chiu.
Chew?
Hi, Chiu.
Chiu? Achu? No.
Didn't say it, you did.
No, didn't say that. My name's Chiu Swift.
Chew Swift.
I
Well,
like
they
that
call me
name.
Taylor.
You can just call me Mr. Swift.
Sick.
I don't know any Taylor.
Okay.
You know, it's because my grandpa, he used to be the town crier. He was the fastest one. They gave him that name. I wish I could be a town crier. You
crier.
probably get a lot of, you know, you get a lot of cool stuff you do there. You probably get to talk to a lot more people, and, you know, you actually get to share exciting news. I'm not doing anything exciting. You know, I could drop dead today, and nothing would change in this city.
Well, that's not
God.
true, Chew.
I would be sad, and that would be a change.
Yeah.
But that's nice of you guys, but it's just like, come on, you know, like, oh, what, I'm just supposed to tell you guys to shut the fuck up and sit down? Like, I can't help you what you need, and, like, you know, it's gonna be forever, and people complain to me all the time. No one comes here with good news. They're always pissy about something.
Hey, we've got good
Yeah.
news.
Are you mad at us?
No, he's just mad at his job and the situation, which is very understandable. The things that you are going through, very frustrated.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sir. I appreciate
Do you-
that. That's nice.
Do you have like a union?
What's that?
Drone
Well,
strike
you know,
hits
just-
Jaya.
An organization of like-minded people within your workplace that can express grievances.
Well, I mean,
You
yeah,
know-
everyone at my position complains about their work, but it's just part of the job, you know? Like, I've only been here a couple months. Once I've worked here a full year or two, then I might get promoted to scribe, and then at least I get to follow someone around a bit and actually, like, do something. It's just part of the job, you know? It sucks, but I don't want to change it, per se. I'm going up somewhere, but it's just right now, man, I feel stuck.
Yeah,
It's like, how about this? All of my friends have already been promoted, and it's like, why am I still here?
it kind of makes you feel like you've been left behind or forgotten about, huh?
Yeah, I mean, am I bad at my job? I don't think so. Like I tell people, sit down, I fetch the people they need. It's like, and now they got me doing all this parade float shit, and it's like, I don't know how to do that.
Well, when you think about it, they do need somebody to do it, and you might have been the only person that they had available to do it. So that's something.
Exactly,
At
but
least that makes you a little bit more valuable.
That's the part I hate. It's just because I was the only person around to do it. It's not like they wanted me. It's like they were left with. You see what I mean?
But now you gotta take advantage of the situation, and now you gotta make them want you for the next time that they have it.
God,
But
it's
then
just like
you're too good for it, so then you decline.
I just don't get the whole big city thing, man. People kept telling me to move here. They told me it was hot shit, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll
I
just
hope
go
you figure-
home, Because
Where are you
anyways.
from?
What?
Where are you from? Where's home
I just-
for you?
I'm across the pond. I live in Yorick.
Lore drop! We are before the last campaign by a lot.
Whoa! Wait, how do you know?
Because Yorick was the name of Jeremiah's island that sunk like fucking forever ago.
Holy shit!
What are you guys
no,
talking about?
that means we're too early to meet young Finn. Mason, change it.
No.
But
Not
we could we
conceived.
meet Jeremiah? No, I guess he'd.
I think he was
Not
like a
that
little
old.
kid when Yorick sank.
He was a young adult.
Young adult. Okay, we could meet Jeremiah. Hey, how's Yorick doing? What was the last thing you heard about?
Any news?
Has it been like maybe a few decades?
I mean, yeah, it's been a while since I've been there. I moved away 10 years ago.
Do you still get word?
I mean, I write to my mom, but she doesn't write back.
Okay. Bad
That's the
news for
same
you.
thing.
Good
Why?
news for
Why?
us.
Why?
I don't know. What?
Where are you getting this information?
What? I don't know what we're talking about anymore.
Someone having a stroke. Someone else is talking right now.
Oh, somebody
Anyway.
pull a Jaya.
Anyway, listen,
Is that what
I'm
they
so-
call it where you're from?
That's so
What?
mean.
Anyway, sorry, you guys. I don't mean to complain to you. Listen, just don't tell my supervisor about this, all right? I'll go get the court wizard's apprentice, and they'll be right here, all right? Yeah, all right.
Great,
Sorry.
thank you.
Yeah, don't you
Hold on
worry.
a
Your
second.
secret's safe with us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. That really meant a lot to take that off. I feel a lot better for the day.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks.
Everybody needs an outlet.
Yeah, thanks, you guys. Thanks. Please stop by more. What's your guy's name, by the way? You look like an adventuring. You guys got a name?
Sir Odopheus, first knight of Queen Ridice. My name.
Oh, a knight. You should have said so. I feel bad making you wait.
It's fine. I doubt you recognize my country here.
Oh, where are you from?
Bad, just really far
Oh.
away.
Uh-huh, yeah. Is it one of those, evil foreign countries they keep telling us about?
No, it's like
it's
a country
like-
that's in a different fucking plane, so you couldn't even interact with it if you wanted to.
Oh, you're a wizard. All right.
Yeah, sort of.
Sure.
A wizard without the magics.
Oh.
Well, without the good magics.
Third level magic.
I'm just
No
messing with
lightning
you.
bolt?
I'm poking fun.
A wizard without the cowardly magics.
No lightning
Hello.
bolt. All right, listen, I'll fetch him right now. Hold on. And you see the figure open up the drawer in the large oak desk and reveals hundreds of very simple-looking flat stones. He sort of counts up and then counts across a row and picks out one in particular and holds it up to his mouth and starts talking to it. He then holds it up to his ear and he listens and he puts it back in the drawer and shuts them all and you hear all the rocks rattle a little bit and he goes, "Yeah, all right, you'll be right here."
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just go ahead and take a seat over there.
And you know what? You're doing a fantastic job.
Oh, that's real nice. Thanks. Thank you, sir. That's really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, if you guys, see my supervisor around, maybe you could tell her that.
Put in
'cause
a
it would
good
really
word.
mean a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would really mean, yeah, I mean, you don't have to, but it's like, maybe I could get out
No,
of
we
here a little
got, we
faster.
got you. We got you. Don't you worry.
Don't have to go home to Yorick, which is totally fine, but sure of it. All right, you guys go sit down, wait about 15 minutes, longer than you expected, but not bad in the grand scheme of royal proceedings. During this time, you guys want to do anything?
Is there anything to do?
Could I turn to Deimos? So, you're sure we can trust this guy?
I mean, last I knew him, yes, but that was a while ago. So maybe
Was he evil like you?
Dulam, why? I'm surprised you would
Hold
say
on.
such a thing of me.
Just a moment. Demos, you're evil?
No. I am not.
Dulam doesn't lie.
You know, Dulam, it seems there have been some misconceptions about how you perceive me. That's
Oh,
okay.
sorry.
You know, at least in the mortal plane, I believe most would just consider me a normal guy, you know? Just hanging out, doing very neutral things.
Well, is Volker neutral?
I should kind of hope so, I guess. It's been a long time. It might be a good idea if we if we withhold maybe the information on the book first, you know, just to get his vibe.
I hand the book over to you. All right.
All right.
Well, I won't do that, but I suppose you can.
Okay. I guess I'll tuck it somewhere safe.
Oh, Deimos, you gonna read that?
Sorry to burst everyone's bubble. Deimos is not chaotic evil. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
It's okay. I'll read it.
All right, there we go, everybody.
Lawful.
You've heard it here first.
Impossible.
Was Volker lawful when you knew him?
I don't know, Mason. Probably not lawful.
Yeah, he was not lawful. You don't think he was chaotic? Probably neutral.
Yeah.
And in terms of good versus evil, he was also probably neutral, but leaned on the good side. So true neutral.
Yeah.
True neutral.
True neutral.
Holy-
So yeah, I honestly believe Jaya was not Jayat. What was her name? What was that?
Whoa, Jorah.
Jorah. Yes, I honestly believe Jorah was probably just a fluke. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
Well, if you trust him, then I'll trust him.
Oh, well, thank you, Doodle.
It's that easy.
It's that easy.
I'd like to read the book before we give it away.
Oh, like right here.
Well, for giving it away right now, potentially.
Well, I mean, yeah. What if he lets us read it? You know, fun times. Okay, maybe we should have thought about this before coming here.
You guys have about 15 minutes, so if you want to read it right now, you could.
Thank you so much, I would.
Okay, you open the book. The first page, the authors. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
I have a +7, so I just need a 10 or above. Nat 20. 27.
Oh my
shit!
god,
Wow.
he's crazy.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I'm
Well
gonna need a
done.
live dice cam.
Well done. All right, no, that was good. All right, so you'll be taking half damage
Oh, good.
to where am I? 3d12? Yeah. Oh, low roll.
That's low.
Very low roll. So you take 3 damage from reading this, so total was 7, half to 3. So 3 damage reading the author's page. The author of this tome include Neth and the Court of Crimson.
Epic. I'd
Flip
like to
to
read
the
the
next
table of
page.
contents.
Next page, contents. Please give me another wisdom saving throw.
Oh my god.
All right. Watch this Nat 20 part 2. Oh, wait, guys. Can I have that ring real quick? Fuck.
Let me see that room real quick. Oh.
I rolled a 14. It doesn't matter. Uh-oh.
Higher roll. That was a 23 damage, and it is all directly to you without your save. This is psychic damage as you read this. Your brain bubbles as you read the horrible, evil, vile table of contents.
The second Oro sees you get significantly hurt, I will cast Cure Wounds.
I go down. You watch me get like mentally hurt so bad. I go down to 1 and start bleeding out of my ears and probably nose. Heal me more.
How are you hurting yourself?
Huge 7.
12 healing!
Mr. DM, what's the table of contents? Anything in there?
Excellent. Let me tell you about the table of contents. The top of the page reads, "A treatise on forbidden magic and the art of breaking what should not be broken." The first thing it lists here is the preface, which is written by Neth.
Thank you, Nath.
A subsection to this reads, "The cost of knowledge." Then the next subsection is "The price of ignorance." There seem to be 8 sections in total in the book, including the preface. Section 2 is the principles of undeath. Section 3, the reversal of arcana. Section 4, the theft of life. Section 5 is just titled rituals. Section 6 is the science of fear. 7, of course, reads the gods are but leashes. And, of course, Section 8 is the appendices.
Okay, so first of all, full send the reversal of arcana section. My next question, when I take let's say I take damage and I die, right?
Uh-huh.
Like do I get to read the text then I die, or do I die immediately?
The psychic damage occurs as you read the words, so I would say you would get to read the page and then you keel over.
As I'm reading, can I actually bonus action the cure wound or healing word?
Sure, go ahead and roll your healing. We can. I'll exhaust your
we in
spells if you want to do it. Using the table of contents, you can skip directly to the section you want, which is actually pretty clever. I was ready for you to read right through.
I healed a full.
All right, cool. Please subtract the spell slot, and what would you like to read next?
Reversal of arcana.
All right.
I'll
You
just go ahead
flip to
and
it.
make the next wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, I want you to go ahead and make the next one.
24.
That's a save right there, right? So you're able to take a half.
Oh yeah.
I can't believe you're reading it now, just in the hallway.
Oh my god. Huge.
For the rest
huge.
of you guys, so the total damage is 12, so half that to 6. For the rest of you guys, Hyre is sort of like grunting, and there's like sort of a nosebleed going on right now. As Hyre, you're feeling an awful headache come on, your eyes are going bloodshot. To the rest of you guys, Hyre is like sounding like he's in a lot of pain, but all he's doing is reading a book. Any of you guys almost reading over his shoulder feel the migraine come on, and you have to look away before you read any further.
Damn.
Reading. Typical.
It's just like dyslexia. You flip to the page. Hold on, I have to flip in my little sample. The first page of this is the title page. It reads, "A treatise on the lies of traditional magic. What is written in stone may be written in blood. What is cast in light can be cast in shadow. Magic is but a language, and every word spoken can be unspoken." To those who have read this far, congratulations, you now know the basics of necromancy magic. We will now engage with these in new ways. Magic as you know it is a caged thing, bound by foolish scholars and cowards. Here you will find the means to strip spells of their limitation, read on and unmake what should never have been made.
Chills.
Alright, you want to keep reading?
Yeah.
Alright, you keep going. You got a 4?
No, that was me healing.
Oh, 4. All right.
I'll
Roll me your next save. Still going, baby.
Uh-oh. Oh, huge. 26.
Excellent. All right, so you'll take half of 18, which is 9 damage. Reading on. The next page is an introduction by Neth. It is just a long page talking about sort of anarchist cookbook style, like ramblings about the destruction of the natural world and, you know, how tearing down the magical systems of the world will make the stronger. It reads stuff like, "The world would have you believe magic is a thing. It is not. Magic is a living current and forced into unnatural patterns by the fearful and the horrible scholars of our day. Magic should be removed from its shackles, restoring it to its truest state. Those who master this art undo and warp spells. Reversal is not destruction, it is correction." Such stuff goes on and on. You don't get much out of it though. So next page.
Yep.
This is great, you guys. You guys watch Hyre.
Another healing spell.
A bit of blood is now coming out of the side of his ear. What's your save?
The save is rolling.
That's
huge.
good. Right.
23.
You'll take half. I rolled high damage, so 25 damage, halved.
Woo!
12. Is that right? Yeah, 12. The next page is the first spell, Stone to Flesh. It explains the casting of stone to flesh, how you use the same arcane words as flesh to stone, but in a different pronunciation and a different order. It also has a brief description of its outcomes: softening structures of stone, reducing fortresses to ruin and fleshy piles. This spell releases stone-bound flesh, for all stone is but flesh, hardened.
Whoa.
For all stoned is flesh but hardened. Oh! No, I'm
You wanna read on?
Can I use an action to channel divinity to heal?
Yes, you can do that. I mean, you could sort of like just take a second away from the book. You don't have to stay in it the whole time, so
And
fill yourself up.
do I have an option to be like, oh, this isn't the spell I want, and turn the page, or nah?
Just reading on the page any words, the psychic damage happens.
Okay.
All right, you want to read on?
Oh, yeah.
Holy fuck, roll.
Okay.
Oh my god. I'll cure Hyre again when I see
Alright.
him hurting.
Watch this save, though.
Wait, say the roll for our viewers at home.
Well, first we gotta have to get Hyre's
Uh-oh.
save. Hyre, what'd you get as your save?
Cool, so my first a failure, 10.
I'm so sorry. I can't believe it was the highest roll I've gotten yet. 33 damage. Unblocked. It goes straight. Orpheus, what was your heal?
Oh yeah, I just throw out a heal. Oy.
1. One.
6. I healed for 6.
Okay, so subtract 6 from
Braid higher.
33. So we've got 27 damage in total then.
Well, technically it does 33 damage, then I heal for 6.
Oh, wow. All right,
Because-
Hyre.
Okay, great. Love this. Read this page.
You go down, reading the page. As you finish reading the page, you sort of fall into a deep sleep. The page reads, mend to fracture.
Look that page!
This turns mending into the spell fracture. A
Oh.
spell that breaks things.
Are you sharing with us the spells you find at all?
I will say at the end of this page, Hyre is passing out, so you might not have enough time to explain it, but after you revive Hyre, yeah?
Breathe!
What did you read?
Hyre, you come back. There is blood now sort of dripping out of your ears and out of your nose. You feel horrible, like you just ran hundreds of miles, like you just had to hold your breath for an eternity. As you go down and come back up higher, you now have 1 point of exhaustion from this. You are up now 6 damage or 6 health, is that right?
Yep. Staring at the ring.
All right, you stare at the ring.
Healing a little bit.
Do you share what you found?
I will.
All right. Orpheus, you hear that there is a page here that reads this.
I'll look over Hyre's shoulder.
Fracture? Not that sounds.
All right, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, baby.
Hyre,
You'll
you
die.
feel pretty bad, and you guys hear a shout from across the way from the receptionist. Hey, what are you guys doing over there? Why do you keep screaming? Keep it down.
It's a 12 for me. I fail.
That is a failure. Medium roll, I got a 19 for the damage, so that goes directly through to you, Orpheus, as you suffer 19 psychic damage. You read the spell, mend to fracture. It explains the cast. It explains the words that you use, what components, and it explains a general outcome.
Reading this spell, do I think I could learn it?
You think you could. It's simple. It's a cantrip, just as mending is. And because it's not that complicated, you don't think you need to write it down. However, I would like you to roll an Arcana check to hold it all to
Yes.
memory on one read.
Yes.
You might have to reread it to hold it to memory.
Okay, Arcana check. Natural 20! I'm so fucking smart! I'm the smartest humanoid. Full stop.
All right. So, you get it on the first try. You know what you're looking for going in. You get the verbal components. You get the somatic components. You even get the material component. But because you have you cast through an object, so you don't actually need the materials, but you get them anyway.
Fuck yeah!
The verbal components seem very simply as a reflection, a mirroring of the words you're mending. Somatic components are erratic and sort of jumpy, as if you're pulling and tugging at strings violently. And the material components are 2 blocks of coal.
Huh. But I can ignore those, right?
No, you can. This is just, I'm telling you how
Nice.
it works. The Range is touch, the duration is instantaneous. Everything is similar to mending, except now it no longer repairs something, instead it creates a break, a tear.
Freaking sick.
That's so good.
Go ahead and write that down as an extraneous spell that you guess.
Oh yeah.
You look away now. Your head is also throbbing. The migraine headache is coming on now. You yourself feel a nosebleed coming on.
Next page.
We're reading on. All right, baby. Sure.
24 on the save.
All right, the damage is 20, so halved is 10. Reading to the next page.
I can keep going.
The next page is the spell Feather Fall to Lead Fall.
Whoa.
This one explains that instead of a gently slowing descent, you can force a target to plummet with unnatural speed and force, greatly increasing fall damage and causing even minor drops to shatter bone.
Ow. Fucked up.
Hyre, how much do you want to keep doing this? You don't look very good.
Let me focus.
Hyre just keeps reading and looks horrible, and then you hold your hand to your chest and the magic of healing pours through you. You look a little better, then you flip the page and look horrible again.
I'm close.
Close to what? What are you looking for?
A way to bring him back. Sooner.
Hyre, are you sure that's in the right place? Wouldn't you rather look in the necromancy section?
I'm in the section to reverse spells.
True, okay.
It doesn't
Hyre.
seem like these are spells that undo other spells that have already been cast. It seems more like these are opposite spells.
No, it's in here somewhere.
Hyre,
Next
you
page.
want to... flip the page. Give me another save. Middling roll from me again. What'd you get?
I need to roll it again. Uh-oh.
That looks like a failure.
Yep.
Is that yeah, sorry. Under 17, so you sustain 19 psychic damage, which rends through mind.
I'm up.
Still up. All right, the next page explains silence to deafening screech. Instead of suppressing sound in an area, you envelop an area in an overwhelming din of screaming and distorted echoing that can't be blocked out, even by closing one's ears.
Hyre has more healing in him.
All right, Hyre. Give me another wisdom save.
22 on the save.
All right, so you'll take half of 18, which is 9 damage. How you looking?
I'm at 11, so still bleeding.
Next one. This one reads, speak with the dead to speak through the dead.
Whoa. That's fucked up.
Instead of conversing with a corpse, the caster may speak through it. This, of course, forces it to recite words in a long dead voice, as well speak to components of the creature, changing both its memory of things and its recollection.
Damn.
Fucked up.
All right,
Great,
Hyre,
next page.
How you looking? All right, at this
I'm
point,
casting healing spells between.
I can't believe you've got enough, but I'm proud of you for getting going. Wow, I rolled my lowest yet on the damage. 5 damage.
That's crazy.
That's total, too.
Me reading a book, just going, oh god, it hurt. Get out of my head.
I'm excited for the evil arc.
Thank you. It's been in the wings this whole time.
I've smelled it coming.
So you're just reverting back to karma slowly?
No, I'm not. But you know, sometimes you have to have low points just to make the high points even better.
You said you saved this next one, so instead of 5 damage, you'll be taking 2, which is pretty big. Just keep going through some more big boy spells. Yeah. The next reads, detect magic to conceal magic.
Oh.
Rather than revealing magical auras, this spell cloaks magic within a target area, making things appear mundane.
As someone who has detect magic, can I somehow remember this?
Roll an Arcana check to see if you can remember it on the first try.
You're fucking me. Nat 1.
I'm sorry, you're reading through it, but your head is throbbing higher, and there's so much blood coming out of you, and you're in a lot of pain. You sort of skim over it, thinking mostly about Monty, and then by the time you get to the bottom of the page, you're like, wait, this could be useful, but you don't remember anything about the specifics. You'll have to read the page again, sustaining more damage if you want to try to remember it.
Not the spell I want. Next page.
All right, moving on.
Oh my god. No. No, guys, no. Guys, no.
Middling roll again. I've got 21 damage. Oh, Looks like you did fail that nat one on the wisdom save.
Ooh.
So you'll sustain a full 21 psychic damage. How you looking?
I'm up.
Unbelievable. All right, you actually skipped by 2 pages this time, as one of them seems to be ripped out.
Fucking shitballs.
Which is unusual, because you
Mason.
didn't know this paper could be ripped, considering what Orpheus told you about how resistant it is to destruction. But the next page, which looks pretty simple, has about half of it, a little more, about 3/4 of it ripped out. The title is still there, but the specifics are gone. It simply reads, Wish to blank. The blank, of course, is a ripped out part. You can't read the rest.
Wish to Washington.
Mason.
You skip by it, though. It doesn't seem to hurt you, as it's only 2 words.
Oh, huge.
And you skip to the next one. This, of course, is teleport to scatter. Instead of safely transporting a target, this spell instead violently displaces their body, moving different parts of them to different location.
Now this is fucked up.
It would have been really cool if he cast it, you know?
That's a fucked up spell.
Insanely fucked up.
All right. You want to go again?
Yep, and low roll on the healing.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw, please. I can't believe you have enough healing to keep up with this. I feel like you've taken over 100 damage. 14 is unfortunately below the cutoff, so you take a full 16 psychic damage.
I'm gonna find it. I can keep going.
Hyre, you pass out from that one? That one gets you?
I still get to read it, I've been told, the next one.
You do go down. All right. You read the next one. This one reads Shield to Shatter Guard. Instead of forming a protective barrier, this spell forms a disruptive force around a target enemy, making them easier to strike.
Sounds good.
However, you pass out as you finish reading it. The rest of you guys see Hyre go down. Samir sort of raises his voice a bit and he goes, "This is enough. We have to stop him. Does he even have control anymore? What if he's forced to read it?"
I don't know. I was going to ask the same thing, though. I know I need to heal him back up, but
Should we take the book from him? Let's close it and take it away.
Yes, I think that's a good idea, Samir. I do as he says.
All right, you grab the book, slam it shut, and it even feels a little prickly in your hands. Your fingers, you feel, start to fall asleep as you grab it, close it, and shut it, and then the feeling returns. Hyre is passed out, bleeding on the chair. What do you want to do?
I'll cure wounds on Hyre.
All right. There is a lot of blood all over Hyre now. The plate mail is covered in blood, and the chair, the nice blue chair that you're in, is sort of turning grayish brown from the nosebleed that Hyre's had sort of dripping on it for a while.
Jesus. Okay, 8 healing.
Hyre, you come up for 8. Oh my god, it's agonizing again, all the pain in your body. You suffer yet another point of exhaustion from this. You are up to 2 now. You look down. The book isn't in your hands anymore. Someone took it.
Looking around the room with range. What have you done?
Hyre, that's enough.
I was close.
You're killing yourself.
Hyre, I don't think what you're looking for is in there, especially not in the section you're looking in.
Do you want all of that to be for nothing? Again.
Dionysia used to call it throwing good money after bad.
Come on. There's so many spells that hurt. There has to be a spell of healing and reverting people to undead that is basic necromancy.
I'm not sure it is. I think it's the opposite of necromancy. There are plenty of schools of magic where people learn how to do things but not undo them. I mean, Deimos, you have a spell that puts out fires.
It's true.
And,
Please,
you know...
This is better than killing someone.
What? I mean, you're killing yourself and we're not even sure it's going to work.
I'll be fine. That's what you guys are for. Just bring me up
I don't
again.
have that much healing, Hyre.
Can only be so many spells listed. I'm close.
The book is pretty large, is worth mentioning, Hyre. It's like a textbook, and all the pages are kind of thin. You imagine there's something probably like 500 pages in this book, and you had just gone through, let me see here, 8.
Hyre's mad. Hyre's throwing a fit.
Hyre, I don't think your god would want you dabbling with evil magic in this way.
My god wouldn't have wanted any of this.
Well, sometimes things that are done are done, and all we can try to do is make the right decision going forward. You know, when the world has fallen to chaos, peace has to start somewhere.
This book is evil, Hyre. Look at what it's done to you. You look down now higher and you see all the gunk that's come out of your body. The solution can't be that.
You act like I don't know what evil this book can do. Of course I know. Look what it did to my brother. I know what I'm doing.
It's at this point that you guys hear the distant sound of heels clicking against the polished obsidian, announcing the arrival of somebody.
Oh, hide the book. Hide the book.
I don't want anyone else having that.
If Demos is as close to Volker as he says, then we can perhaps get this court wizard to look at it. It's not out of our hands yet. It is not lost. And rounding the corner now is the new apprentice to the court wizard.
Ooh.
The figure is short and portly, draped in what looks like very high-collared black robes with intricate golden embroidery that look to be arcane in nature. This is a halfling, specifically what looks like a middle-aged female halfling, long curly blonde hair and pitch black eyes. You notice she is missing her right ear. She speaks now in a very simple and sophisticated tone, one of the court. The court wizard will see you. Follow me. And without waiting for a response, she turns and begins walking back down the hallway.
Well, let's go, guys.
All right, you guys get up to follow.
Follow.
I leave my blood pool behind.
Fuck that couch, man. You're still sort of dribbling a little bit, you know? It's sort of like a Goldilocks. Or wait, fuck. Hansel and Gretel, you can find your way back.
Score.
You guys are now led deeper into the castle. You pass by high vaulted hallways, those stained glass windows. You pass many different guards in polished breastplates standing at attention with plumed helms nodding as you guys pass. You also now find high nobility and scholars of the wandering around in hushed conversation with one another. As well, you're reaching the point in the hallways where you're finding portraits, paintings of old open lords, as well of older wizards and families close to the nobility. As well, you see great paintings of what look like festive parties, a couple including many masked individuals wearing heavy hoods, likely the masked lords of years past. As you reach a spiral staircase, the halfling begins trotting up and speaks to you all without turning her head. You all will address the court wizard as Master Volker. Speak concisely, do not waste his time. He values efficiency.
Understood.
You guys ascend this spiral staircase and emerge onto a narrow ridge of stone. Outside, suspended between two castle turrets. Below you, Waterdeep stretches out. Beautiful. It's almost sunset now, and the sun gleams off the horizon, shining a golden light on the city. You see a sea of tiled rooftops, thatched roofs, and beautiful lantern lights starting to dot the horizon. As well, Mount Waterdeep off in the distance and beyond, you see deeper into the continent. Great forests, distant mountain ridges, deserts and icy tundras far to the north. The ocean is visible in the other direction, far off in the distance. You see dark waters in the distance and ships dotting both the horizon and the close port. Additionally, on the horizon, you see a small island backlit by the sun. As you reach the other end of the bridge, an ornate iron door waits right in front of you. It is also worth noting at this point that any of you guys who have some vertigo, you're really feeling it right now. You reach this iron door, and it is flanked by what looks like another guard. This one guard is wearing the same golden breastplate and plumed helm, but looks to be a bit older and slightly more crotchety than the other ones. You imagine this post is likely one of the less important ones, as to get this far, you had to pass several legions of guards to get here. But the assistant, this apprentice, reaches for the robed knight wearing the plumed helm, and they share a few quiet words and what look like some sort of hand signal, password of sorts. The figure nods and then reaches for a key ring upon his crotchety waist and unlocks the iron door, letting you guys into what looks like a court. The apprentice wades you all in. All right, you can enter now, and you reach the room beyond. It is circular, built right into the turret, and lined with towering bookshelves filled with tomes, ancient tomes, so old their spines have faded away and little sight reaches into this dark. Strange artifacts and half-finished magical devices clutter the space. You see glowing crystals all over the place and cages containing small flickering motes of fire. As well, arcane lights light the room, and another spiral staircase reaches high above to what looks like more devices and tables and other such arcane niceties. At the center of the room, you see a massive sort of sunken-in sitting room, sort of like a hole carved in the ground, where around it cushions have been placed where you can sort of dip into the well. And within this well, in the dead center, is a sizable crystal ball. It's quite large. You would guess roughly the size of a carriage, you would say. It can be circled by anyone in the well, and you can see it from any angle. Right now, it has nothing within it. It sort of swirls a faint gray shimmer. Hunched over a small wood table off to the side is what looks like a lizard. He seems to be messing with some sort of etched glass. And as you all walk in, the figure stands up abruptly, a bit surprised by your presence. He's an aged lizard folk. Scales, once vibrant green, are now dulled to sort of an earthy brown. You notice his left sleeve is pinned at the shoulder where an arm once was, and his remaining hand moves sort of delicately to place down the glass on. Despite his age, you can tell that there's definitely a wisdom to this gentleman, a keenness, and he wears on his hat a floppy, traditional wizard's hat. As the group enters, he looks up and sees you all, and just as he goes to speak, his eyes land on Demos. For a moment, he says nothing, and you see his throat kind of bob slightly as if he's swallowing a bit of fear, perhaps something more complicated. Then after a breath, his lips curl into something resembling a smile, and he goes,
"Oh, Demos.
His voice is sort of gravelly, and
You're the last person I expected to see."
He sort of
Master Volca.
His one hand grips the table's edge as he pulls up and gains a little closer to you. And he looks at you and grounds himself. He speaks.
"Oh, goddess above, what have you done?"
And that is where we're going to end our episode.
Oh!
What?
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Holy lore.
Good stopping place, you guys, right in the courthouse. You guys managed to get into the castle. Find people.
Yeah. Nice.
You know, this shows a real progression, because last campaign, I feel like you guys would have never legally been allowed into a building of nobles,
Ooh.
you know? But now you guys got here, you had an appointment, you had all the right paperwork, I mean, it was all there.
We're sophisticated now.
You're sophisticated.
We just had to let it out. We had to.
It's shocking. I had to get it out of my system.
Yeah.
That was good. Yeah, Hyre, you look awful. Like, I can't imagine what that much psychic damage would person, but you know, it's probably pretty bad.
Can't be good.
Orifice is a little scared of you.
She's gonna start acting a little different.
We're going full numb.
Okay. I have some poll results for you all.
Holy.
So today we're reviewing the results from episode 20 of Brother Below, where we asked you all, how high maintenance is Samir?
That's a crazy question.
1
It's
to
crazy.
7.
It's honestly just not very nice.
Let's get the one votes out of the way. One person voted sloppy. Ridiculous. One sloppy. It's just, there's no way he's on that side of the spectrum. Okay, another one person voted 5 out of 7. Needy.
Wait, no one voted in between?
No one voted in between. So, I mean, sorry. So I should do it this way. One person voted for 1 out of 7. Sloppy. No one voted for 2, 3, or 4 out of 7, which are, of course, chill, easygoing, and then knows his worth. One person voted 5 out of 7, needy. 2 people voted 6 out of 7, pampered. And 3 people voted 7 out of 7, spoiled. 100%.
Hello?
That's
crazy. I mean, you know, accounting for that one vote, though, the average is probably at like a 5, right?
It's like a 5.8 or
Wait.
something, I bet.
Yeah, look, a 5. So he's, you know,
We toss out outliers.
Let me run the number.
it's not an outlier.
Oh, pampered.
Oh, I see more people voted for spoiled. Very funny.
The votes have gone up. He's now 4 votes for spoiled.
Half of the votes are for spoiled.
Tampering in my voting system.
Giving him an all-over average of 5.75, but if you, of course, discount outliers,
No, don't
it's
discount it.
6.42.
Oh my god.
It's not an outlier. Someone voted for
I don't know.
it. Wasn't a
I
bot.
wonder
A
who.
human voted for that. I can vouch.
I wonder who.
Oh, so you voted 1 to try to skew it down. Did you even believe that, Mason, when you did it?
Yeah.
Of course I did.
I would like one sloppy, please.
Oh, garçon. One swap.
This week, we are asking you, what disease did Hyre miss? Your options are Dulum's rust bugs, Jaya's sundowning, Malagus's every STI, Amos's snout rot, Hyre's evil compulsions, Oriface's trench foot, or, of course, Samir's memento disease. Please let us know what you think in the poll, and while you're at it, go ahead and leave us a rating if you liked it. Go ahead and keep it to yourself if you didn't. Shoot us a comment. We love to hear your thoughts. And of course, follow us so you won't miss our next episode next Monday. If you check our bio and Spotify, you can also see our little link tree. This will show you our podcast on every platform. If Spotify is your preferred, it also links you to our email. Any email you send me, I'll give you my phone number. We can have a personal, intimate FaceTime.
Be careful with that request.
In that link tree, you can find the link to our subreddit, r/runpack. That is a great place to go to discuss your theories, fan art, please, fan content of any kind, or just, I don't know, if I can talk to us. Ask me my social security number. Anything you can think of, you can do.
I tell you.
And most importantly, I hope you all tune in again next Monday. In the meantime,